ago. You will recognize the person, though 19 years younger. This is John Elway at the age of 18. He's posing here for the October 1979 issue of Life magazine. Stephen Norfleet of Lakewood emailed this to us, and we thank you for that.
Very thin, John Elway.
That's right. So at that point, probably on his way from Granada Hills High up to Stanford.
That's right. And the rest, as we like to say,
is history.
Comments this afternoon by Pat Boland and Mike Shanahan, and then John Elway will follow them up. He will make a statement and then stay and obviously take questions. So I think that it's going to be interesting.
Many questions.
Yeah, many questions. And I think we'll finally get straight from him why it took this long and what factors, physical or otherwise, led to him coming to this decision.
Well, what do you think he's going to say? I mean, you've known this guy a long time, and I'm sure this is a bittersweet. Walk away.
Well, I think one thing, Tony, I think, you know, I told somebody else this, it's been fun to watch him play for 16 years. To cut it down to its most basic common denominator, he made it a heck of a lot more fun than it would have been if he had gone and played in Indianapolis, or at that time Baltimore. You're going to hear today, all through the day, all through the night, a lot of comments about Elway. But I think it's going to be a positive day. I think he's going to feel good. And I think what he's going to say is that, as he said before, he always wanted to play, but physically he just couldn't do it anymore. And we're going to start the proceedings. Pat Boland, Mike Shanahan, and John Elway scheduled to speak in front of this podium, the media in the middle of the room, and Elway's friends, family, and teammates, and most of them are here on each side. This is Jim Sacamano, the Director of Media Relations for the Broncos.
A lot of people, obviously, more than we've ever had for a press conference before. All the well-wishers, players and ex-players, family and friends, I want to thank you very much for finding the places that you have and making it workable, because obviously we've got a very, very large crowd, and we need a lot of cooperation in this case, and we're very pleased that we've had it. The press conference will begin momentarily as we expect John Elway, Mike Shanahan, and Pat Boland to come into the room very, very quickly now. Members of the Elway family have begun to arrive and are being seated. I think the photographers know where they are located. I believe I have 101. Any of these chairs, Coach? Any chairs here, Pat? Any of the chairs? Great. Thank you very much for your attendance. At this time, I'd like to introduce the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Denver Broncos, Pat Boland.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for coming out this afternoon. I'd like to have us all have a moment of silence here for the victims and the families of the Columbine High School tragedy. You know, there's not a lot I can say that hasn't already been said about John's career as a football player. But I want to tell you a funny little incident that I think you all ought to know about. Last night, John went downtown to have dinner with some of his teammates in a well-known restaurant that will remain nameless. And there was no parking around the restaurant, but there was a stall there that said, nobody can park here, except John Elway, I guess. And so he came out, and believe it or not, they towed his car. The King's car. And he couldn't get a cab. He had to walk 3 miles in the industrial area of Denver to pick up his car. And when he got there, the lady said, "Can I see some ID, please?" And I need $100. So welcome to the world of the retired great quarterbacks, John. I think everybody in this room understands what John meant to this franchise, to the city of Denver, and to all the fans around the world. And so I really can't, without getting very emotional, stand up here and talk about John's career. I don't want to be the first owner ever to break down announcing the retirement of one of their great players. And but I will say this, that I truly believe that John was the greatest to ever play the game, and not just because of his athletic talents and what he did on the field. I think more so for what he did as a man and a human being. And a lot of people don't understand how far John went in his efforts in this community and around the world. And that, with the accomplishments on the field, qualify him in my mind, and of course I'm biased, to think that he was the greatest to ever play. And so, John, when I look back at your career, I look more at it as what you did off the field, and believe me, and what you did on the field. And what you did on the field was unbelievable. You know, the 300 wins or more, the 50,000 yards, the 5 Super Bowls, all of that stuff. But today, I'm here to thank you for what you did for this organization off the field. And I really don't know much more than I can say without getting myself into a situation where I'm going to embarrass myself. So, Mike, I know you've got a few words you'd like to say.
Thanks, Pat. The first thing I'd like to kind of go over a story. Back in '92, after I just finished my first year in San Francisco, I came back here and interviewed for the job. When I came back here, I had talked to Pat, and things didn't work out for one reason or another. But then I went back to talk to John. And John said to me, he says, hey, why didn't it work out? Or what's the problems? I said, John, it's just not going to work out. I really can't get into it. I didn't feel it was my place at that time, with me being a coach and Pat being an owner, John staying here, to really get into it. So what I said, John, I said, it's more over salary than anything else. He said, well, how much are you talking about? I said, John, it's quite a bit. I embellished the story a little bit. I didn't want to get into the story. I said, really, it's close to a couple $100,000 a year. He said, well, what is it, 3 or 4 year contract? And I said, yeah. He said, okay, that's done. We took care of that. He said, I'll take care of that. He said, what else? And I said, well, when I said the salary, I said there was perks involved too. And he says, oh. He said, I'll tell you what. He said, I'll give you 4 cars, one for you and Peggy, one for Kyle and Crystal. Kyle's 14 and Crystal is 12, and the insurance is paid for. And he's dead serious. I mean, John Elway wants to win as much as anybody I've ever been around. What he's done when I came in as a head football coach, we started talking about the salary cap. And we didn't have a first, second, or third round draft choice. And we were ranked 30th in the NFL in defense. I said, John, you're going to have to help. He said, hey, money does not matter to me. So whatever we need to do for the football team, we'll do. Not only did he do it the first year, but he's done it the second year, the third year, and the fourth year. It's a lot easier doing this before we get up here. But the thing to me, he was so unselfish. He'd see me coming. He knew what I was going to say. He would just say, go ahead and do it. I don't even want to see it. You talk about a competitor. No matter what you ever did with him, he had to beat you at. And if you were lucky enough to beat him one time, he would come back and you'd have to play him until he won, regardless what it was. I think Bubby Brister said it best. It was in the paper today. He said, Mike, he says, I've been working to finally play John in some sport and beat him at something, and I finally did. I beat him in pool. And what did he do? He sold a pool table the next morning. That's a true story. Monday night game. I leave here after my 4th season. John and I are very close. I'm the head coach of the Raiders. I'm on the sideline. All of a sudden, we got 2 wideouts to the right, 2 wideouts to the left. I know the protection scheme. We send a blitz up the middle. Bump coverage on the inside receiver. I know John, hot receiver, perfect pass. He throws it to the inside. It throws it up in the air. Perfect throw. The only thing is I had spent 4 years with Denver. So I told Mike Haynes, the corner on the right side, to play off 20 yards. Normally he's man-to-man. He's just looking at that receiver. All of a sudden, John makes a perfect throw. He sees Mike Haynes come up, makes the play. He comes over, walks over the sideline, looks at me, flips me off in front of 75,000 people on Monday night game. He's not too competitive, is he? We talk about the comebacks. We talk about 47 comebacks. That's, to me, not, I mean, we can talk about Cleveland. We can talk about Houston. The thing that was, I mean, so impressive to me was the concentration level and the poise in thriving on pressure. He knew, he believed that he was so prepared, so physically in shape, that if he was put in that situation, he would win. And that's why, as Pat just said, I believe he's the best quarterback ever to play the game. The next thing that when I look at John is perseverance. When I think about perseverance, I think about the first year that I was with John. We were 13-3. We lost to Pittsburgh. Tough game. Toughest loss at that time I'd ever been associated with. Then the next year, we're 11-5. The next year, we're playing Cleveland, obviously in the drive game. But what led up to that, and I listened to the media. I listened to the critics. Well, John was in college for 4 years at Stanford. They never went to a bowl game. This is his 4th year in Denver. Heck, can he really take us to the Super Bowl? Is he good enough to take us to the Super Bowl? Does he have that? And the constant scrutiny and pressure that he had to live with on a day-to-day basis. And then comes the drive. Then all of a sudden, the next 3 out of 4 years, we're in the Super Bowl. He takes us to that game, and without him, we don't get to the Super Bowl. But the great part about that story is things are going to work out in the Super Bowl. But he persevered for 7 years. I mean, 7 tough years, off-season program, believing, doing everything he could in the organization to make things work. Then all of a sudden, the last 2 years, obviously the Super Bowl win and the MVP. But when I go back to that Green Bay game, when he does that whirly bird, I'm looking at that situation. I kind of want to set the tone for everybody because to me, right now, that's one of the most memorable plays in his career. It's 3rd down and 6, and it's on the 12-yard line. He's got to get to the 6-yard line. We've got this play in. We got 2 wideouts to the right again, 2 wideouts to the left. John's in the shotgun formation. We're telling each inside guy to run quick slant routes, and if you're covered, stop and go outside. So really, those 2 inside guys will always be open unless they're double covered. So John says to me during the week, he says, hey, Mike, how about those guys that are bracketed double covered? Who do I go to then? I said, John, the corners, we've seen 100% on film. They're always in bump coverage. So if you see the bracket, they're on bump, throw the fade. He said, well, what if they're off? I said, then that's what you get paid those big bucks for. You make a play. But they've never done that. So what happens? The 2 inside guys are bracketed. The corners are way off on the outside, and I know what's going through John's mind. Oh, Mike, you said this wouldn't happen. So what does he do? He takes off. He knows that he's got no chance for a play. And I'm thinking about those 14 years at the NFL, the 4 in college. He is not going to be denied. He takes that thing, and most quarterbacks are going to hit the ground. Right at that time, I knew we had won the game. That perseverance, that drive, everything that he stood for, he did it on that play. We had won the game. Hungry? That's what he is. He's hungry to be the best at what he does. I don't care if it's football. I don't care if it's his family. I don't care if it's golf, business world. He's got it, but he wants to be the best at what he does. In closing, I don't think I've ever been around a guy that has had expectations as high as John Elway. Everybody has expected him to be the best. On the football field, he's exceeded those expectations. In the locker room, he's exceeded those expectations. With his family, those expectations been exceeded. Throughout the community, what he's done. We've got one of the best that's ever played the game. In my opinion, the best that's ever played. John, we love you.
I'm just going to introduce John. Okay, well,
Thank you. It said no parking. It said postal customers only. Now it's 9 o'clock at night, and there's other cars parked in there. So I said, well, this must be okay. And now I walk 3 blocks to the restaurant, and and I'm coming out, and I'm coming home, and I'm thinking, well, I'm going to go to my car. You're walking, you're thinking about something. You wake up and you look up, you go, oh no, car's gone. Now I'm looking okay. Now I'm looking for the number to call the towing service. I find it. Hello, where are you? 3 blocks east of Coors Field. I said, okay, well, I'm thinking that's probably 12 blocks. I said, okay, so I'll start walking. If I run into a cab, I'll run into a cab. But what do I run into? I run into 6 limos of high school students on their prom. Now, they're all going, what's he doing down here walking downtown in the middle of nowhere at 11 o'clock at night with no car? So, needless to say, I got to the tow lot. It was about a 3-mile walk. I got there. The guy's still sitting in his truck that towed my car. I said, it was you. He said, well, you know what? We figured it was a brand new car. We figured it was somebody with money, but we didn't think it was going to be you. So I said, well. But anyway, this is hard. There's an over-under in the locker room from what I heard last night on how many times I'm going to cry. So I'm trying to bet on the under. But it's been great, and it was tough. It was a tough decision, but it wasn't. And I really don't look at it as retirement. I look at it as graduation. We all graduate from high school. We graduate from college. I'm just graduating from pro football. Any other questions? But it's time. It's time for me to move on. I can't do it physically anymore, and that's really hard for me to say. Ooh.
Now you know why I only spent 2 minutes up there.
I know it. Are there any other questions? Oh yeah, the line. I don't know what the line is, but I've lost my bet. I've got all these thank yous, and I'm not going to make it through them. Do you have any water, Janet? No, I'm kidding. No. Ooh.
Janet came prepared. Yes.
Oh, thank God for Janet. But from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank Denver, because Denver's been great. Colorado's been great to us, to me and my family, and kind of took us under their wing, and it's been, we couldn't have asked for anything better. And the fans, the support that we've had, has been unbelievable. But as I said, physically, and it's really hard for me to admit, but I couldn't do it anymore. And as I said last year, I never want to stop competing. I just can't compete at the level in this game that I want to compete at anymore. And that's really bottom line what it came down to. Secondly, it came down to family, and they've been great for 16 years since the kids have been born. And the family life is focused around me and football. And it's time that it focuses around them. I couldn't have asked for a better mom and dad, a better wife. Number one, a better wife. She put up with everything. I mean, and it was a lot. I mean, you're talking about a temperamental guy. You're looking at him. So he's, you know, I'm tough to live with. And thank God she's still with me. And the kids, God's blessed me with a beautiful family. I mean, I can't count all the blessings. And that's why I'm so thankful. And why I guess it's hard to walk away, because I cannot explain in words how much Denver and everybody's meant to me. The fans, the support, Janet, my mom and dad. I got, if I can be the parents that my mom and dad were to me, to my kids, I'll have been real successful in that area. My dad has been my mentor. And I guess I should blame him for this, because he's the reason why I'm up here crying in front of you. It's all your fault. But I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. I wouldn't have, without his tutelage and advice. And he was always great about advice. He always said, well, you talk about it with your dad. And I could never get Dad to give me an answer. He'd always direct me in the way that he thought I should go, which was always great. But he asked me the quality questions that would take me to the best decision that I could make. And even when it came down to retiring, I asked him. Because he was always the guy that said that if I start going downhill and physically my abilities are eroding and I can't do anymore, you better be the first one to tell me. And he said, you know what, I can tell you that I don't believe that right now, but he said, you're getting more prone to injury, and he's right. And I found that out last year, and because it was a tough year. I never had to go through so many different things just to get ready for practice, and that's what made it tough. And we were down in Miami, and it was nice and warm, and everything was great. And I told Danny Marino, I said, no wonder you're planning on playing another 20 years. I said, if you practice in warm weather all the time, I'm about to be able to play another 5 years. But getting out in that cold water or that cold weather is it's tough. And I just I couldn't do that anymore. I think that as we took the family vote that we had last year, and they all voted for me to come back this year, they the two oldest daughters kind of left it up to me, even though they were going to miss playing on the field after the game and those type things, but really kind of left it up to me. Jack wanted me to play. He can't figure out, we're going to miss training camp. What do you mean we're not going to training camp? I mean, he loved training camp. I took him up to the last 2 years, and he wanted me to play just so I said, you want me to just go to training camp so we can go to training camp? We can go to training camp. And then Juliana's worried that Jack has to fill my shoes right now. And that little Jack's going to be the next quarterback of the Broncos as soon as Dad leaves. And that's the first time she's ever showed concern for her older brother. So that's why that was even a bigger shock. But they, I think they're all in line, and on top of that, the thank yous to the Bronco fans. I see Edgar Kaiser back there. Edgar Kaiser, thank you so much, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be with the Broncos. You made that happen for me, and then we got a guy that came in here that I think is the best owner in professional football and professional sports. A guy that wants to win, and that's what it's all about. He goes beyond his means and does everything he can to win. And as a football player, that's all you can ask for. And as a guy that at the top wants to win, because as a football player, if he wants to win, you got a chance to win. But if he doesn't care about winning, then it's tough to win at the player level if we don't have that from the top. And the organization, I mean, I can go through Mr. Bolin, not only a great owner, but I consider him a great friend. Fred the Bulldog Fleming. He saved my life the last 3 years, and has been an unbelievable help to me. Jim Sacamano. There's the guy that never brings good news, but I love him. And he's had to deal with me, which is tough. He's been great. Bill Harpo's taking care of us. I mean, Doug West. I mean, those guys that work behind the scenes that have just been buddies of mine and helped me so much. Steve Antonopoulos, 16 years, has kept me in one piece. He's kind of like my mother. My mom always used to say, and when I started playing football, she'd say, you know, I raised you, and I tried to take so good care of your body and fed you well and all this stuff, and now you turn around and go do something, and all you do is beat it up. And so that was my mom said, you know, she loved the game, but didn't like me getting beat up. But then that's where Greek came in, because Greek was always putting it back together. And for 16 years, he's a guy that is your best friend when you're not hurt, and a guy that you can't stand when you are. And then as soon as you're not hurt, you love him again. But he's a guy that is a great trainer, a guy that does everything he can to get you back on the field. But bottom line is he has the player's best interest in mind. And you can't say that about all trainers in the league. And after 12 surgeries, a lot of rehab time, Greek, I'm going to miss you. I don't know why I'm crying. I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be able to see you. Ooh. And this last, Gary Kubiak. It's my room dog for 9 years. Great coach. I mean, you know, the only thing I'm not going to miss about Koob is when he was my roommate up in Greeley, and his family was usually down in Texas, so we'd have the weekends off, and Gary usually stayed there. So I'd come home, because Janet and the kids were home, so I'd come back we'd come home Saturday night and go back Sunday night. So get one night at home, so I'd go back at night, go back there Sunday night, and I'd walk in, and Gary'd be in front of the TV, and we'd have two little separate rooms, and Gary'd be in front of the TV, and I'd see him all wrapped up in my blanket. And the bed was nice and made and everything. I go look at my room. Look in his room. His room is like perfect. His bed's made, everything. He's ripped my room up. He's took my blanket and he's taken my blanket out there to sleep with, and then he leaves it out there and never put it back. So, Koob, I'll never forgive you for not putting my blanket back. But great friend, great coach, and a guy that made my job easy. Because of his knowledge of the game and him knowing me. You think this is the first time I've retired. Koob's talked me back into retirement 12 times, or back into playing 12 times, because I've quit 12 times previous to this. I've quit, but Koob always talked me back into it until this time. And then, last but not least, this guy. He's the best. He is the absolute best at winning football games. And thank God I got a chance to play for him before I was done. If I had one wish, I wish I'd have two wishes. I'd keep my kids and my wife, and I'd be 28, because I think it'd just be beginning. And that's what I'm going to miss, is that I can't hang on and be around, because the Denver Broncos are going to be around a long time because of Mike Shanahan and his ability to coach football teams and the relationship that we had. He came in my second year, and he tells me this today. He says, I was only 30 years old when I came. I said, if I'd have known you were 30 years old when you came in, I'd have never listened to you. Not that I... But as our position coach and my personal coach, what he did, teaching me the game and just making me the player that I am today. I couldn't have done it without him. He's, as I said, he's the best. And the Denver Broncos are going to be winners for a long, long time because of these two guys up here and the type guys that they have on the team right now. And that's the best thing, is that the quality of guys that are on that football team that have been really in this organization since I can remember, even the guys that are retired that before I came here. That's one thing about the Denver Broncos. They've always had quality players, quality guys, and something that I'll always be proud to be associated with. And you know, the Tommy Jacksons, the Barney Chavises, and the Billy Thompsons, and even though, Barney, you can't play, you think you're the best pool chess player of all time, but I'll give that up to you. And then, you know, through the Keith Bishops and the Dave Studdards and the guys that the Steve Watsons and the Mark Jacksons and all the guys that I've played with until now, Shannon Sharps, the Bubby Bristers, the Mark Charest. I mean, I can go on and on and on about guys that I can really look back on and say that they're great friends. I enjoyed playing with them, and I'm gonna be the biggest fan of the Denver Broncos of all time now, and they're gonna continue to win, and I just like to say that it's been great. It's been a great run. Mike, thank you. Mr. B, thank you, and thank you, everybody. I know that, thank the media. They haven't always liked you, but you've always been... Yeah, I should have started out with the media. I wouldn't have cried. I'm just kidding. But I appreciate all the nice things that you've all had to say over the years, and it means a lot. So with that, should we open it up to questions now, or what? Do you want to talk some more now, or no?
No, I got two of mine without crying.
Okay. Okay. One thing I'd like to say is, it's, you know, retirement, other than getting my car towed, I got the pamphlet from the travel agency for $29.99 wanting to know if I want to go on the Bronco charter to Australia. I said, wow, that took less than a week to get for them to send that out. And another thing when I knew it was time to retire is because I'm now at the point where I'm tracing over old autographs. People have given autographs a long time ago. They don't want the new autograph. They just want the old one traced over. So I just trace over because it's changed over time.
Tom, you went through the career of a lot of your friends as you've gone on, and you really stand alone from when you come here. It was a little bittersweet for you to win the Super Bowl and have some of those guys who fought battles not be there again.
Yeah, there's no question. I think that's the thing that, you know, having been here as long as I have, that I've played with a lot of great guys. And, you know, we went to those Super Bowls, and, I mean, those are heartbreaking losses. And there's nothing harder than losing a Super Bowl when you work that hard to get there. And I think that, you know, vicariously, I think because of the family that Mr. Bollins created with the Denver Broncos, that I think that vicariously they can feel some of that joy that we had and be proud to be a Denver Bronco at that point in time. But there's no question that, you know, heck, after 14 years, I was wondering if we were ever going to get it done. And, you know, to finally get it done is awesome. But I think that vicariously, I think everybody that's ever been in the Denver Bronco family is all a part of those, to me, are part of those wins.
When you look at some of the quarterbacks that played in the league while you had your career, that have bounced around from team to team, what does it mean to you to conclude your career with just one?
To me, that means a lot, especially with this organization and this town and the support that the fans, you know, gave us throughout the years since really the organization's been here. And I think that, you know, it was important for me to stay 1 year at one place. I didn't want to go anywhere else. Never thought about going any other place. And I'm proud to be able to say that I played my entire career here. And I think that, you know, and talking about those Super Bowls and talking about the fans that we do have, and talking about the guys that were here that, you know, that never got that feeling. I think that there was no more joy than winning that Super Bowl, that first one, and having all the Bronco fans be able to say, you know what, we're world champs. And to me, that's what it was all about, because they'd suffered through so many different years that winning that Super Bowl, and that's the thing that I'm most proud of, is to be able to say that, have the fans that have been there for so long walk around and say, you know what, we're world champs. And then to do it again last year, I couldn't be happier.
John, you said that Mike and you discussed several options if you had chosen to continue playing. How open-minded was he? What were some of the possibilities if you decided to come back to work?
Well, Mike really kind of left the door open, and you know, you know, said that you know, play half the season, or you know, just make sure you're healthy. If you're not healthy, you won't play. Da 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 da. And Mike was very open. I really think that if I, you know, would have sat down and wrote something up, that I think that Mike would have been very open to anything. But the bottom line is, as I told Mike, I said, you know, Mike, that's not me. I'm either all in or I'm all out. And I couldn't, I got to make a commitment that I've made through 20 years of playing football, through college and pro football. And to me, you can't be successful unless that's your focus, and that's what it's all about, and that's your priority. And so for me, it was either I got to do it like I've always done it, or if I can't do that, then I can't do it at all.
John, at the last press conference after the day after the Super Bowl, you seem to leave the door open to the possibility of trying, you know, the 3 straight Super Bowls of his team. Could you tell us how much of a temptation that was to you, and where it played in your decision? And can you also give us a little bit of the chronology of when you specifically made a decision that was not going to happen?
Well, as I said last year, you know, I was 99% chance that I wasn't going to come back this year. I think that, you know, looking at it physically and what I went through. And then when the season was over, I think that, you know, after the Super Bowl, you're always, when you get, at my point where I am in my career, I played to get in the playoffs, because to me, that's when everything started. That's when I enjoyed it. That's what it was all about, was playing in the playoffs, because that's when everything counted. You kind of just laid the groundwork, and then once you get the playoffs, that's what I enjoyed doing. And so you get in the playoffs, and then we go and we start playing well. We get 3 wins, win the Super Bowl, and all of a sudden you're feeling pretty good about it. And, you know, the chance for a three-peat, knowing how good the football team is. I just want to give myself a chance to think about it, at least, that maybe I could come back and figure out if I could do it physically or not. And the only way that I could do that is get away from last season and physically try to get healed up and see where I was physically. And then when it was time to, you know, start the off-season program, where my head was. And that's when that was kind of when April 5th came. And it was less than 2 months after I'd played my last football game, which was actually one series of a football game in the Pro Bowl, which was less than 2 months after that. I said, you know what? I said, I can't do this anymore. And then that's when I started discussing it with Janet and my dad. And at that point in time, it was whether I could talk myself back into it, and I couldn't do it after that.
John, is it the left knee that gave you the most problem, and what did you have to go through on a week-to-week basis last year?
Well, yeah, the thing is about my left knee, I hurt it in high school, and so I knew it was getting worse and worse each year, and eventually it was going to be something that was going to slow me down. Was that where I had the most work done? No, I didn't, because there really wasn't much I could do with it. It was a chronic bad knee, and to me, it got to the point where it was preventing me from doing some things that I wanted to do, or avoid people, or build the quickness and those type of things that I thought I was losing because of the soreness in the knee and those type of things. But, you know, last year, I've never fallen on a football. I fell on the football twice last year, both different sides of the rib cage, and just little nagging things that used to go away in a week. They'd hang around for 4 and 5 weeks and made things kind of miserable. So, I mean, it was the nagging things, and that's when my dad, Dad said, you know what, you're just more prone to injuries now. Not that you're going to get hurt, but you're more prone to injuries, and he's dead right.
John, during training camp last year, Janet's health concerns came up to the surface. At what point, if any, did you consider pulling the plug then, and did Janet convince you not to?
Well, I think that when we went through that whole ordeal, you know, the prognosis was good back then, and it is still good now, and you know, she's doing a lot better. I think that I didn't realize the pressure that I put on her, that this game put on her. I think that when I made the decision and told her that which way I was going to go, I've seen a difference in her the last couple of weeks. And so I think as a player, that's something that you never even realize, the pressure that you put on your wife and the family. And so, I mean, as far as last year, no, I didn't think about retiring. She didn't want me to retire. Mike gave me all the time that I needed as far as to be able to take care of that. And so we were able to get her back healthy, and so she's doing a lot better now. But the key thing is that I've noticed a difference in the pressure. You know, being out underneath that pressure, I think, is going to help her too.
John, you know now, when people look back at you as a football player, what do you want people to remember you?
A competitor, I guess. You know, something that, you know what, he may not look good every time he throws a ball, but you better be ready. You better be buckled up for 60 minutes, because I'm going to, you know, I'm not going to quit until it's over, and I'm going to continue to, no matter what it looks like, I'm going to stay after it and compete and try to win a football game. And I think that, to me, that's the most complimentary thing that I could hear.
John, was there one morning during the process the last couple of months?
What's that?
Was there one morning?
Hold on. I get two going at once.
As difficult as this is, do you feel more sense of relief now that you've made the decision?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't realize, you know, the pressure that you're under. I think once you kind of step away from it, you don't realize the pressure that you're under, that, you know, really, and the pressure, not that I'm under, but really the pressure that I put myself under, and to be able to play at the level that I wanted to play. So, yeah, I mean, it's tough to walk away from this game because I've played it for so long, but, you know, it's a new chapter. I'm looking forward to that. I'm excited about it. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know there's some opportunities out there, and I'm excited about that. So I'll go from there.
John, did you have any mornings where you woke up during the process and you said, you know what, I'm going to give it a whirl, I'm going to come back?
No. No, I guess that's why I decided that it was probably the best time not to do it, because as much as I tried to talk myself back into it, myself wasn't budging. So.
Where were you when you decided this is final? Who were you with?
I was with my dad at home, and my dad and Janet, and we were at home, and we were just talking about it, and so we were at home.
John, I've asked a lot of your teammates what their special moment was playing with you. Do you have a special moment or here that sticks out among all the rest?
You know what? There's so many great moments that you know, it's hard to remember them all. I think that you know, the one that kind of put me on the map was the drive in Cleveland, and that kind of got me over the hump after years of expectations of what I was supposed to do, and that kind of put me on the map. And so, I mean, that's, you know, Keith Bishop looking at me and saying, you know, it's the wind chill's 10 degrees, and we're on our 2, and they're throwing dog bones, and it's cold, and Bishop says we got them right where we want them. I'm going, this guy's worked.
John, there's been a lot of speculation you're going to end up in the Monday Night Football booth. Pat's talked about maybe you becoming a limited partner in the Broncos ownership. Can you address those two issues? And in the general sense, do you see yourself as being a color analyst down the road? Does that appeal to you? Or?
You know, I don't know. I mean, I haven't explored. I haven't personally talked to anybody at ABC, so that's more speculation than anything. I don't know. That's something that I'd like to explore and see. I'm extremely sensitive to my kids' schedules as far as their games and those type of things, which falls on the weekend. So that is why I'm not, you know, I'm not going to shut it out, but I'm not overly excited about doing the color commentary, those type of things, because of the time commitment as far as the weekends and the family. So, but I'm not canceling it. I'm not saying no, but that's very slim as far as that. Now, well, now that I'm retired, I'll have to talk to Mr. B and see what he has to say, and you know, we'll go from there. But you know, those are, you know, like you said, those are two that at this point in time I haven't explored any of those options, just because I'm kind of waiting to make this decision. Now that I've made this decision, I can move on and see what direction I want to go.
John, did you watch the Gretzky retirement, and did it?
I didn't watch it. No.
You're not watching it?
No. No, I mean, I was playing golf, I think. I don't know. But
John, you haven't made up your mind up until just recently The media, toward the end of last season, was constantly referring to this as being your last season. At any point, did you feel as though maybe somebody was trying to push you away?
No. You know, the only push I would be worried about was Mike's, and he wasn't pushing me. So, you know, I had a pretty good idea, but, you know, and talking about it, the hardest thing was to be, you know, to try to head that off, because the last thing I wanted to do is bring up my situation, whether I was going to come back and play, and have that take away from what we were doing at that point in time, and that's trying to win football games and get in the playoffs and trying to win a Super Bowl. So, I mean, the last thing I wanted to do is take any focus off that by talking about what John Elway was going to do, because it didn't matter at that point in time.
What do you remember from the first press conference that was 16 years ago?
I looked for that camel hair coat. I couldn't find it. Plus, it probably wouldn't fit now either. But the only thing I really remember, there's so many different things that have passed, but the memories I have is what I saw, you know, on the TV and the different. I just look at that and grin on how I looked.
How do you think that baseball career was gone?
I don't know. I know I made the right decision, and I love baseball, but football is, to me, in the position that I play I wasn't even a comparison. So, but who knows? I'm gonna.
Time limit out how many years you wanted to play and how many years you wanted to play?
No, I didn't. You know, after the first game, I didn't think I was going to last a year. I'm staring at Jack Lambert with no teeth, and he's snarling, and I'm saying, you can have all your money back, just please blink me out of here. I don't want to. But, you know, those first 4, 5, 6, 7 years there's a lot of bumpy road, you know, it was a bumpy road, and at that point in time, you're just really concentrating on trying to establish yourself and try to improve as a quarterback, and you're hoping that you can play as long as you can and win some Super Bowls. I mean, the years were not even when we're chasing that Super Bowl. I mean, it didn't matter what year it was. I mean, I'm telling you, chances are right now, if we hadn't won a Super Bowl, I'd be back next year. You know, and I think that because the number of years doesn't matter if you're chasing that carrot, which is that Super Bowl. So.
John, you've talked about how competitive you are, and everybody has extolled the virtues of your competitiveness. What's going to fill the void for you with that, whether it's on Sundays or just the general feeling of how competitive you are?
You know, and I don't think that I'll never be able to fill the void of playing a football game on Sunday afternoon. I'll never fill that, because you know, to be able to play at that level in those situations and the pressure and all those type things and the preparation that goes into that, I'll never be able to fill that void. And you know, that'll be the biggest part that I miss. And but you know, I still think that there's going to be, and I'm looking forward to it. That's why I think there's many things that I can still be competitive in. I mean, you're competitive in business and those type things. It probably won't be the same satisfaction, but I think that there's still a lot of things that I can do in that area that will that I'll get a lot of satisfaction out of.
John, can you imagine you're looking back to your and having your comeback victory still stand as a record? What would that mean to you? How do those comeback victories mean to you? That's kind of legacy if you want to attach to you now.
Well, I mean, that's something I'm proud of. I think that you know, you wonder sometimes how come we got in that situation so many times, but you know, I'm proud of that, and it just goes, you know, to me that kind of tells everybody what I'm all about, and that's that I'm going to stay after and continue to compete, and hopefully my kids can, if they get anything from me, I hope it's that, and hopefully they get everything else from their mother.
Landing at Miami for the Super Bowl, picked up the paper the next morning, the first thing I read was how Chris Chandler was the best quarterback in the Super Bowl. And over the course of the week, the national media portrayed it, the whole story angle was Chief and the Falcons stopped Terrell Davis. You became almost an afterthought. What motivating factor was that?
That was perfect. I love the situation. I told Mike that. I said, this is absolutely perfect. I said, Dan's mad at you. They think Chris Chandler's a better quarterback than I am, and I'm sitting back in the corner just going, shh. I got a chance here. So, I mean, it was absolutely perfect. I knew that. I told Mike, I said, we're going to get a chance. They're going to try to stop Terrell. And this is the opportunity that I've always been waiting for, was this situation right here. And so, and you know, it's kind of funny. And talking about Miami was my biggest fear if I ever had a nightmare, was playing in the Super Bowl and having it rain. Because I could never throw a wet ball. I always had a real tough time because I gripped the ball so tight. That my greatest nightmare was always raining in the Super Bowl when 800 million people are watching, and me trying to throw it and watch the ball go straight up in the air because I can't grip the football. And so we're down there. I'm looking at the weather forecast the whole week. Chance of rain, chance of rain, chance of rain. I'm going. We get there, and then so we get through the game, and then a half hour after the rain, after the game, it rained so hard. I said, he's telling me something. He's telling me.
So much adversity in your career up to the point that you won those 2 Super Bowls. How were you able to continue to compete with all that adversity?
I think that added to it. I think the adversity added to the will to want to win and want to compete and want to get back to the Super Bowl. And I think that, sure, all the negative stuff, I think you can look at it 2 ways. You can let it get you depressed and believe what they're writing, or it can make you mad and you can try to go out and get better. And that's what I always tried to do. It was always a motivational factor that when someone was saying bad things about me or the team or whatever, that it was always motivation for me to want to go out there and prove them wrong. And that's where the greatest satisfaction is. You take criticism at the time, but when you turn around, you look back at what you did and what you stood by at that point in time, and you look back and you can say, you know what, I was right, and everybody else was wrong, or the people that were, some of the naysayers were wrong. I mean, there's some satisfaction in that.
John, the sporting life.
It's been great. I mean, it's. I haven't had anybody say, you know what, you made the wrong decision, which makes me wonder. But the response has been good, and they've all, said, thanks and congratulations, and so the response has been absolutely like I expected, which is great, which has been like forever here in Denver.
John, the rumor is that you've been hit a bunch of times in your career. But in fact, what's the biggest hit that you ever delivered yourself?
He doesn't remember me ever making a hit. Wow. I can't remember. I don't know if I hit Bosworth or not. That's a guy I always wanted to hit, but I know one thing, and there's another, talking about taking hits, is when I got hit against Miami in the playoff game by Zach Thomas. I mean, that's another one where I said, wow, these guys are too strong and too fast for me anymore, because it felt like he put my shoulder blade through my right ear. And I said, this is, it's getting closer. Thank God it was the playoffs.
Thinking about things unfold this season, have you left any room whatsoever to the door ajar in the event you were needed?
Put it this way, it would have to be an absolute, total 100% catastrophe. And they would, if Mike came to me and said, hey, the only guy I got that can take a snap is Mark Schereth, then I said, okay. I'd say, okay. But other than that, I'm done.
John, have you cleaned out your locker yet, and what did you feel, or have you avoided that, and what do you think?
I haven't been in there at all, so I'll probably go in there next week and do that stuff. But actually, Doug cleaned it out for me, so.
John, one more question for John Elway.
In honor of the 16 years and the hundreds of defensive linemen that you've drawn off sides, you maybe give us a final cadence, a final snap?
No. I've used them all out.
This time, can you ever, now that you're retired, lead kind of a normal life, go out with your family for dinner or whatever, and not be besieged?
You know what? It's always been pretty much that way. I think that, we've been around for so long that, Janet and the kids, we can go do those type things. It's tough to go to the zoo, it's tough to do those type things, but which I anticipate as time goes on we'll be able to do a little bit more of. But I look at how big my kids are and how fast they're growing, and thinking that Jesse's 13, going to be out of the house in 5 years, that window's getting small at the time that I can spend with them. So you know, that was another factor that. Yeah, Denver's been great to us. I mean, I know that there's been comments made that people believe that I've made that it kind of been blown out of proportion. Sure, this town got small a little bit, but I wouldn't have changed it. There's not one thing I would have changed in what I've done throughout my career, and just, you know, I've got nothing but thanks for Denver and really Colorado and Rocky Mountain States, because they're all Bronco fans. So.
One thing you'll miss on Sunday.
You know what? I'll miss the huddle. I'll miss telling Sharp to be quiet. You know. I know you're open. I know you're open. I know you're open.
Thank you for John Elway. We'd like to ask maybe if Mike Shanahan and Pat Sullivan would stand next to John, and we get a few photos of the three of us together. Then John's going to depart, and Coach Shanahan will take questions and answers, and then Pat Sullivan will follow Coach Shanahan. But a couple minutes here. Those who want to take pictures, three of us together. On the side of the right, left or right? Left. Coach Shanahan, if you'd move out of the podium here, and we'll take some photos of the three of you together.
Ron Sapolo and Tony Zarella back here at the Inverness Hotel and Golf Club. A rather emotional hour as John Elway flashing that vaunted sense of humor a number of times, but in the beginning, Tony, very emotional, saying basically, physically, he just couldn't do it anymore.
I think that about summed it up for John. He's the kind of guy, you look at a John Elway, you look at a Wayne Gretzky, you look at a Jordan, you look at a Bird, all of the greats, when they're at that level in their sport, if they can't do it, if he's either all in or he's all out. He's not going to go and be 80%.
And the other thing I was touched by is when somebody's played as long as Elway has, the intimate relationships, and it's not the people that you read about every day. When he talked about dealing with the trainer, Steve Antonopoulos, and how it broke down, how emotionally got, talking with people like that, with Jim Sacamano, their media relations guy, with Gary Kubiak, his roommate. Those are the relationships where he, I think, and with Shanahan, where he got the most emotional.
Well, it speaks volumes about John Elway, and you'd heard this throughout the week. Everybody on the team, to a man, said if anybody had the right to act like a prima donna along the way, it was John Elway, and he never remotely approached that attitude. He was the same guy, and he was the hardest working guy throughout the offseason.
And he also said that he got a lot of signs during the year when Zach Thomas hit him and he knocked his shoulder blade into his ear. Something's telling me something. I thought it was very poignant, too, that his dad said you can still play, but you're more prone to injury, and it obviously hit a nerve with him.
He knew it was time. It didn't mean it was easy, but he knew it was time to do it.
All right, coming up, a one-hour special we've put together. John Elway, the Mile High legend. We'll have more on John's retirement coming up tonight on 9 News at 5 with Tony. Now, John Elway, the Mile High legend.
9 News presents...
Take one play at a time and play Bronco football. Broncos on 3. 1, 2, 3.
John Elway, Mile High legend.
I wouldn't change the way things have happened for anything. I think that, for me to go play here this long, when they think of me, they're going to think of the Denver Broncos, which is, it's an honor for me because I'm really glad to play for the great organization.
Over the past 16 years, John Elway has carried the hopes and dreams of Bronco fans on his shoulders. The city, the state, the entire region has relished in his highs, wallowed in his lows. It seems that as John and the Broncos go, so do the emotions of the city. Maybe because we watched him grow up, or perhaps because we can relate to him, an athletic icon who acts like he's just one of the guys. Whatever it is, he has changed the way this city looks at not only football, but all of sports. In the next hour, we'll take a look back at the making of the legend through the eyes of those closest to him.
infatuated by anything that involved a ball, and that was probably when he was 2 years old.
I think 5th grade, and that's when they could start playing. It was Little Grizzly, and that was when we were at the University of Montana, and they were the Grizzlies, so it was Little Grizzly football. And Jack filled out his application form to play, wrote a check, and he told him, he said, now, you go down tomorrow and take the check, give him the application, and you tell him you're a quarterback. So Jack left town on recruiting, and about 2 or 3 days later, John came home and he was sitting there eating dinner and goes, Mom. I said, what? Don't tell Dad, okay? Okay, John, what? Quarterback is really boring. I'm a halfback. He was a running back. So anyway, they won the city championship that year, and I think he ran for, what, 15, 16 touchdowns?
While it was obvious that his physical abilities were present at an early age, like so few others, he also had the mental edge, an edge that came from growing up in a competitive atmosphere.
But we were competitive in grades, and from the time we were little, we used to compete in everything. Our mom and dad used to make it kind of a competition in everything we did.
John and I loved to play wrist.
They played for days.
It was ugly.
And I wouldn't play because I couldn't handle it. They played for days. And I think that my mom had to take the wrist board away because it got so ugly at times.
We couldn't allow them to play Risk while we were gone because they'd kill each other. I mean, we had to just say no Risk while we're gone.
John Elway didn't only want to win, he wanted to be the best at everything he did.
He made the statement at a very young age that he wanted to be the best quarterback that ever played the game. And, you know, I said, well, that's a worthy goal.
A goal that could only be accomplished with the right nurturing and guidance.
John didn't just happen. I mean, he had all the ability, but he had help too. He got the head coaching job at Cal State Northridge, and he knew about football in that area, and he figured John was going to be a good quarterback, or hoped he would. So anyway, he interviewed the coaches, the high school coaches, to see what type of offense they ran. And honest to gosh, he found this Jack Newmeyer.
And I remember at that time, he says, you got to understand, Jack, and this is when we first met, that I have never had an underclassman start here at Granada Hill.
Well, when he first came in, the kids were talking about him more than anything else. So we got a new kid coach as a quarterback coming in here. But I had 2 quarterbacks that I was preparing for the season. And so I didn't pay too much to him about it, looking at him as put him on the junior varsity, which played on Mondays instead of Fridays. And he would just go out there and throw bombs. And you could tell right away that he had an arm. And about the 5th game, we saw that these other 2 quarterbacks weren't going to do it, so brought him up.
This was his first opportunity, and he went in, and everybody was excited.
The coach puts him in, but then all of a sudden, you know, I see him hitting his helmet and going, oh, no.
He's kind of looking around, and he didn't have his mouth guard in. And he lost it, couldn't find it.
And I look up at the 5-yard line, and there sits a little mouthpiece. So I ran down out of the stairs, down out of the stands. John! John! I'm screaming to him. Comes over the fence. It's on the 5-yard line. So he's like, yeah. He goes, gets his mouthpiece and gets going again.
Touchdown, and the Highlanders are on the board. And the people just cannot believe it.
When I think of John Elway, I have to think of the game with San Fernando and looking at the clock and seeing a minute and a half and we're behind by a touchdown. And saying to him, well, you're on your own, buddy. If we have no timeout, you're calling the play because we're not going to stop that clock. We're going to let you go. John completed it for a touchdown. We got called for holding, 15-yard penalty. Now the clock's really getting down, really down in seconds. And I remember going down the sideline and, you know, same thing. I think the defense even heard it. I don't know. But anyhow, he ran the same thing, scored again.
Can you believe it?
I said, Jan, I wonder if he's as good as I think he is. And she said at that time, well, if you don't know, no one does.
And he has 4 touchdowns.
he was so good, Life magazine recognized him as the best high schooler in the nation, and every school in the country was after him. Player, he also excelled at baseball, and perhaps that was the key to meeting one of the most special people in his life.
The baseball players walked by the pool every day, so they would kind of look in on us and check us out while we were swimming. And one day there was a swim meet going on, and John and some of the guys said, "Oh, let's go, check out the swimmers." And so somebody had been talking about me, and John looks down and goes, "That's her? That's who you're talking about? She looks like a little wet rat." And I kind of looked up at him, and they were all obviously all excited because there's the quarterback, and I look up at him and go, "That's him? He didn't look very good." So it was not love at first sight. Tell me that we belong together. In fact, the first time he kissed me, we hit teeth. We hit teeth so hard, and we both just died from embarrassment, but neither of us acknowledged that we did that. I went right into my dorm room, and he just took off, and both of us were like, "Oh, no, I can't believe that happened."
At one time, Kitty and I had John and Janet over for dinner, and just kind of had them over and relaxed and things, and you knew that they cared for each other. You knew that they were struggling to have their time together because they were both busy in their activities, but they were trying to make time for each other.
At Stanford, everyone was good at something, pretty much. And I was, good at swimming in my own right. And I know what it's like to be nervous before an event. I know the mood swings, what it takes to give it your all, how important that is.
He gave it his all in 2 sports. John was the Yankees' first pick in the '81 draft, and he knocked in a team-high 25 runs in single-A ball, all while he was piling up the numbers on the gridiron. He finished his career with 5 NCAA and 9 Pac-10 records. He threw more passes than anyone in the NCAA and had the lowest percentage of interceptions. His senior year, he was a consensus All-American and finished second in the Heisman voting.
At that time, I remember the person involved said that, you better sit on your hands. He's going to be drafted #1. There's nothing you can do about it. And I said, well, he's got choices. And #1, he wants to play in the NFL. But #2, he can play with the Yankees. And #3, he's got a Stanford degree. So he's got a lot of options working for him.
At that time, there was virtually no talk about John Elway because, being 1-1 and the icon that he was, coming out of Stanford, that you just felt there was no chance in the world, that he would come down that far.
It looked to me as though Baltimore was going to have the first choice. So I made it a point of spending time with Bob Irsay, who then owned the Baltimore Colts, and his wife.
People didn't realize on the outside that we had a coach on our staff by the name of Fran Polsfoot, who was Jack Elway's roommate at Washington State.
And Fran Polsfoot was here coaching at the time, and a person I really trusted. And we were in communication. And then Edgar Kaiser worked with Irsay and, made the thing happen.
Even though they knew he'd never wear a Baltimore uniform, they took him with the first overall pick. He was now a Colt, but not for long.
Actually, I used Coach Reeves' office and called Bob and said, look, I'd like to propose a trade. And he agreed to the trade. I went back into the draft room and said, say, Dan, let me talk to you for a minute. And I said, if I could get Elway, for these considerations, would you take him? Well, yeah, sure, of course I'd take him. It'd be great, but we'll never get him for that. And I said, just a minute. So I went back in and said to Bob, okay, I've talked to Coach Reeves. He thinks it's a tough deal, but we'll do it. Went back into to Dan and said, okay, it's done. We got him. What do you mean it's done? What's done? I said, you got Elway. No, really? And I said, yeah. He said, what do we have to give away? And I said, I already told you.
And I was really, really happy for John because he was excited and thrilled that he was going to get his opportunity to play at Denver and play football in the NFL.
While the relief began to set in at the Elway household, things were heating up at Bronco training camp in Greeley. The Elway watch was officially on, and no one could have imagined its magnitude.
After he weighed in Denver, he wanted to get a haircut, but all the various media said, great, we'll get in our vans and follow you to the barber shop. So he didn't do that. He didn't want to make a circus of it. So now he's in Greeley and wanted this haircut. And we go a week into camp, 2 weeks into camp, and he had a busy schedule. Finally, I arranged for an off-duty Greeley barber to cut his hair in his home and for an off-duty Greeley policeman to pick him up in an unmarked car after the evening meetings and take him to get his hair cut. And that was accomplished. And the next day, there must have been 20 or 30 media on the field. And when he came on the field, virtually everybody said, hey, you got a haircut. How did this happen? We didn't know about this. We wanted to be there.
He was really excited because he was going to be the starter. And he was really excited about it. I hung up the phone and I looked and I said, I didn't say hallelujah, I said, I think it's too soon. And didn't tell him that. But that pressure of playing and the expectations at such an early stage, I worried about him.
He wasn't the only one worried. Elway was benched after his struggles as a starter. He returned late in the season and orchestrated the first of his fourth-quarter comebacks, ironically, against the team that drafted him. The entire league would soon learn. Games are not over until John Elway says they are.
It's been an up-and-down year for him, and of course this win makes this year a lot sweeter.
Record as a starter his rookie season did not sit well with Elway. Then again, he never accepts losing well.
He always says, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. he's very competitive, and so are the kids. It's a cute thing to see them all interact, and they will fight till the end, whether it's a ping pong game or whatever it is. It is all out, go get him.
It doesn't matter if you're playing cards. I mean, we played, Keith throwing the cards many a times and playing darts. I mean, it didn't matter what we were doing. You know, he's competitive, and that's just his nature, and that's what makes him what he is, because it's just something burns inside of him every week.
He's the kind of guy I love to compete against because winning is very important to him. Whether it's golf, whether it's a putting contest, whether you're, just rolling the ball to see how far it'll go, whether it's throwing the ball at helmets, fooling around, I want to do it better than you. That's what makes him so special, the ability to want to win.
Fierce competitor. I wouldn't care if you're shooting baskets, playing cards, pitching quarters, you name it. He's a fierce competitor, and you see it when he plays golf. I mean, when he plays a game, he plays it to win.
There's some guys that like to compete, but when they compete, they're not at their best. John Elway loves to compete, and when it's really, really on the line and you need somebody to step up, that's when he's at his best.
That point was best illustrated on a cold, overcast day, January 11th, 1987.
It was an almost eerie feeling because we were in a stadium that had about 80,000 people in it that were screaming at a very high volume.
Walking out of that dugout, football's changed a little bit. You have the new big, beautiful stadiums and stuff, and the old times when you came out of the dugout and you were in Cleveland and they were throwing the big, that was special. And to think back and be a part of that, and we were talking about how that was probably one of the greatest football games that ever been around.
Broncos are 98 yards away from where they need to go.
The great ones do. You know, they want that pressure. They want to be in that moment where everything's on the line and where they're kind of consumed by it. That's what makes them tick.
Actually, it's not even at the 2. Nope. About the 1.5.
The tougher it gets, his eyes just glow. I mean, I think he just thrives on it, and those juices start flowing, and those competitiveness, and those eyes just become like just completely focused, and they're happy eyes. They're not like oh my God, they're let's go, you know. And when he started doing that, and the guys believed in it, the teammates believed in it. And people say the 2 or 3 yard line. We're on the 1 yard line. We got 99 yards to go, and Keith Bishop says, now we got him right where we want him. There was a lot of truth in that.
Elway in the end zone and throwing it. It's complete. Winder, the ball to Winder, and Sammy into the middle. Right, bounce across the 20 and out to the 26-yard line. First down, the pass for Sewell. Got it and keeps it at the...
We had so many things happen during that drive that, you know, the snap hitting Steve Watson in the tail end, and 3rd and 16. I mean, so many things happened in that drive that made it just so historic and, you know, so gratifying. And, you know, I'll never forget it. I can almost recall every play. It was special.
Throws the screen and Sewell. 30, 20's on the 10. John's at the 5 and skids out of bounds. The look, the throw, touchdown! John Elway has just thrown the touchdown.
That was unique, and you're probably only fortunate enough to be around those types of situations, you know, every once in a while. I mean, that's something that doesn't happen very often when you have to go that far to, you know, to accomplish something and do it on the road, and the crowd is really against you and everything. That was something that you'll always remember and be very special.
Amazing. I'm sure it'll sink in by tomorrow, but it's a dream come true. It's something that, as a football player, is your ultimate goal, and we have a chance to go and be world champions.
The 12th and most famous of John Elway's comebacks landed him in the first of 5 Super Bowls. It was the ideal time to shine, but the Broncos and Elway's light of hope were extinguished by explosive opponents.
And that was horrible. And a nasty throw by Elway, the interception.
I can almost recall, like, every one of those nights before those games, you know, staying in the hotel room and him and I talking and, you know, planning those Super Bowls. And they never worked out the way we wanted them to. But, you know, it wasn't because they were better than we were. Those teams we played were better than we were, and we went out and gave it our best shot. And John played, you know, as hard and as well as he could play, and things didn't work out.
And the route is on.
They say, you know, oh, well, they lost the Super Bowl. They shouldn't even been there. I mean, I did 2 of those Super Bowls, and I looked at the thing and I said, who are the good players here? And they had Elway and no one. You know? And, I mean, John Elway in those Super Bowl years was the closest thing to a one-man gang that this league has ever seen. And I don't think he ever got credit or was ever appreciated for those Super Bowl losses and just getting his team there.
John Elway takes it right up the gut for a touchdown.
John Elway was the reason that the Denver Broncos went to previous Super Bowls. I believe he was the sole reason. He carried that football team on his shoulder all the way to the championship.
Elway was trapped.
To say that John carried the team is correct. I mean, we obviously had other players and other great players during that period of time, but I think all of the players and myself would agree that without John there, we never would have made it.
Not only did he carry the team on his shoulders, perhaps he, more than any, carried the burden of their defeats in his heart.
Yeah, it was tough because we saw and knew how John felt about it. And but there'd be conversations where we would talk, and you know, I used to say, you're smarter than that. So you've got to realize that there's many, many great football players and teams that never got there. So that was an effort to you know, explain the whole situation, but it didn't have that big an impact.
More difficulty was on the horizon as his relationship with the head coach, Dan Reeves, came to a boil. It was a relationship doomed from the start. Elway from the Pacific Northwest, the son of a coach, an All-American at every level and the #1 pick in the NFL draft. Reeves, on the other hand, grew up in Americus, Georgia, the son of a farmer who went undrafted and clawed and scratched his way through the ranks to find success. Different in so many ways, yet exactly the same in some others.
They were both so competitive as people that, you know, that nature clash. I mean, John was a quarterback, he was the head coach, and, you know, so that was just a competitive situation that, you know, it clashed at times and got tough, but, you know, I mean, that's part of the game, too. And, you know, I think John would be the first one to sit here and tell you, you know, I mean, those 10 years or however many he played for Dan the 9, we had some great football teams. He's got some great memories there, too, and there were tough times. And
you know, it was really a struggle. It was really a tough time. He wanted to quit or be traded, you know, very badly. Just to see him in such misery was kind of scary because it just consumed him. And obviously it was not a healthy place for him to be. I mean, he took it way too far and mentally, and it just ruled his life. Thinking back on the Super Bowls and all, even though they were winning, he still was consumed with his, you know, problems with Dan.
Well, I think it was tougher on them than it was on me. You know, I think that as John got further into his career, it got worse for both of them. And I liked them both, and obviously got a great deal of affection for John. And so from that standpoint, it was tough for me, but I felt it was a lot tougher for those two.
Really, the thing with Dan became full circle because John got the praise for bringing Mike in. So, you know, as much as during the time it was uncomfortable and, not, you know, as you say, not fair that John was blamed for the Dan Reeves thing, bottom line is it was the right thing to have happen. For not just John, for really the town, I believe, or at least the Broncos.
Great pleasure to introduce the new head coach of the Denver Broncos, Mike Shanahan.
After 2 years with Wade Phillips, the Broncos welcome back Mike Shanahan as their new head coach.
Well, I think one of the things that John and I have always had, we've had a relationship, but I think it's been a relationship of respect. I think I've demanded more from John Elway than any coach that's ever been here.
I knew of his relationship with John and how they'd sort of grown into the game together as well. So when we were able to hire him back in '94, it was a big step, a very positive step in my mind.
While the reunion was a step in the right direction, it took a while to get used to.
I brought in a new system from San Francisco. It was different than the one we had used before. I think it was really tough on him the first year. Imagine being an NFL quarterback and running one certain system for 11 or 12 years, then all of a sudden switching terminology and going to different philosophy. It was tough, and he had to really work on it. But the next 2 years, that I think he felt very comfortable with it, and he says, hey, this thing can work, and it's paid dividends.
As if having one of his best friends as a head coach wasn't enough, Shanahan brought with him John's longtime backup and close friend, Gary Kubiak, as offensive coordinator.
Well, I think it's really nice that John has both Gary and Mike because they know John inside and out, and they can read his moods. They can read when he doesn't like something, when he does like it. They know when John might be going off the deep end, but they know that he'll come back. They understand him. They know what makes him tick. And it's really nice to have just, good friends in there that are helping you. I mean, they're all sharing this dream, and it is a dream.
That dream came true on January 25th, 1998.
The night before the Super Bowl, it was maybe 3 o'clock Sunday morning, and we're both wide awake. I said, "Are you awake?" He goes, "Yeah, are you awake?" And I said, "Yes." And I said, "I sure hope John's asleep." We can't sleep and wink, It'd been like that ever since they got in the Super Bowl. And so after the game, I said to John, "Did you sleep the night before?" And he goes, "Oh, yeah, I always sleep the night before a football game." I can't believe this.
While his parents couldn't sleep, John was dreaming of erasing the nightmares of Super Bowl devastation.
Now for Broncos quarterback John Elway, this is his fourth and possibly last shot at winning a Super Bowl championship. Super Bowl 32 is officially underway. Dorsey Levitt's across the 40 to the 50-yard line. It's tackled at the 10. Barr back to throw. Throws it into the end zone looking for the score, and he's got his man. Touchdown! Touchdown, Green Bay Packers!
And I remember John was standing by me, and I know that feeling of those other Super Bowls when those teams jumped on us, and he kind of looked at me and kind of looked at him and said, "Well, here we go." I mean, it was, I know between the two of us, it was like, "Oh, no, let's go to work." But when you looked at the rest of our guys, none of them had been through that or felt that. And when we took that first drive and went right back down and matched them, I knew we're ready to go.
A pretty good way for the Broncos to answer the Packers' opening drive. Play fake. Elway rolls right. He can run it in. John, it will cross into the end zone. Touchdown. Waters got ball free. Good from 51.
The two teams traded shots over the next 2 quarters, with momentum constantly changing allegiance. With under 2 minutes left in the third, John Elway took one small step, but a giant leap towards his first World Championship.
It says a lot. It says that the man is 37 years old. I mean, he wants to win this game worse, better than anybody. I mean, he wants this game. And it just shows that he's an unselfish player. He doesn't think that he's above anybody. He doesn't believe that any duty that he cannot do or that he won't do.
That's what I expected. I mean, he's got everything on the line. It's 3rd down and 6. His primary receivers are covered. He's going to find a way to get it done, especially in the 11-yard line. He's been doing that throughout his career.
Called a play that had no chance, basically, from the route standpoint. We called it poor play. A lot of guys would have thrown the ball away and kicked the field goal, but number 7 took off and, gave his body up for an extra 2 yards to get a first down and let everybody know that he was there to win that football game.
You knew then that this thing, they were not going to be able to take this away from us, that it was just kind of a rush that came over you as you saw that play, the effort and just the focus that John had on the play that I'll never forget it. To me, it was the defining moment in the game. There's no doubt about it.
So when he turns the corner, he can go out of bounds, or he's got 3 Packers sitting there waiting on him. There was no doubt in my mind where he was going to go. That's John. He wasn't going to slide. He wasn't going anywhere else. That game meant so much to him.
When he did that, we just all looked at each other and said, "You know what? They're going to win this football game or he's going to die trying." And that's how bad he wanted it.
Greatest 8-yard run you'll ever remember by John.
That emphasized him and his competitive attitude and drive, and the fact that he was going to get a 1st and 10 come hell or high water. But the observation of the bench and his teammates probably was excited me as much as the actual play itself.
You want to tell me the 37-year-old man doesn't want to win this game? Elway trots out into the field, and the Denver bench is full of emotion. Elway rolls left, fires wide open. Griffith inside the 25, gets the block inside the 15. Griffith inside the 10-yard line. Nice hold, Davis 15, 10, 5, Davis! Did he get in? No, he's out at the 1-yard line. It is a rocking standing up. Can you say Denver is in the lead? One play to the championship. 4th and 6 with 31. Blitz is on. Hart, hit as he throws. Pass is going to be incomplete. Denver holds. Denver's going to win it. This will be the sweetest kneel down in John Elway's career.
I mean, he looked like a little kid who just got a brand new bike that he'd been wanting for like 40 years, and he finally got a bike. You know, that's the way he looked. And I mean, I almost cried by looking at him. When I turned around, I looked at him and McCaffrey, and we all was jumping and hugging. His eyes were like about that big. I mean, they were huge.
If you want to capture John Elway and what that game meant to him, when that game is over, he puts his hands in the air. Look in his eyes. That's years of frustration, years of joy. I mean, that was a volcano erupting in a man's body. That was a volcanic eruption in a human being of all the emotions you can imagine. I mean, if you had a camera going in his head, you'd go back to those other Super Bowls and it'd be spinning, and you'd see flashbacks, and you'd see, you know, the Cleveland game, you'd see the 2-minute drills, you'd see everything that he did, all running. All of a sudden, it took him to the top of the mountain at that one moment.
I was so happy for him when he won that football game, you know, that Super Bowl. When I saw I ran on the field after the game, and of course he was being mobbed. I just tried to get to him real quick, because I knew the next couple of days it was going to be hard to get to him with all the people around. And, you know, I just told him congratulations, you know, and said, hey, man, I think the world of you. Congratulations. And, you know, and to see his face that day, you know, that'll always be special to me. We're old men, and wherever we're at, and we sit down and make a phone call and talk, or our paths cross when we, you know, later on in life, I think I always remember him that day.
This one's for John.
Well, I think it meant everything. I mean, at that point in time, I mean, that game really was for John. That win really was for him, because when if I look back over the history of the Denver Broncos since I've been involved, you know, we never would have been where we were without him.
To me, I always wanted to give John something to show my appreciation, and I'm thinking, what's more fitting than to give this man a Super Bowl ring? I mean, we're not just giving it to him; he's earning it himself. But I mean, to help him do that is something that I can cherish for the rest of my life.
Indescribable. It's one of those things that number one, as a father, I was unbelievably happy for him. Then, as I coached, and that was my main motivation, and when you won, to see the happiness, and to be a minor part of a national championship of that magnitude. Again, I say a fairy tale that had come true, and it was absolutely, for me, indescribable. I was speechless at the time.
To see the end of the career and see the Super Bowl game and all that's just been frosting on the cake.
It was really tough on John. I think he put himself through unnecessary suffering, because I think in the back of his mind he knew he wanted to come back and play. And I think that his parents would have leaned more towards him quitting, and his sisters too, that he was able to quit on top. You know, that's a dream that we all have, and that he was able to achieve that. And just to walk away with a Super Bowl win and how perfect that would be.
He asked me, he said, I do not want to play the game if my skills have degenerated to a point that I wouldn't be proud of an effort, or to a point where I wouldn't help the team win. And he wanted to know that from me. And, you know, I said, your skills haven't eroded. That is no reason for you to get out of the game.
He might have questioned that halfway through the season.
He was getting really depressed and really frustrated that he couldn't play. And you know, after you're hurt for a while, you start to feel like you're not a part of the team as much.
It's like the old 7, he's back. Gonna have a great day.
John Elway has now gone over the 50,000-yard passing mark.
And that's the 300th touchdown pass of John Elway's career.
The real season was now upon him, and his grand finale would not be complete without a defense of the Super Bowl title.
Kick their ass! Broncos on 3! 1, 2, 3!
Rod Smith adjusts, makes the catch, touchdown, Denver. Throws, pass over the middle, caught. Howard Griffin, the goal line, touchdown, Denver. John Elway goes up top to Rod Smith for an 80-yard touchdown. A quarterback draw to the goal line, touchdown. Touchdown for the incomparable John Elway, who's on his way to his second consecutive Super Bowl victory.
And they have just announced that the MVP of Super Bowl 33 is John Elway.
I think this town or this city needs to remember him for his drive to get it done for this city. You know, I hope the people of Denver will remember that this guy didn't come here and just play for him 9 or 10 years and give his quality athletic years of his life to this city. He continued on, continued to play through a lot of pain. I mean, I watch this guy play on Sundays, have to take shots, and times when many players would have sat down and said, no, you take it.
He's a football player. You know, that he's more than just an arm. I mean, you know, he's a competitor, and he goes and he knows how to play the game, and he plays it the way it's supposed to be played.
John is a throwback. John's so darn old, he did play back then. So that's, you know, what he is a product of what he was. Just a competitor.
That's the pearl in the oyster still in sports, if you can get to it. The teams, the games, and the players who are authentic, where you say to yourself, you know what? Take everything else away. All the money, all the quibbling over stadiums and free agency and all the crassness and the in-your-face stuff that you and I think, find obnoxious, and just get to the point where the competition is real. And that's January of 1998. But it could have been 1958. And Elway would have been just as genuine as Bart Starr or Johnny Unitas or Y.A. Tittle or whomever else.
He is the Denver Broncos. You know, when anyone thinks of the Denver Broncos, they think of John Elway. And, you know, me getting to play with him, I mean, he's an inspiration every time he takes that field, from the practice field to the game. Because the things he does, the things that he does day in and day out, they just amaze me. You know, as far as the NFL, he's going to go down as one of the greatest ever.
But when you take all of his stats, all of his records, his durability, his arm strength, his mobility, all the things he's done, he's the best quarterback that's played in the National Football League. And I'll go on record to say that. He's the best that's played.
I've been with a few guys that was like him, and Joe Montana and Marcus Allen, but John is right up there with him. You know, a guy you could talk to, a very guy,
I mean, he just, you know, just a God-gifted talent, but yet he's real.
I don't think, taking the state of Colorado, the Rocky Mountain region, that there's any more popular figure. And maybe there never will be a more popular figure, at least not in our lifetime, than John Elway. And he deserves that. It's not, you know, he deserves that because of the way he played the game and the kind of citizen he was in the state, in the whole region, the kind of man he was. And, you know, so it's not something that I look at and say, you know, John got this because he was such a great football player. John got this reputation because he was a great guy.
I mean, this is a great person who dealt with so many things, so much success, so many heartaches, but he was a good human being. And he's a great competitor, and he loved to play football, but he was decent to people and he was good to people.
He's great around people. He's great around young kids and encouraging them to do the right things. And I think that's so important that I think John, what he brings is that he teaches young kids that playing sports and being a good guy and doing the right things, that's the right thing to do. And that message doesn't get out enough to kids that, you know, this is good.
I think he's just a first-class individual, and I think he learned at an early age. I think he's had pressure on him his whole life that other people haven't had. So he learned at a young age lessons that none of us ever have to learn.
I've been blessed living with the best coach in the world, and that's my father, Jack. He's my hero.
I think right now, and he puts it the best, he's my best friend. And we've gone through the father-son thing, and now as it goes on, it's a total wonderful, wonderful friendship. And I give credit to his mother for, you know, in this business, you're gone a lot. And she provided a wonderful home.
It's still amazing. It amazes us. Every time after a ball game, you see the people waiting, and the nice part about it, though, he's a great football player, but people come up and say, you know, it's nice that he's a great football player, but the nicest part is he's a good person, and they do a lot for the community. And I think I enjoy, because I've watched him play for so long, I know he's a great football player, but all the nice things they say about him as far as his family, his wife, you know, how he treats people and their standing in the community and what they do for it. I think that's really satisfying.
It's been more than a dream come true, because I don't think we even could have dreamt the success that he's had and the wonderful things that it's given us, you know, friendships and obviously, you know, a very nice home and knowing that our kids were able to see him play and having great, healthy kids. I mean, we have nothing to complain about. We have such a great life. And, you know, sometimes you wake up in the morning and you're crabby about this or that, and then you have to stop and say, you know, we are so blessed. Why are we complaining? You know, and have to remind each other of that. But truly, I think it's more than we could have dreamt of. And the dream still continues.
From the National Western Event Center, 9 News presents A Salute to John Elway. Here are Ed Sardella and Adele Arakawa.
Good evening and welcome to our special 9 News presentation, A Salute to John Elway. I'm Ed Sardella.
And I'm Adele Arakawa. On Monday night during halftime, John Elway will officially retire from the game of football. His name will be added to the Ring of Fame at Mile High Stadium. This evening, around 1,300 people came to the National Western Events Center in Denver to honor the former Broncos quarterback and to raise money for charity. Mark Hobrick and Ed Green from 9 News are tonight's MCs.
This evening's celebration started about an hour and a half ago with the introduction of 10 of the 15 members of the Mile High Stadium Ring of Fame. It was inaugurated in 1984 to honor former players and administrators who played significant roles in the Broncos' history.
We'll hear more about the past Ring of Fame inductees a bit later. After the 10 men were introduced, the crowd welcomed the Man of Honor. John Elway and his wife Janet came up on stage. Their 4 children, Jessica, Jordan, Jack, and Juliana, are here tonight too. Elway will be the first person inducted into the Ring of Fame since 1993. He ended his 16-year career with the Broncos by leading them to back-to-back Super Bowls. Elway won the MVP award in the 2nd Super Bowl victory. He broke or tied several team, conference, and NFL records during his tenure with the Broncos, and he's one of only 2 quarterbacks in the game to reach the 50,000-yard mark for career passes.
Some of John Elway's admirers who couldn't come tonight sent their best wishes and their tributes on tape.
Hey, John, congratulations on the Ring of Fame. You definitely deserve it, and without a doubt, you are the best. I hope you have a great evening, and once again, congratulations on the Ring of Fame. Take care, buddy.
First of all, John, I'd like to say congratulations to you. We knew that this day would finally come where you would retire and you would be inducted into the Ring of Fame there. I'm sure one day soon you will be going into the Hall of Fame. I just want to say it was a real pleasure to work with you.
Hey, John, congratulations. I think the reason why they asked me to say a few words about you is because I spent most of my adult life chasing you around trying to kill you. I watched you evolve from a young, struggling quarterback to a quarterback who not only put his team on his shoulders, but the entire city of Denver, Colorado on his shoulders.
Back in 1983, you started out as a young pup, and now you are certainly the big dog. And everything that's happening to you and Janet and family is so well-deserved. And the best thing that I can say is that, John, you have been as good a person as you have been a player. And I think that's something that all of your teammates and friends and the folks around you have been able to appreciate over the years. So have a great night, and I'll see you on Monday. I wouldn't miss that retirement of your jersey for anything in the world.
Hi, folks. Jay Leno here. I'm sorry I can't be there to celebrate John Elway's retirement. You know, God, he didn't even look 65. It's amazing. You know, that guy looks so well-preserved. And his nomination, of course, in the Ring of Fame, which was, I believe, a Johnny Cash song, wasn't it? Anyway, listen, we can't all retire young and rich. And John, thank you for coming on our show. And folks, are excited about John Elway? Are excited about getting in the... Look, they're going nuts. Look, they're going nuts. Look, thanks, John.
So we've shown you the tributes, and we've shown you some of the members of the Mile High Stadium Ring of Fame. That's part of what's happened this evening, but there's plenty more still to come.
There is indeed, and you must remember that a lot of these proceeds, all the proceeds, go between 2 charities. But right now, we're going to go down to Ed Green and Mark Hobrick, who are the MCs for the event this evening.
Friend of John Elway. He's conducted more than 4,000 interviews with almost every major entertainment, sports, and political figure in the world. He's a 7-time Ace Award-winning host of ESPN's popular Up Close. And now he's host of Up Close Prime Time. He's appeared on countless national television shows and in countless nationwide venues.
Your father leaves home on Christmas Eve, leaves your family all alone. Had a mother had to sweep out the steps of the prison just to earn enough money for tuition for you. Your brother loses a leg in a tragic bass fishing accident. I mean, there's been a horrific list of things that have happened to you in your life.
I'm not going to cry, Roy.
Well, actually, we have some very good news for you. This has just been handed to me. A memo is signed. It's a contract guaranteed. Arizona Cardinals, 4 years, $11.2 million. You're going to get to play in Arizona where it all started, finish up your career in Arizona. What do you think of that?
right back. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Roy Firestone.
All right, check out these video screens. Watch those screens at home. And we're going to give you the black and blues. Watch out those screens. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to me, baby, so it's understood. This fun and games life ain't doing me no good. I get tired, baby. I get tired of being blue, yeah. And there's just no way around it. I got black and blues, yeah, 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 yeah. Well, I like to ride my horsey. I like to ride around. But as fast as I'm up, you know I'm hitting no ground. I get tired, baby. So tired, so tired, so tired, so tired of being bruised. And there's just no way around it. I got black and blues. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now this baseball life, well, it seems so nice and easy. But when you get hit in the wrong place once or twice, you're feeling kind of queasy. I get tired, baby. So tired, so tired, so tired of being bruised. And there's just no way around it. I got black and blues. All right, everybody at home and in our audience, check out these great moments in sports right here. But there ain't no other job that's gonna pay me quite this good. I get tired, tired. I get tired of being bruised, yeah. And there's just no way around it. I got black and blues. One more time. This morning night, don't treat it like it should. But there ain't no other job that's gonna pay me quite this good. I get tired. Just the way around it. I got black and blue. Woo! Good evening, everybody. How we doing tonight? My name is Roy Firestone. I'm the host of Up Close Primetime at ESPN. How many people have seen our show over the years? We got a nice cross-section? All right. It's such an honor for me to be here tonight to honor one of my favorite athletes, among the greatest. Hell, he was the greatest football player I've ever covered, John Elway. But John, it wouldn't be enough for me to talk about sports tonight to honor you. I would like to honor you in song. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring out a list of some of the great singers who would have liked to have honored John Elway here tonight. You know, John is a big Frank Sinatra fan. We have Sinatra fans in the house, yes? Frank Sinatra would have liked to have done a song for you, John, but Frank Sinatra singing a Village People song. I think this would have been very nice. So here it is for you, John. Frank Sinatra doing a Village People song. Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said, old man, I once had the blues. I know there's a place you can go, and it's even better than the disco. A 2, 3, 4, YMCA. YMCA. You can do anything. It's your personal choice. Hey, you might even want to dance with all the boys right here. YMCA. YMCA. That's for you, John. Now, John, of course, early in his great, great wife, a fantastic human being, Miss Janet Elway, ladies and gentlemen, Lady of Colorado, First Madam. And you know, the truth is, let's face it, when you were at Stanford, you were really, let's face it, you really were attracted to Janet. And you wanted to get into a romantic mood, right, John? So you wanted to get the most virile singer to get up on that radio. And John Elway's favorite singer was the most masculine singer of all, a man whose voice was so masculine, it said, I am a man. I'm talking, of course, of Smokey Robinson.
But I can't stop crying. I can't give up hope, 'cause I've been you. Someday I'll hold you dear. I whisper, Johnny, Johnny, baby, do you love me? Until that day is here, I'm crying. Ooh, baby, baby. Ooh, Johnny, baby. Ooh, baby, baby. Ooh,
Thank you, Ernie. Now, I look out in our audience, and I see children of the 70s, the 60s, and the 70s. Our great honor tonight to be sitting with the great Glenn Frey, who you'll be hearing a little bit later, and Joe Walsh from the Eagles in our crowd tonight. But they're children of the 70s. You know, very important. In the 70s, they weren't allowed to sell their music, you know, to commercials. Now everyone's selling the music. You know, Sly and the Family Stone is selling music for Toyota. Everyone's doing it, right? What would you want to do, though, if you were a tire entrepreneur? If you wanted to sell tires and you wanted to use a 60s band, you wanted to use a real hard rocking band, a tire commercial using the music of the Doors. This is the way the Doors would do it. They say you want to get some wheels. They say that is your one desire. I know where you get the best deals. I would not ever want to be your liar. Buy yourself some Firestone tires. Buy yourself some Firestone tires. Don't settle for those Goodyear tires. That's what the Doors could do it. That's the way we would do it. Having a nice hand for Mr. and Mrs. the senior Elway. Jack, his lovely wife. Jack Elway and his wife here in the front. Right, stand up, Jack, it's okay. I know, Jack, I wanted to do something tonight to honor you because you have a favorite kind of music. It's a specific kind of music. It's a music that defines Jack Elway as a man's man. It's the Bee Gees, ladies and gentlemen. And so I'd like to give it for you now, ladies and gentlemen. Here for Jack, the Fiji's. Here we go.
Good morning, Mr. Sunshine. You brighten up my day. You sit as I walk in our way. Lonely days, lonely nights. How come I sing just like a woman? Lonely days, lonely nights. How come I sing just like a woman?
There it is for you, Jack Elway, right there.
Hello, everybody. This is Casey Kasem for American Top 40 Radio. A private first class stationed in Seoul, South Korea. Private first class John Henderson writes to me, Dear Casey, I haven't seen my girlfriend in 35 years. I'm wondering, Casey, maybe she's not my girlfriend anymore. Still, Casey, could you bring back some memories for me the last time I did see my girlfriend? You see, we were watching the Ed Sullivan Show the night Ed introduced the Beatles to America. Could you bring back the memories for me? Well, Private First Class John Henderson, stationed in Seoul, South Korea. Casey sending it right back at you. Mission accomplished. Here's the way it looked and sounded as Ed Sullivan introduced the Beatles to America on the Ed Sullivan Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are 4 wonderful youngsters that I know, and you know, we all know, they're going to make me a hell of a lot of money. Ladies and gentlemen, John, Paul, George, and Ringo, the Beatles.
Close your eyes and I'll kiss you. Tomorrow I'll miss you. Remember I'll always be true. And while I'm away, I'll ride home every day. And I'll send all my love to you. I'll pretend that I'm kissing the lips I and hope that my dreams will come true. Whoa. And then while I'm away, I'll ride home every day, and I'll send all my love to you. Everybody, here we go. All my love, I will send to you. All my love, darling, I'll be true. Oh, my love, oh, my love, ooh, oh, my love, I will send you the Beatles.
All right. Time for a little 12-string guitar. How many James Taylor fans in the house? How many friends of John Elway in the house? Well, I thought there couldn't be a better song than Mr. James Taylor's song from 1971. It goes like this. Dedicated to John and all of his friends for all the years.
You just call out my name, and you know wherever I'll come running, oh yeah, baby, see you waiting. Oh, baby, don't you know about winter, spring, summer, or fall? Johnny, all you got to do is call,
I'll be there, yeah, yeah, yeah. You got your friend.
There it is for you, John. All of your friends here tonight. John Elway right there. You know, the truth is, I've been in broadcasting almost 25 years, but I was an entertainer when I was a little kid, 15-year-old kid, performing. And my big inspiration in my life, the greatest inspiration in my life was not a broadcaster, but was an entertainer named Sammy Davis Jr. You can applaud if you want, yeah? You sure? And John, he had a song that in the last couple of years kind of reminded me a little bit of what you went through. It's about a song that in a man's life, there's once in a lifetime, a chance in a life, where you can make a difference in the whole of your life. Not just on the field, but off the field, but particularly in your case, when the challenges are there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is dedicated to John, Sammy Davis Jr., doing that song, Just Once in a Lifetime.
Just once in a lifetime, a man has a moment, one glorious moment, when fate takes his hand, and this is my moment, when destiny calls me, and though it is just a once in a lifetime, I'm gonna do great things.
John, once in a lifetime. John Elway did it twice in a lifetime. But more than winning that championship, John, those championships, and more than the opportunity to win it even 3 times, unprecedented, is what you represent here tonight. Because just like Sammy Davis's autobiography, yes, I can. Those were the words, yes, I can. John Elway always said it, yes, I can. And in the toughest times, and it wasn't always easy, you know that in this town, John kept driving and preparing and hoping and praying and working and believing, yes, I can. It wasn't always an easy road, John, but it was a beautiful road, and the road lasts a lifetime. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you, the folks at home and the folks here in the audience tonight, to watch this piece dedicated to John, a song written by very famous 4 people that you know very well. And it says it all about your career. It was a long and winding road. Watch.
The long and winding road that leads to your door will never disappear. We've seen that road before. It always brings us here. It leads us to your door. The wild and windy night. Remember Cleveland, John? That the rain washed away. And left a pool of tears, crying to today. You never left us standing here. You showed us the way. Many times you've been alone, and many times you cried. But everybody
the many ways you tried, and still it leads us back to that long and winding road. You left us cheering here not a very long, long time ago. You always brought us here. You led us to the door. John Elway, ladies and gentlemen. Us back to the long and winding road. You always made us cheer such a long, long time ago. God bless you. Thank you, John.
Roy Firestone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Roy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to call forward our Ring of Fame members to join us on stage in honor of John Elway. First, number 87, defensive end, played from 1967 to 1972 and inducted into the Ring of Fame in 1984, Rich Jackson. Number 87, he played split end from 1960 to 1966 and was inducted into the Ring of Fame in 1984. Ladies and gentlemen, Lionel Taylor. Number 44, running back, played from 1967 to 1975, inducted into the Ring of Fame in 1984, Floyd Little. Number 18, quarterback, played from 1960 to 1963, was inducted in 1986, Frank Trapuka. Number 12, quarterback, played from 1972 to 1975, inducted in 1986, Charlie Johnson. Number 36, defensive back, played from 1969 to 1981, inducted in 1987, Billy Thompson. Number 7, quarterback, played from 1977 to 1982, inducted in 1988, Craig Morton. Number 25, wide receiver, played from 1972 to 1981, inducted in 1988, Haven Moses. Number 53, linebacker, played from 1974 to 1983, inducted in 1989, Randy Gradishar. Number 20, cornerback, played from 1975 to 1986, inducted in 1993, Louis Rye. gentlemen, your Ring of Fame members. And to continue our presentation of this year's inductee into the 1999 Ring of Fame, I'd now like to bring up the owner of the back-to-back world champion Denver Broncos, ladies and gentlemen, Pat Bowlen.
We're going to have Pat speak, but before he does, we want to give you a very special presentation this evening, a piece of music that was written for this evening and is being performed publicly for the first time this evening by artist Brandon Cash, and he is accompanied by John DeMott, making their way to the stage even as we speak. Again, this was a piece that was penned specifically for this dinner and for this ceremony. The name of the selection is From a Mile High. You guys hang on for just a second and sing along if you'd like.
Brandon, a Colorado singer from Grand Junction, by the way.
Yeah, you guys are background, so...
You can do all the doo-wop steps. There you go. That's right.
Oh, this will be a special moment.
You're ready for real entertainment now, folks.
We'll get everybody comfortable here, hooked up. All right. How you feeling, Brandon? You feeling good about this now? John, ready? Ladies and gentlemen, From a Mile High, performed by artist Brandon Cash, accompanied by John DeMott.
In the Rockies, there's a legend, a man with a legacy. He's a fighter and a leader, and he led us to victory. And when the lightning struck down from above out of a Rocky Mountain sky, you could hear the roar of a Denver crowd and feel it from a mile high. He had the vision of a champion, you could see it in his eyes. Determination of a hero and a will that would never die. And when the lightning struck down from above out of a Rocky Mountain sky, you could hear the roar of a Denver crowd and feel it from a mile high. Who could forget the ride you took us on? And you can bet we won't forget you when you're gone. 'Cause you're living proof that dreams come true. You're the winner in us all. And we thank you for the memories you leave us standing tall. In the distance, the echo is everywhere. Feel the power from our thunder. Nothing else can compare. And when the lightning strikes down from above out of a Rocky Mountain sky, you can hear the roar of a Denver crowd and feel it from a mile high. Yeah, feel it from a mile high. Feel it from a mile high. And John, we thank you from a mile high.
Thank you. Brandon Cash.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denver Bronco owner, Pat Bowlen.
Thank you. Man, I love all this music, Long and Winding Road. That one, you know, I'm emotional already.
I cried during Rocky Mountain High. I hope I can make it through what I'm going to say tonight. First of all, I want to thank Sharon Magnus and Gene Galloway. They did an awful lot to put this program on and really helped us a lot, and thank you. I also want to thank the members of my organization, the coaches, and the rest of the staff for being here, but I especially want to thank the alumni, number one, and all the guests out there that are here to help us celebrate this very special moment. Back 3 or 4 months ago when we got started on this retirement business, John and I put on quite a show. I managed to get off the stage a little early, so I didn't have to cry quite as much as he did. But we made a pact that we try to make this as short and sweet as we could. And I'll try to do that, and I'm going to try to do it from my memories and some of the things that I think happened over John's 16-year career and the 15 years that he played for the Denver Broncos. You've all heard me say before that I personally believe, and I truly believe, that John was the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. And I have, of course, my own reasons for that. But I also have some things that I think I can convince you here tonight, those that aren't already convinced, which I'm sure is 90% of you, that in fact is true. When my family and I bought the team in 1984 from Edgar Kaiser, who's sitting right down here, we bought a very significant football team with one great player. I didn't really know it at the time, but as we went into the 80s and we made it to 3 Super Bowls, and I look back and I think of how we got there. And a large part of those Super Bowls, and with all respect to the players that are standing behind me and those that are out in the audience, were due to a lot of the individual ability of John Elway. We can look back and see a couple of plays. I can tell you just 2. The drive, the drive in Cleveland. And then I think back to the end of the game when we played here against the Oilers to go to the championship game. I mean, those were just 2 remarkable times. There were many, many remarkable times in the 80s. Now in the 90s, in the Shanahan era, with Mike Shanahan as the head coach, we go on and we win 2 Super Bowls. John is MVP last year. And we become perhaps not just the team of the decade, but if we win another one, maybe the team of the century. And that, in a very, very large part, ladies and gentlemen, is due to number 7. Now, there was more to it than that. There were some intangible things that you can't read in the record book and that aren't in the statistics. They're what John Elway meant to the Denver Broncos, the city of Denver, the state of Colorado, Rocky Mountain region. When I arrived in Denver, we were a team, a significant team. We played in orange jerseys and we played in a town up in the mountains, and that's about as much attention as we got from most of the press around the country. John Elway became more than just a football player. He became an image of all of us. Everywhere I went, and I'm sure a lot of the people in this audience agree, John Elway was about Colorado. He wasn't just about football. And he elevated us all to a level where we are today. And a lot of the respect that we get both nationally and internationally comes because of John's name. So I want to now close. That's why I think he was the greatest quarterback to ever play the game, and maybe the greatest player. One thing for sure, if I had first pick of all the players that ever played in this league, there's no doubt in my mind who it'd be. John Elway, number 7. Now we have before we bring John up, thank you. Before we bring John up, I want to play the video.
John Elway's 16-year NFL career was defined by his late-game heroics.
To the end zone.
But there is much more to remember about the Broncos' number 7. His cannon arm, incredible foot speed, unrelenting determination, and amazing record of durability. The shattering of every passing record imaginable in franchise history, and innumerable individual honors, including 9 Pro Bowls. And Elway also became the winningest quarterback in NFL history. It is not, however, just talent, statistics, or victories that made John Elway one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. It was, above all, his heart.
When a game was in the 4th quarter and he had the ball in his hands, he just had a special way of thriving on the clutch moments, so to speak.
Elway thrived on challenge, and winning the Super Bowl proved to be his ultimate test and his ultimate success.
There will be some people, I think, who all of a sudden now think John's a great quarterback, which is pretty stupid on their part, because he's always been a great quarterback from the day he picked up a football until the day he puts one down.
Elway may have been an inexperienced rookie in 1983, but he made an impact nonetheless, starting 10 games his first season and showing signs of the great things that were to come. Fans witnessed the first of Elway's mile-high miracles when he rallied Denver from behind against the Colts with 3 fourth-quarter touchdown passes. Elway's performance demonstrated character that would carry the Broncos into a promising future. The improbable was never impossible. Number 7 started rewriting the Broncos record book with a powerful arm, great agility, and the confidence that on any given play, he could slip into a supernatural gear and save the day.
He steps away from it and lets the pass go long. He's going for a touchdown. One play at a time to make that the hardest play of the game.
He fought as hard as he could for every inch of every yard.
Well, John, to me, is one of the most fierce competitors I've ever been around. He doesn't know how to lose, and he's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday, and he understands the reasons why.
Hey, lefty, we need it in there. We need to get in the end zone, all right? Keep your hands in, no mistakes.
If coming from behind is the test for a quarterback, John Elway set a standard higher than anyone who ever played the position. In each of his 47 game-saving drives, Elway overcame desperate situations that made the outcome nothing less than remarkable.
Unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I don't think I'd believe it.
But one comeback will always stand as his masterpiece. Trailing the Browns late in the 1986 AFC Championship game, Elway orchestrated a 98-yard journey that will forever be remembered as the drive. Mark Jackson's cradling catch of Elway's bullet sent the contest into overtime, where Denver secured the win. By the decade's end, Elway had taken the Broncos to 3 Super Bowls as AFC champions. In the 90s, Elway continued to put up big numbers, and as he got older, Elway only got better, winning more games and reaching more milestones. The ultimate goal of any player, however, has to be winning an NFL championship. And in 1997, driven by a chance to take care of some unfinished business, Elway led Denver back to the Super Bowl.
The flat one-handed catch by Howard Griffin inside the 10, inside the 5 to the pylon, touchdown!
The wild card Broncos beat Pittsburgh to claim the AFC title. Denver's return to the Super Bowl in Elway's 15th season made for a great story. And this time, Elway would settle for nothing less than a happy ending.
He dives inside the 5-yard line. You want to tell me the 37-year-old man doesn't want to win this game? That's sacrifice. Oh, man.
It would, however, take a fourth-quarter comeback to win. Thus, the man who had made an art form out of winning football games in the final minutes delivered the 45th and sweetest game-saving drive of his career.
Can you say Denver is in the lead?
The one victory that had eluded Elway for so long was finally his to celebrate.
I can't tell you how much that meant to me to be able to say,
this one's for John.
He's been the franchise for 15 years.
John Elway was now a defending world champion. and defend his title, he would. In 1998, Elway threw his 300th scoring pass, recorded his 47th come-from-behind victory, and finished the season as the NFL's second all-time leading passer with over 51,000 yards. The Broncos rolled through the playoffs, and then Elway played his last game in Mile High Stadium.
John, short drop, plenty of time, throws, pass over the middle, caught.
It would be with an AFC championship trophy that number 7 said goodbye.
And this is it for John Elway at Mile High. He leaves just the way he came in, winning football games.
John Elway would go out winning his second Super Bowl.
Just remember, we can't win it in the first quarter or second quarter. We got to play 60 minutes of Bronco football. We'll be world champs. Let's go Broncos on 3. 1, 2, 3, Broncos.
Elway boots and rolls to his right, stops, loads it up, throws down deep the middle of the field. Rod Smith's got it. Here we go. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Rod Smith, Denver touchdown.
Fittingly, Elway would score the Broncos' final touchdown.
Lunges to the goal line. He is in. Yeah! Touchdown, John Elway and Denver.
John Elway had again reached the pinnacle of his sport and earned MVP honors to go with the Broncos' second Vince Lombardi trophy. Few have ever done so many things to help their team succeed as John Elway did for the Denver Broncos. And no one ever attacked winning with more passion or persistence. Number 7's career on the field may have finally come to a close, but Elway's never-say-die legacy will live on forever for the team he helped make back-to-back world champions. The Denver Broncos are pleased to present their 1999 inductee to the Ring of Fame, number 7, John Elway.
John, welcome to the Ring of Fame.
Thank you.
You're up here with a lot of the greats that made this franchise what it is today. And, you know, I secretly hoped that I would never have to do this, but here it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can even get my hand in my pocket with this one on. Well, Super Bowl rings, you can't even put your hand in your pocket. But anyway, this is really a treat. And before we go any farther, I'd really like to thank Sharon Magnus and John Beek, who I worked with through the last months. What a great deal. I really appreciate it, and it means a lot to me. Thank you. It's kind of funny. I get up here with these guys, and I look at Louie and Randy. Craig was on his way out when I was on my way in. Billy, you were out too. Charlie and I are golf partners, but it's funny. I got to line up down there, and we're all waiting to be introduced. And I felt like a rookie again. They said it's $12,500 is the entry fee. I said, well, how do you guys divide it up? I said, well, we divide it up equally, but it's $12,500. So I said, all right. So it's not so bad after all. I'm young again. I'm the youngest one in the group. But it is a great honor to be in the group, and I mean that. Also, it's all, you know, Keith Bishop came tonight, who was a buddy of mine that was here my rookie year. And when Randy was doing the invocation, he said, you know, he said, John, he says, you're good. He says, but you shouldn't be in the invocation. So, Randy, Bishop wants to talk to you. But I do appreciate those type of comments. It keeps me definitely grounded. But, boy, I don't even know what to say. It's such a great honor. You know, there's so many good memories. And on top of those good memories, you know, I think those are good memories because it wasn't an easy road. It was a tough road. I can still remember being in Pittsburgh. And as Ron talked about, having a good preseason my rookie year and being in Pittsburgh. And Dan saying that you're going to start, and I think I was ready to start, and I'm excited about starting, and I get out there, and I look across the line, and there's Jack Lambert. He's got no teeth. He's slobbering. He's yelling at me. And it was at that point in time I said, God, I said, you can have the money back. I said, please get me out of here. I was just kidding. I don't want to play football. I want to go play baseball. But I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. It only got better from there. But I'd also like to thank Edgar Kaiser, who's here tonight, for saving me from playing baseball. He's the guy that orchestrated it. I can remember when I was going through the draft and I popped off like a young 22-year-old runny-nosed snot kid and said, I'm not playing in Baltimore. And I paid for that for the last 16 years. But Edgar was the one that made the deal happen. And Edgar, I can't thank you enough. But there are many, many memories, and they'll never go away. And I can just think about, it's funny, we're coming here in the limo tonight, and we kind of went the back way and came off 58, and went by the old complex where all you guys practiced. The new place is real nice, now look at that one. But the memories of LeBates and the film study, and they called it film study. And as a rookie, we had to bring, the projector and the film, and I said, okay, well, this is great. I get to go hang around the veterans. We're going to do some film study and all this stuff, and I'm going to get better. So we get over to LeBates. We're in the back room, and Tommy Jackson, Louis Wright. I mean, everybody's there. They put the film on. There's no take-up reel. They put it in forward. It runs all the way till the end. And then when it gets close to the end, it's put in reverse. Meanwhile, we've had about 6 or 7 Coors, original Coors. And I said, I kind of like this film study. It was definitely different than I thought it was going to be. But great memories. The drive in Cleveland was one. I can still remember that. Ron talked about that. That really put us on the map. I mean, we were 13-3 the year before and got beaten first round of the playoffs to the Steelers. And then the next year we came and we had to go to Cleveland. And in those conditions and the way it was, it finally put the Denver Broncos on the map. And even though we didn't win it, and I can still, Tommy's not here tonight, but I can remember him when we're in the Super Bowl in Pasadena, and he comes down there, and I think the game was almost over, and we lost the game, and I was still young enough to think that it wasn't that big a deal. And he says, he says, just hang in there. You're going to get a lot more opportunities. And sure enough, 2 of the next 3 years, we got the opportunity. And after that New Orleans game, I wish Tommy was there. He wasn't there. But after that New Orleans game, I didn't think I could feel any worse. But I always keep in the back of my mind that Tommy said that there's going to be more opportunities. And believe me, after '89, when we had to wait 8 years, there was a question in my mind whether we were going to get back there. And if I'd have seen Tommy at the time, I would have had a couple words for him, knowing how old I was getting and how old my knees were feeling at that point in time. But thank God for Pat Bowlen. Pat Bowlen is a guy that wants to win, and he's a guy that will do anything it takes to win. He hired the best coach in the NFL, and Mike Shanahan. and gave us a chance. And then Mike was in San Francisco. They knew how to win back there, and Mike brought it back here. And I am really grateful that I held on long enough to win one. And well, all right, Billy, we did win two, didn't we? I just want to say to everybody, I thank you so much. I grew up here. I got another $100 bet, so I got to be real careful. But my kids have grown up here, and it means a lot. I just want to say this, and I say this for last because I'm hoping I can make it through it. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jordy. Thank you, Juliana. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Thank you, Leanne and Jana, my sisters. Woo.
You're almost there.
I know, I'm almost there. Thank you, Pat Bolin. And you know what, I spent a lot more time on it, but I can't. I wouldn't make it. And whew. Thank you, Mike Shanahan. I just want to say again, thank you very much. Thank you for 16 great years. Thanks for being great supporters. And I will love the Denver Broncos forever. Thank you.
John, over here I hold something that belongs to you. You remember back in January of 1987, January 26th? What does it say on the trophy?
John, this was for you, Mr. B.
I can't think of anybody that deserves it more.
Marvelous tribute to John Elway, and to end the evening, Pat Bolin presents him with a Super Bowl trophy which normally belongs to the team, and it is now John's to take home.
This was a surprise.
Yes.
Pat Bolin had said earlier in the evening in confidence that he was planning a surprise, that only about 2 or 3 people knew about it, and that was a surprise to give him the trophy. And this does conclude our salute to John Elway. 9 News at 10 is next.
Halftime at Mile High Stadium, Miami leading 17-7, and nobody has gone to a concession stand. Everybody has remained in their seats because coming up will be a very memorable halftime ceremony. John Elway and Denver are intertwined. They are like one, and after a spectacular 16-year career, his number will be retired tonight. Right now, let's take a short visit down memory lane. John Elway's entire career was played in the brightest of spotlights. Only the prism changed. The son of a football coach, his brilliance was clearly evident more than 20 years ago. As the quarterback at Granada Hills High School in Southern California, he had college coaches across the country panting at the prospect of signing him. John chose Stanford, and by the end of his run in Palo Alto, he'd established himself as the man most coveted in the 1983 NFL Draft. He also played baseball well enough to become the New York Yankees' top draft choice in 1981. But football was his passion. Indeed, he was the top pick in the 83 draft, but by the Baltimore Colts, a team he'd vowed not to sign with. Forcing a trade, it was off to Denver, and the beginning of a magical 16-year run. It was only a matter of time before John would lead the Broncos to a Super Bowl. And by the end of year 4, he had done just that. At the end of year 5, he had done it again. And by the time he played 7 seasons, he guided the Broncos to a 3rd visit. But each of those appearances ended in defeat. In retrospect, it would make the end of his career just that much sweeter. Every season was a highlight reel. 300 touchdown passes, more than 51,000 yards through the air, and dozens of stirring fourth-quarter comebacks provide the statistical evidence. But paramount in our mind's eye is that Sunday afternoon in January 1998 when John Elway capped his 15th season with his first World Championship. And isn't it ironic that the signature play of this man's career wasn't a bullet pass or a soaring, arcing 60-yard heave, but a run, an injury-defying nothing can stop me 8-yard scramble that told the Green Bay Packers, this is my day.
Elway can run inside the 10. Head first. He flies behind the 5-yard line. My goodness.
1 year later, John and the Broncos would do it again. Only in the movies is a man supposed to go out at the very top. Only in the movies should a man hold a Super Bowl trophy aloft in one hand and lift his MVP trophy high in the other. And then with his loving wife and their 4 adored children, go striding off into some Rocky Mountain sunset. But then again, John Elway was always good theater. Ladies and gentlemen, John Elway.
Ladies and gentlemen, the owner of the back-to-back world champion Denver Broncos, Pat Bowlen.
Thank you, Bronco fans. We're all here tonight, and many on television, millions on television across North America, to pay tribute to the greatest Bronco to ever play in Denver. And in my biased opinion, and I'm certainly 76,000 share this opinion, the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. I can get very emotional and nostalgic like the rest of you, thinking about how many times we watched him do magic out here in Mile High Stadium. John, it's my great honor to have you join the rest of the Broncos up here in the Ring of Fame as our newest member. Now, probably once in our lifetimes, certainly in mine, there is a player that becomes so important to us and so much our hero that his number and his name are synonymous. There will never be another number 7 on the Denver Broncos. John will always have that number.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd really like to say what an honor it is to see those things dropped off my name up there. I remember 16 years playing here, and with all the other great names up here, to have my name associated and involved in the Ring of Fame was truly a great honor. And as I look back, 16 years, looking back went really fast. That first year I thought would never end. But we made it through it and had some great, great years, going to 3 Super Bowls. And I know we're all disappointed because I know how my heart felt, and the fans that you are, I know how your heart felt. But I want to tell you something. Woo! Not yet. Is that when we finally beat Green Bay in that championship, I was never so happy for a group of fans and fans of a Super Bowl team in my life. That was by far the happiest moment in my career, and then to win one last year, and it was just icing on the cake. But I'm gonna clue the world in about this mile-high magic. They can talk about the altitude, they can talk about the field, they can talk about everything, but the key thing to mile-high magic is you. And I'm so happy that the Baltimore Colts traded me here, you can't believe it. And I'm going to say this, I'm going to miss you, but I'm not going to be far away because I'll be a Denver Bronco forever. Thank you very much.
The fireworks are going off here at Mile High Stadium. More than 70,000 people on their feet as they have been for the last 15 minutes. John Elway and the Denver Broncos, they are truly synonymous.
We love you, John.
50-game program. There we go. Denver Broncos and the Dirty Birds right here.
Mike Shanahan marched into Miami determined to defend his Super Bowl title and to protect his turf.
Hey, go ahead and do me a favor. Hey, do that. Tell those guys, tell that guy in the yellow, if he don't get off the football field, I'm going to kick him off personally. Tell him I said it. Shanahan says you guys need to get back, you're going to get killed.
Maybe that same message should have been sent to the Atlanta Falcons, who are making their first Super Bowl appearance in franchise history.
Super Bowl. Not bad.
That's what we worked, this is what we played so hard for. Just remember, world champs. Let's go, Broncos on 3. 1, 2, 3. Broncos! Let's go, baby!
They ain't want to see us here, baby. They ain't want to see us here. You can see it in their eye. You can see it in their eye, baby.
There was no fear in the eyes of these champions, only anticipation. They had waited an entire year for the right to prove themselves again. And if this was to be John Elway's last game, he was determined to go out with a bang.
Fans are on their feet here in Pro Player Stadium. And we are underway. Super Bowl 33. The flash bulbs are off, and so are the Falcons.
From the initial play from scrimmage, Atlanta established its ground game. But on this drive, the Falcons also showed that they would struggle in the red zone.
Right there, Bill! Chandler drops straight back, pressure, and he's down. Romanowski's got him, and down he goes at the 17-yard line.
Clean shot right up the gut. I don't think Chandler ever saw it.
Bill Romanowski's sack forced the Falcons to settle for a field goal.
Great job, Bill.
On the Broncos' first possession, John Elway connected with Rod Smith, who did not catch a pass in last year's Super Bowl.
Inside the 35, inside the 30.
Go, Rod, go!
And finally knocked out of bounds. He's going to be inside the 25.
Elway looked sharp from the start, and he looked to Shannon Sharp to set up the game's first touchdown.
High formation now. Denver first and goal inside the 1. Handoff to Howard Griffith over left guard.
Come on,
Denver touchdown.
Yeah!
Shannon Sharp was also responsible for the game's first turnover.
Operating out of the shotgun. He's looking at 4 wide receivers. Here's the snap. Elway on the run, looking. And it's picked off. Intercepted.
Shannon Sharp had to go right through his hands. And Ronnie Bradford, the former Denver Bronco, picks it out of the air.
4 plays later, Dan Reeves faced a 4th and 1.
And the first big decision for Dan Reeves. Smith now in motion. Handoff, toss, right side. Bounce deep as Anderson. He's in trouble, and the Broncos have him. Yeah!
Even though Bill Romanowski was crushed by Brian Kozlowski, Denver's defense was able to contain Jamal Anderson.
Big play by the Bronco defense. Glenn Cadrez and Keith Traylor.
Behind an offensive line that would yield no sacks, John Elway continued to look for Rod Smith, who caught 4 first-half passes for nearly 150 yards. Terrell Davis ran for 65 yards before intermission, and he helped set up a Jason Elam field goal. The Falcons tried to match the three-pointer, but for the second straight Atlanta drive, and Anderson came up short.
Come on, he's not used to kicking on grass. Let's go.
26 yards out. Here's the snap. The hold, the kick is on the way. It's up, and it is... Oh, no good. No good.
No, missed it.
The Broncos dodge a bullet.
And they would fire one on the next play. As Morton Anderson thought of what might have been, Shanahan concocted what was to be.
We got to be able to come with the X-post, right? Well, that'll be great, because if they do that, we do go with our X-post. They're dead. I think you get out of the pocket if they're an 8, 6, blitz, we still got a good play. Especially going against Bradford. Oh, it's going to be wide open. It is going to be wide open.
The X-post proved to be the X-factor in Super Bowl 33.
Rolls to his right, stops, loads it up, throws down deep the middle of the field. Rod Smith got it! Here we go! 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Rod Smith, Denver touchdown. And Pro Player Stadium is alive once again. And he beat Eugene Robinson on the play.
Rod Smith somehow got singled up. Nice play action. Usually on that play, Smith breaks outside, came back inside. Robinson We're supposed to have middle containment, just got beat and then outrun.
With 199 yards passing, John Elway and Mike Shanahan were torching the Atlanta Falcons.
Okay.
And at the half,
Let's go. Let's bury him now. Bury him.
the blue moon over Miami was shining down on the Super Bowl's brightest star. As the third quarter began, the newcomer, hoping to win its first title, and the defending champion seeking to repeat, were separated by only 11 points. The Broncos looked to explode and put Super Bowl 33 away early.
Denver would love to get points on this drive and really open this game up a bit. 17-6, the halftime score.
With Atlanta game planning to stop the run, Elway continued to beat them over the top. Twice, the Broncos drove deep into Falcon territory, but twice they had to settle for field goal attempts.
Hey, Vince, come on, just make this, babe. Come on, Vince. Come on, relax, baby. Come on.
Elam steps into it. It is plenty of distance. It is no good. So Elam is 0 for 2 in the quarter.
Denver then turned to its defense to turn the tide.
Come on, come up with a big play now.
Three straight Falcon possessions ended in interceptions, and with the outcome still up for grabs, the Broncos seized the moment.
All right! Go, go! Go, 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 go!
Denver's defense has been a huge factor in Super Bowl 33.
High strong, we're just hip charging, no spill, no down and strap. Go get the quarterback.
Throws the end zone. Pass is going to be picked off. Picked off, and Darian Thornton can go again.
Go, go, go! Go! Watch it! Watch it behind you! All right!
Not a single point was scored in the third quarter, but all that changed on the first snap of the fourth.
Hand off Griffin. Left side again. Same play as he scored on initially, and he scored again. Touchdown, Denver. Howard Griffin, his second Super Bowl touchdown.
The dirty Denver!
The only quarterback to start in 5 Super Bowls, John Elway zinged the ball in his 16th season with the power and might of his rookie year, leading the way and passing his way to 336 yards.
Play fake, deep in the pocket pressure as John steps up, dumps it. Pass is going to be caught for Earl Davis. He's going to have a first down, and down the sideline he goes. TD is going to be inside the 20, inside the 15, and knocked out of bounds.
Okay, we're going to go quarterback draw next play.
Elway clinched it with his old standby, the quarterback draw, and at age 38 became the oldest player ever to score a touchdown in a Super Bowl.
Left, Elway with an empty backfield, runs a quarterback draw, lunges to the goal line. He is in. Touchdown, John Elway and Denver. He gets up with a big smile on his face, and why not? His club is in front 30-6.
The competitive phase of Super Bowl 33 was now over.
Proud of you, boy. Love you. Great job.
But not the competitive spirit of a proud old warrior.
Don't let up, man. You got a game. You got to keep that defensive roll on a roll. Look what you guys done in the playoffs. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Give up a touchdown. You know what I'm saying? You can't get up a touchdown. You haven't yet. You're not gonna. Come on.
There was still one small chirp left in those dirty birds, but it came much too little and much too late to even make a difference.
White, a quick speedster on his feet again over the 30, 35-40. Dwight with one to beat. He goes right by Ruin, and you can forget it.
Tim Dwight's touchdown merely set the stage for the coronation of back-to-back champions, with extra special attention given to number 7.
I asked him, I said, hey, at the end of this game, you want to be on the field the last player. Would you like the tribute to get pulled? Okay? And he said, I'd like to come off the field. Okay.
They have just announced that the MVP of Super Bowl 33 is John Elway. A unanimous choice. His helmet is off, both arms extended in the air. Super Bowl 33 is history. And they are world champions once again.
All right. Oh, man. We got him, Mike. Damn it. We are world champions.
The Denver Broncos are only the 6th team to repeat as world champions, a title richly deserved by the entire team. Mile High fans, Pat Bowlen, and Mike Shanahan.
Love you.
Oh, great job. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
The only thing tougher than winning a championship is winning it again. And in a dominant 17-win season, the Denver Broncos stand alone once again atop the National Football League.
I've never been more happy or more proud of a bunch of men in my life. When you guys came back last year, we talked about the off-season program. We talked about summer camp. We talked about being favored. I mean, you guys never wavered. You had a bunch of men in this room that believe in each other, and you did something that most people never get a chance to do in a lifetime, and that's win 2 Super Bowls. Congratulations, everybody in here. Now, off-season starts tomorrow because we're going. Hey, this guy didn't have too bad. I don't know if it's his last one. Hell no. Keep the pressure on.
While the future can never be predicted, the present is certain. Right now, the Denver Broncos are world champions, and the Vince Lombardi Trophy is still in good hands.
It's unbelievable. What a feeling, huh? World champs.
Looking inside the Super Bowl for an unsung hero? Try looking in the Denver defense.
Terrence Mathis now in motion. Chandler going, corner of the end zone, up top, it's incomplete for Tony Martin. Darian Gordon with good coverage on Tony Martin, and that brings up 4th down.
Darian Gordon was in all the right places in Super Bowl 33. He had 2 interceptions and returned them for a Super Bowl record 108 yards as the Broncos rolled to victory. 4 years ago, in the same Miami setting, Gordon was on the other side of Super Bowl history. He was part of a San Diego defense that was embarrassed by Steve Young and the 49ers.
Well, what a stunner for the Chargers. This is the one thing that they all talked about all week that they couldn't let happen, and it has.
Last season, Gordon signed with the Broncos, helped them win a Super Bowl, and this year led the drive for a repeat.
Intercepted again, and you can make your reservations for Miami.
DJ, I'm proud of you, man. That was a hell of a play. Hell of a play. I'm glad I taught you how to catch that ball.
In Super Bowl 33, several jarring collisions with Jamal Anderson almost brought an early end to Gordon's night.
Darian Gordon has to be helped off the field. I don't know if he knows what county he's in right now.
Hit your head? That's the best part of you, isn't it? Are you all right? Yeah. Need you, bud. Need you.
Gordon was back on the next series and soon turned the game around.
Pass deflected. It's up in the air. Pass going to be intercepted. This is Darian Gordon. Here we go.
Gordon's takeaway set up 2 Denver touchdowns and put the game out of reach.
It's a knockout blow. Down goes the bird. Down goes the bird. It's a knockout.
Falcons have not gotten into the end zone yet. Martin left, Mathis right.
Hey, Darian! Darian, go to the middle!
Falcons got to move here. Chandler, play action, setting, throwing across the middle. Intercepted. Intercepted by Darian Gordon.
And Gordon is making his mark on the MVP here in Super Bowl 33.
Darian Gordon wasn't the media choice for MVP. John Elway was. But he was thankful just to write a happy ending on a Miami Super Bowl.
In January of 1988, the Denver Broncos went back to the Super Bowl. They were the first team to repeat as AFC champions in nearly a decade, a distinction they had won with class and determination.
ブロンコス対、そして NHC 東地区第1位ワシントンレッドスキンズとの対戦になります。
Against the Washington Redskins in Super Bowl 22, head coach Dan Reeves brought the Broncos to the end of a road that had started a year earlier in Super Bowl 21. After losing to the Giants, the Broncos had vowed to return. And when they traveled to London, England for a preseason game against the Rams, the Broncos began a storybook season aimed at a world championship. After preseason games in England and Phoenix, a strike disrupted regular season, and an unbelievable AFC championship, the Broncos carried their dream into Super Bowl 22.
Broncos will go right to the shotgun. First snap, Elway drops to the 35, and he's throwing it up the far side. Natil is open. Ball coming. Natil catches it for a touchdown. 56-yard touchdown pass. Elway to Natil. First Bronco.
On the 5th play of the game, Denver scored the quickest touchdown in Super Bowl history. But leading 10-0, the dream turned into a second quarter nightmare. Washington scored 35 points in less than 14 minutes, creating odds that even these Broncos could not overcome. Never has one game so profoundly failed to capture the essence of a proud and deserving champion. A team whose determination and never-say-die spirit has made them one of the NFL's most consistent winners. In 1987, one bitter loss could not destroy the fact that the Denver Broncos were champions against all odds.
You know, those are guys that when the going gets a little bit tougher, they got enough pride in themselves that they're going to work just a little bit harder. They don't want to be embarrassed. They don't like to lose. We're a football team that if we can keep it close, we feel like we can win it, you know, in the fourth quarter. And I think that's because of the people that we got. They have that confidence. They perform well under a great deal of pressure, and they usually come through with the big clutch plays that you need. So they play with an awful lot of confidence in those situations, and I think that's a reflection on their character.
Denver's character would be immediately tested by the Seattle Seahawks on opening day. The retirement of 6 regulars from the previous Super Bowl squad cast considerable doubt. But fortunately, the Broncos still had John Elway. Seattle, a team that many had picked to dethrone Denver, raced to a 17-7 lead. Second quarter fumble return gave them a chance to put the game away. But at the last instant, Elway, number 7, stepped in to make a touchdown-saving tackle that literally turned the game around. Defenders like Dennis Smith, Michael Brooks, Freddie Gilbert, Andre Townsend, Greg Cragen, Steve Wilson, and Mike Harden, number 31, produced turnovers that would, by season's end, make the Bronco defense the NFL's leader in takeaways. Seattle was shut out the rest of the way while the Broncos scored on 5 straight possessions. Denver's first touchdown came on a 72-yard catch and run by Steve Sewell. Their second score came on a leaping fingertip catch by Steve Watson. With Gary Kubiak holding, place kicker Rich Carlos, number 3, connected on 4 field goals. And when John Elway fired his 3rd touchdown to Orson Mobley, then his 4th scoring pass of the day, a 59-yarder to Vance Johnson, Denver was on its way to another championship season.
Sewell shovels it back on the fleet record Elway, and here it comes long for Vance Johnson. Open 15, 5, touchdown Vance Johnson.
However, this impressive 40-17 victory was merely an overture to the surprises and excitement
that the Broncos and all of Denver were about to experience in the season ahead. In week 2, the Broncos barely managed a 17-17 rain-soaked tie against the Packers. Then the season took a strange turn as replacement players filled in during a work stoppage by the regular players. After a dismal loss to the Oilers, Bronco fortune seemed as dark as the Monday night they lined up against the Los Angeles Raiders. But spurred on by over 61,000 fans, the largest crowd of any game played during the strike, these Broncos rose to the occasion. Denver won 30-14 while discovering youngsters who would later add depth to their roster. Players like number 27, Kevin Clark, Tim Lucas, Keith Karts, Bobby Mitchell, and quarterback Ken Karcher, number 12, led the Broncos to victory over the Chiefs in the final replacement game. But when the veterans returned against the Minnesota Vikings in week 6, the road back didn't get any easier. In a game postponed from Sunday until Monday night because of the World Series, the Broncos lost the game. Then running back Gerald Wilhite to a broken leg. Ironically, this bitter blow and a loss 2 weeks later to Buffalo would serve as a wake-up call for a struggling team.
The loss in Buffalo was humiliating, not in the fact that we lost to the Bills because they're a good football team, but I think more the matter of the way we played. We played with no enthusiasm. It's like we were out there going through the motions, and we had a team meeting after that game, and you know, we just said, hey, you know, your life in this game is too short not to go out and enjoy every Sunday and have fun playing football.
The whole theme of the meeting was we had to be tougher. We were a team that had been to the Super Bowl last year, but we sure weren't playing like it. We had to be more aggressive in what we were doing. We had to increase our intensity level.
Denver's ability to create turnovers would keep them in the championship hunt, even though retirements and injuries had forced as many as 8 different Broncos to play new positions. Number 77, Carl Mecklenburg, continued to excel at whatever position defensive coordinator Joe Collier put him. Whether it was defensive end, outside linebacker, or inside linebacker, Mecklenburg's versatility and toughness earned him his 3rd straight trip to the Pro Bowl. Mecklenburg had the kind of year on defense that John Elway had on offense. And after the strike ended, number 77 helped the Broncos post a shutout at home against the Detroit Lions. Even in their lackluster loss to Buffalo, the Broncos had shown a togetherness that would allow them to bury the lingering effects of the strike and resurrect the championship season. With a record of 4-3-1, it was time to see what this Bronco team was made of. And that proved to be bad news for the Chicago Bears.
Here we go, man. We got 60 minutes of football. We're going to be world champions. We got to start somewhere. It's right here. We got to come out to Stella. We got to come out for 60 minutes. Dogfight. Ready?
On a cold Monday night in Mile High Stadium, a national TV audience witnessed an intensely fought contest. Unfortunately, the Bronco defense and Rulon Jones, number 75, got off to a shaky start.
Let's make a big one here. Let's go. If we're going to have to fight them, we're going to fight them. We've got to get fired up. Keep flying around and things will start going our way.
Chicago raced to a 14-0 lead. But then Denver opened fire with its shotgun. To take advantage of his quarterback's many talents, Dan Reeves loaded Elway into the shotgun formation most of the night. A brilliant move that allowed number 7 to trigger a comeback.
Well, I think that it really puts a lot of pressure on the defense, because if you're playing a team that likes to bring pressure, it gives me that extra half second to get rid of the football and be more accurate with it. Plus, it's easier for me to avoid a rush when I'm sitting back there, and it's easier for me to see it coming, plus move out of the way. So there's a lot of advantages.
Elway used every dimension that the shotgun offered to beat Chicago's rush and narrow the Bears' advantage.
Running to his right, and the flag's down. Throws the pass for Sewell. It is tipped.
Trailing 14-7, Denver then watched the Bears roll to their 1-yard line, where they braced for an attack from the refrigerator.
Perry and Payton are the running backs. Moorhead in motion. Give it to the refrigerator. He does not make it. He slams straight ahead, and the Broncos have come out of there with a football. Is it a live ball? As they run it up the far side, Mark Haynes comes away with a football, and it is a live football, and it's returned by Mark Haynes to the far side of the field in front of a berserk Mike Ditka.
In a stunning turnaround, the Bears lost the momentum, while the Broncos found the spark they needed to ignite victory.
Mark Johnson, touchdown! And the Broncos have a 22-yard touchdown pass. The snap. Elway throwing it toward the end zone. The Teal is open. Touchdown! And the Broncos have scored 3 touchdowns after being behind 14-0.
A seesaw second half finally turned late in the fourth quarter.
McMahon throws, intercepted at the 20, brought back out over the 30 by Clark to the 38-yard.
Kevin Clark's interception gave the ball back to John Elway. There were barely 8 minutes remaining, and trailing 29-23, number 7 demonstrated why he is pro football's best quarterback when the game is on the line. Totally in control, Elway drove Denver to Chicago's 4-yard line.
Pitch the ball to Sewell. Steve running to the right. He leaps. He scores! Sewell just decided to go over the top. And the Broncos are back in the lead. 4:58 to go. 5-yard run by Sewell.
With 5 minutes remaining, the Broncos defense stepped into the spotlight. Chicago hadn't lost a game in the last 25 times that Jim McMahon was the starting quarterback.
75,000 on their feet. McMahon brushed up in the pocket. Sacked for the first time in the game. Rulon Jones and Mecklenburg.
It's a great play, baby. That's a beautiful play. Yes!
Led by down linemen Rulon Jones, Carl Mecklenburg, Andre Townsend, and Greg Cragen, Denver dropped McMahon 3 times to finalize a 31-29 victory. In the NFL's most exciting game of the regular season, Denver's 31-29 win proved to be the turning point, and a victory that suggested that with John Elway at quarterback, victory is always possible.
ESPN Classic.
In only 5 NFL seasons, the legend of John Elway has grown bigger than the Rocky Mountains.
When the Gladiators get into the ring, Elway been known to do his thing. I don't know the Denver Bronco a preamble, but they say Elway is dangerous when he scrambles. But for my one for the money, I'm gonna say, hey, Bronco fans, they love.
The Elway legend was built upon many pillars, but none is more awe-inspiring than the strength of his mighty right arm. Buffalo head coach Marv Levy.
He's number 7, Johnny throws a nice ball. John's got it all. He's intelligent.
He's got the great gun, probably the greatest gun in the game, the strongest arm in the game.
John's arm is incredibly strong, I'm telling you. He can probably throw the ball over 60 miles an hour.
We have what we call a jugs machine. It's like a tennis ball machine or a baseball machine that shoots the ball out. Well, this one shoots out footballs, and you can crank it up to like 80. We caught on that just the other day to try to simulate John's speed, because there's no way that you can catch from another quarterback or from a coach and get the same effect. He sort of gets you to catch the ball with your hands more, too, because of the concentration factor of the speed of the ball. And then you know if you're going to catch it on your body, get ready for some pain, because they could literally stick to you. You probably won't even have to catch it.
Elway's quick draw and 6 shooter straight passes earned him equal billing with John Wayne. And in 1987, the Duke's multi-talents made him the NFL's most valuable player.
Yeah, he throws it harder, but sure, any quarterback can throw. But the thing that stands out in my mind about him is he's such a great athlete. I mean, you see him scrambling, you see him run the ball. And you don't find many quarterbacks doing that in the NFL. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's the MVP. He does so many things other than throw the ball well.
No other NFL quarterback beat an opponent in so many different ways. He ran, passed, caught passes, and on occasion, even punted. John Elway proved that there is no adequate defense for the pure athletic ability that would have made him great in whatever sport he played.
Elway is unreal. He's unreal, George.
You don't believe the guy when he took batting practice with us.
Is that right?
He was taking grounders at third base with Jamie Quirk and me. I was saying, God, I hope this goes and plays football. Because if he does, I'm out of a job. He's an athlete.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's no doubt. I think the thing that separates him from anybody else are his physical abilities. I've never seen a guy who could take a busted play and turn it into more big plays than he can. And I think that's what separates him from the rest. His ability is as good as anybody's, but his ability to improvise is better than anybody's.
In 1987, Denver featured the AFC's top-ranked offense, an attack that was an extension of Elway's personality and confidence, and a system that was designed to take advantage of his extraordinary talents.
Here we go. I left. Draw right, fullback slant on Set Hut. Set Hut. Ray 14, Y corner, X post on Set Hut. Set Hut, you all right? I'm out.
I think it's an explosive offense, and I think that we do about every different thing in the book. We move the pocket, we do fakes, and we have the trick plays.
Fred Black left slot. Right here. Fred Black left slot, 62. Option left, shoot in on one-on-one. Hurry up!
So I think we as an offense are as diversified as you can get.
Red 98! Red 98! Hut!
Last season, Elway passed out frequent flyer awards to his exceptionally talented wide receivers, who made the Broncos offense one that exploded in all directions. This group included reliable veteran Steve Watson, number 81, and the Broncos' leading receiver, Vance Johnson, number 82. Mark Jackson, number 80, was fearless over the middle. First-round draft choice Ricky Nattiel proved to be a speedy rookie who could run almost as far as Elway could throw. Each week, Elway threw the ball like a quarterback who wanted to return to the Super Bowl.
Great catch, big guy.
Number 7 was spectacular and durable. And he was beyond intimidation. These qualities promise championship contention for years to come.
When you have great quarterbacks that have great arms, you're never out of a football game. And John has tremendous confidence in his ability now because he's come through in so many tough situations to win football games for us. Not only does he have confidence, but the confidence of your whole offensive and defensive team.
Since 1984, John Elway has directed his club to more wins than any other NFL quarterback. His week-to-week consistency and flair for the dramatic kept the Broncos winning in a season riddled with injuries and distractions. But while no one player meant more to his team than John Elway did in 1987, it was going to take a total team effort in the last half of the season if the Broncos were going to beat the odds and become champions again.
Great job. Okay. Let's go, Mark.
After defeating the Bears, the Broncos traveled to face their arch rivals.
Ladies and gentlemen, now taking the field, from Sports winning his team,
Come on, Mark. Let's go, baby.
your Los Angeles Raiders.
Raider rookie Bo Jackson's impact was sudden and swift, but the response of the Bronco defense was equally powerful. Linebackers Jim Ryan, Carl Mecklenburg, Simon Fletcher, Michael Brooks, and Ricky Hundley helped keep Jackson under 100 yards, while also chipping in on 6 sacks of Raider quarterbacks. Denver's defense profited from the good field position that punter Mike Horan, number 2, and the Broncos special teams pounded out. Hitters like Jim Ryan, Bruce Plummer, Tyrone Braxton, Ken Bell, Bobby Mitchell, Bruce Klosterman, Tim Lucas, and others kept the Raiders pinned deep. While kick returner Ricky Nattiel kept the Broncos shotgun loaded with good field position. With Denver's offensive line holding out the Raiders, Elway ran for 1 score and passed for another in a 23-17 victory. The Broncos were back on the road to another championship and closing fast on the division-leading Chargers. This chase was made even more remarkable because injuries had caused a shakeup within their offensive line. Anchored by Pro Bowl guard Keith Bishop, number 54, guard Stephon Humphreys, centers Mike Freeman and Larry Lee, tackles Ken Lanier and Dave Studdard, Denver overcame a season-ending injury to starting center Billy Bryan to become a cohesive and dependable group that enjoyed its physical profession.
You get banged around quite a bit, but it's a lot of fun. And when you're successful, it makes it that much more fun. You don't really think about it that much when you're playing. Now, if you start watching the highlight films or close-ups where you start watching what goes on and they have some sound put in there that what really takes place, is kind of scary to watch.
Having once trailed the Chargers by 2.5 games in the Western Division,
Watch the line draw! Right here, right here!
Denver started making up ground in San Diego. Denver stormed down the field on its first possession as the offensive line dominated the line of scrimmage. But on the 6-yard line, disaster struck. The Chargers' Bensy Glenn returned an Elway interception 103 yards for a touchdown. and seemed to steal the momentum of the game. But those who knew best realized that the Broncos would come back because this was a team that played its best when the odds were stacked against it. John Elway passed for 347 yards, ran for 40 more, and nearly wore out a Charger defense that spent a long and frustrating day trying to contain him.
The big thing you want to remind him of, if he's that shotgun, don't let him get away with coming out of the backside. Yeah. Keep an eye on the quarterback.
Everybody just be determined. We're going to get it done this time. He's not going to scramble. You guys are going to throw Elway on the ground. Nice move, John. Nice move. What happened? What play was that?
The Chargers never knew what hit them as Denver buried San Diego 31-17, then headed home to Mile High Stadium where the odds were always in their favor. You are about to enter Mile High Stadium, a dimension of the mysterious and unexplainable, where imagination runs wild and reality is suspended. You've just crossed into the Mile High Zone. There's the noisy presence of over 75,000 orange-clad Bronco maniacs, the air-sapping altitude, and the pressure of one of pro football's finest teams. There are also mysterious forces that play tricks on Bronco opponents at the most inopportune times. Submitted for your approval, Mile High Stadium, a fantastic and deafening realm where the Denver Broncos have the NFL's best home record since 1984. In Week 12, mystical powers were in full force against New England. After a dismal first half, Denver fans lifted the decibel level to a pitch that shattered the Patriots' concentration and stirred up a dramatic Broncos comeback. When Jim Ryan recovered a fumble on the third play of the second half, the Mile High Jinx claimed another victim. Quick touchdowns by Tony Bodie and Rick Massey evened the score. And defenders Mike Harden, Walt Boyer, Jeremiah Castile, and Rick Dennison bottled up the Patriots throughout the second half, allowing the Bronco offense to do what they did best. Mark Jackson's touchdown gave Denver a 4-point lead late in the fourth quarter. Then Elway showed another reason why he was the Broncos' MVP. Elway's quick kick pinned the Patriots at their own 5-yard line. And from there, the final nail in the Patriot coffin was hammered in by cornerback Mark Haynes.
2nd and 5. Ramsey in the end zone. Throws toward the far side. Intercepted. Haynes. 10, 5. Touchdown. Mark Haynes returns for the touch, and the Broncos lead 30-20.
The Broncos' fourth straight victory put them ahead in the AFC West for the first time since opening day. But the following Sunday night, their lead slipped away against the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle tightened the race with a 28-21 victory. And when Denver came back home for a Saturday showdown with Kansas City, championship dreams rode on every snap. Touchdowns by number 23, Sammy Winder, and Gene Lang staked the Broncos to a 17-0 lead. But the second half nearly belonged to the Chiefs. Kansas City stormed back, But protecting a 20-17 lead, Denver's defense stiffened when it counted most. Ricky Hundley forced one fumble that Simon Fletcher recovered. And in the final seconds, strong safety Tony Lilly broke up what would have been a winning touchdown pass. With only 34 seconds remaining, Kansas City needed only a field goal for overtime. But the mystical powers of Mile High Stadium proved to be stronger than one of the NFL's finest kickers, Nick Lowry.
To tie it with 39 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Lowry's kick is on the way, spinning up, and it is no good.
Denver's victory not only secured a playoff berth, it meant the Broncos were now only one win away from the Western Division title and the magical home field advantage of the Mile High Zone throughout the playoffs. Through a blinding blizzard and a -9-degree wind chill, the Broncos buried the San Diego Chargers in an avalanche of spectacular plays on the final Sunday of the regular season. Clark's stunning 71-yard punt return on the fourth play of the game was only the beginning, as the Broncos snowballed the Chargers in a classic Rocky Mountain ambush. Sammy Winder added another touchdown as Denver beat the Chargers, the elements, and the odds. The Broncos wrapped up their third Western Division championship in the last 4 years when number 98, linebacker Ricky Hundley, returned an interception 52 yards for the final score. Denver's record of 10-4-1 was the best in the AFC. And one of the major reasons was especially evident to team president Pat Bowlen.
I think that this is one of the greatest coaching displays that I've certainly ever seen or would ever be involved with. You know, to be able to bring this team through a strike and bring it through the kind of injuries that we had and the loss of the key players that we had. I mean, I think it's a real tribute to the coaching staff, Dan in particular.
The Broncos have won 10 games in a season 5 times under Dan Reeves. And in 1987, Dan kept Denver in the championship chase in spite of injuries that would have destroyed most teams.
The thing that I like about Dan right now is I think he structures what he has, what he's doing to the people he has, and he makes it work.
Let's go with the X and Y corner wings here.
Okay.
Dan is a very demanding coach. I think that he's the type of guy that he wants to see every guy on his team become the best football player that he can possibly be.
I've never been around somebody more competitive than Coach Reeves, and it's great. It's great to be around a guy that just will not tolerate anything but your best.
Last year, he had a bet with John Elway in one of the games, and I guess they were betting each other on who would lose their temper first. And I think Dan says something to the effect, do you want that in cash or a check?
Everybody really respects Dan. They know that he's gone through what we're all going through now. He's played the game and really has an insight of what football is all about. And I think that, you know, he treats us with respect and treats us like men. And I think that that's why everyone likes to play for him, play hard for him.
He's done a lot of things personally to help me through some of the rough times I've had while I've been here. As far as speaking of the manual, I can't say enough about him. I do just about anything I could for him.
Last season, the Broncos responded to Reeves' direction with their 4th playoff appearance in the last 5 seasons. Denver's first opponent was the Houston Oilers. However, their brash talk and bag of tricks proved to be no match for the playoff-proven Broncos. Steve Wilson recovered a bizarre fumble on the 3rd play of the game, And though they lost their premier defensive back, Mike Harden, to a broken arm, the Broncos defense never let Houston in the game.
It, looking for Kay in the end zone. Touchdown! Fingertip catch, Clarence Kay. Elway to Kay, 27 for the score, and the Broncos lead 13-0.
Tight end Clarence Kay caught 2 touchdown passes, and interceptions by Haynes and Mecklenburg caused 2 Oilers scoring drives to short circuit.
First down at the 20, and Moon again to throw. This time the pass is intercepted at the 10-yard line. Mecklenburg across the 20, out to the 25, still going, out to the 28-yard line.
With a 34-10 win, the Broncos stampeded into the AFC Championship game for the second straight season. Once again, it would be the Broncos against the Browns for the right to play in the Super Bowl. Only this time, the dog bones of Cleveland Stadium would be replaced by the electricity of Mile High Magic. Good afternoon from Mile High Stadium. Bob Martin and Larry Zimmer, the AFC Championship game. And once again, it's the Broncos and the Browns.
We're ready, baby. We're ready. A hell of a ball game today.
Okay, man, all the talking's over. It's now time to get the job done. Let's go every play as hard as we can go. Now, let's do it.
Big games rarely live up to expectation, but this television thriller for the AFC Championship simply overwhelmed me.
Third down, 13. Kosar back, throws it into the blitz. It's juggled. It is intercepted. Elway drops the throw for the first time. Drills the pass. Fingertip catch. Touchdown. Ricky Nateel back in the end zone.
The Browns had waited impatiently for a year to exact revenge for last season's championship defeat. But in the first quarter, they were stunned by Freddie Gilbert's interception, victimized by Tony Lilly's fourth fumble, and pushed around by the AFC's top-ranked offense.
In motion. Second down and 3 Broncos. The pitch, and here comes Lang over the 50, the 45, the 40, the 30, Lang at the 25, 20, 15, and pulled out of bounds. First and goal at the 2. And they give it to Sewell on the end around, coming left, and Steve Sewell will score.
The Broncos led 21-10 in the third quarter when Elway pulled off an escape Houdini never dreamed of.
Elway takes the snap and drops inside the 10, running up in the pocket, trying to get around some of the pressure. They throw the pass upfield. Jackson at the 25, breaks a tackle, gets out over the 30, the 35, gets a block from Sewell, and here he comes down the sideline. 20, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Mark Jackson. The longest play for Denver in postseason history. An 80-yard touchdown pass.
Leading 28-10, Denver had converted its opportunities into points. But now it was Bernie Kosar's turn. Kozar directed one of the most heroic comebacks in playoff history, finally overcoming an 18-point deficit in the final period. With barely 5 minutes remaining, the pressure was now squarely on the shoulders of John Elway and the Bronco offense.
Big play. We stop for one time, we'll go ahead.
Let's go now. Hold on that football, guys.
1 year earlier, Elway had marched Denver 98 yards through the Cleveland mud to shatter the Browns' Super Bowl dream.
Cut out read on one.
Now, from 75 yards out, the situation had come full circle.
Let's go, offense! Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Drive them out. Come on.
Red 98!
Come on.
Red 98! Hot!
On only 5 plays, it took the Bronco offense less than 2 minutes to produce another Sunday drive of destiny.
First down at the Cleveland 20, 4:12 to go. The snap, and Elway drops to the 30 and throws. It is caught, and Winders at the 15, trying to run right to the 10, keeps it balanced at the 10, at the 5, touchdown, scores! Sammy Winder! 20-yard touchdown pass. Elway to Winder. The Broncos are back in front. Keith Bishop a big block, but a fine run by Winder as he kept his balance and got to the end zone. Broncos regained the lead with 4:01 to go.
Now it was Cleveland's turn, and the parallels to the Broncos' 98-yard drive at the same juncture of last year's AFC title game were obvious. The Browns were 75 yards away from the tying touchdown as Kozar and the Browns took the field for one final fateful drive.
And it's Denver 38, Cleveland 31 with 4:01 to go in the fourth quarter, and I have a feeling it isn't over. It's a championship finish. 38-31 Denver. 2nd and 5 at the 8 for the Browns with 1:12 to go. Kozar to Miner. Miner trying to slip left at the 5. He's at the goal line. Miner loses the ball. Denver recovers the fumble. Miner appeared to be getting close enough to the goal line when the ball was punched away. With it and brings it to the sideline as a trophy.
What began on the 2-yard line in Cleveland 1 year earlier ended on the same 2-yard line in Denver as the Broncos produced the most stunning finish in NFL playoff history. Fate had tantalized Browns running back Ernest Biner, number 44, who had clear sailing to the end zone until he ran into reserve cornerback Jeremiah Castile, number 28. In one daring move, Castile tackled the ball instead of Biner, producing a fumble that he then recovered. It was another mile-high miracle, and it earned a 2nd straight AFC championship and a return trip to the Super Bowl for the Denver Broncos. In an era in which repeat winners are so rare and continuing success so difficult to attain, the 1987 Denver Broncos overcame injuries, retirements, and a work stoppage to become only the 3rd AFC team to make back-to-back appearances in a Super Bowl. Unable to realize their goal of a world championship, dreams die hard in Denver, and their obsession for winning promises that against all odds, the Broncos will be contenders for many years to come.
Stadium, this is Sky 1. We'll be delivering the Broncos game ball in approximately 30 seconds. Over.
We're about 30 seconds.
How high is it?
4,000 feet AGL. Where will he come out? Which side will he come out on?
He'll come out of the right door.
There's Randy.
At
like all the photographers off the field now.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Here comes the game ball, General. I hope he doesn't fumble.
In 1989, the Denver Broncos returned to the rarefied air of the NFL's elite by winning their third AFC title in 4 seasons. They were Mile High champions. The Denver Broncos were the most dominant team in the American Football Conference in 1989. They featured the NFL's toughest defense to score on, special teams that were dependable and rugged, and an offense that bulked up in order to exploit the extraordinary talents of its quarterback and one of the game's most exciting rookie runners. This proved to be an explosive formula. It was a stirring season for Bronco fans and the entire organization, and you could see the pride and success in their eyes. Yet in spite of their enthusiasm and many accomplishments, Denver still could not achieve its ultimate goal, a world championship.
Black 200 Jet Denver! Black 200 Jet
Against the San Francisco 49ers in Super Bowl 24, Murphy's Law was written in orange and blue, as everything that could go wrong did go wrong for the Denver Broncos.
Oh, look, that's all right. That's just a chance to hit him again. Keep hitting him now, keep hitting him.
No way in that one. No way in that one, sir. No way in that one, sir. No way in that one, sir. Come on. Come on.
There were no breaks for the Broncos, as every inch in a game of inches favored the 49ers on this bitter Super Sunday.
It was difficult for me from the standpoint that I knew we had really accomplished something that a lot of people, you know, would have loved to swap places with us. But about the middle of the third quarter, I would have loved to swap places with any of them.
Hold up now, hey.
Hey, man, we have no fun, man. We're bullshit.
Let's make some plays.
Loosen up, man.
Tackle him, the other guys will get him. What's happening, man?
What happened was that Denver's dreams of a world championship were shattered once more.
Unbelievable. When you look back on this year, we're all going to be very disappointed because we did not win this game. But at the same time, you have to look back and realize that you won a lot of big games to get here. It's just we didn't win this big one. But again, one of these years, the Broncos are going to get one.
That the Broncos had earned a third Super Bowl appearance in 4 seasons was a remarkable achievement for a team that many had picked to finish no better than 4th in their division. During the offseason, head coach Dan Reeves had made several difficult decisions. The biggest was a shakeup of his staff that included the hiring of new defensive coordinator Wade Phillips. Reeves also infused his team with youth, as 17 fresh new faces made the opening day roster. These changes appeared fairly drastic for a team that had only missed the playoffs by 1 victory the previous season. But on opening day against the Kansas City Chiefs,
Get this party started, baby.
the very first play against Denver's defense proved that these changes were obviously for the better.
Berg looks to his right, throws to his right, and is intercepted. Tyrone Braxton picks off the first play of the game. Braxton, 20, 10, 5, touchdown.
Denver's revitalized defense scored the game's first touchdown, and it also scored the last.
The Bergs drop to the 5-yard line. This time the throw is intercepted, and it'll be a touchdown return. Randy Robbins takes it away.
In between defensive scores, the running, blocking, and receiving of Sammy Winder, Jeff Alexander, and Steve Sewell, number 30, added up to an expected home victory. What happened the following Monday night against the heavily favored Buffalo Bills, however, was a big surprise to many. Michael Brooks recorded a safety as the Broncos thoroughly dispelled any past shortcomings.
I think that was important for our confidence as a team. Our young players really don't realize that we've had problems on the road and problems on turf and problems on Monday night and all that. And so that turned out to be a very important game and gave us a lot of confidence for the rest of the year.
After dominating the AFC's preseason favorite in front of millions on Monday Night Football, Denver returned home for a clash with the Raiders. Quarterback John Elway, number 7, responded to the call by throwing 2 first-half touchdown passes to Mark Jackson, number 80. Elway also ran one in as Denver built an imposing 28-0 halftime lead.
Blitz. Elway runs up in the pocket, gets away. He's at the 30, the 25, the 20, 15, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown, John Elway at 29.
Denver's defense pitched a shutout in the first half. They recovered 3 fumbles and intercepted 3 passes. However, when the Raiders rallied in the second half to close to within 28-21, it took a seemingly improbable interception by rookie safety Steve Atwater, number 27, to save the day.
Hold deep. Big play. Big play, Tom.
Raiders at their 42, trying to get it tied. Schrader in the pocket, lots of time. Pass intercepted. Atwater at the 30.
A David Treadwell field goal climaxed a 31-21 victory over their arch rivals. And after 3 games, the Broncos were undefeated.
ESPN Classic.
For the first time since the 1986 AFC Championship, the Broncos returned to Cleveland, where the sights, sounds, and hospitality never seemed to change. Elway to Vance Johnson, number 82, covered 68 yards. However, the rest of the game was decided by defense. Both teams pounded each other. But it was Cleveland that took a 13-6 lead into the fourth quarter. With the Broncos pinned deep in the end zone next to the infamous dog pound, a hard-fought competitive game took an ugly turn when Denver's offensive huddle was pelted with dog biscuits, batteries, and eggs. The direction of the game was literally changed.
Because of the flying debris, we're going to change ends of the field. Third down.
Now, Bob, that's a new one. They're going to switch sides of the field and let Denver run it the other way. I've never seen that or heard of it. Neither have I. Is it just for this play, or do we do it permanently?
The change was permanent. And now, heading into a stiff breeze, Denver's comeback hopes rested on a quarterback who has made a career out of saving lost causes. It was deja vu in Cleveland as Elway knotted the score at 13 with minutes to play.
The snap to Elway. He backs and throws, and this will be a touchdown. Once again, he found the Vance.
However, for the first time since 1972, the Browns would have the last wind-aided laugh.
Barr will try from 48. The ball is down. Barr's kick is on the way, and this one will just get over the bar. It went 48
yards. It's a good thing it wasn't 48 yards and an inch. And the Browns pull it out 16-13.
Denver's first loss of 1989 was followed by a victory over the Chargers.
Sam rush zero. Sam rush zero. Yeah, nickel.
The defense stonewalled San Diego. And rookie running back Bobby Humphrey, number 26, made the most of his first start by rushing for over 100 yards.
Hold that rock, baby. Hold the rock.
Number 26 delivered the game winner with barely a minute remaining.
Handoff is to Humphrey, straight ahead. He's at the 10, still on his feet at the 5, still going to the goal line. Slams the ball into the end zone. Touchdown, Bobby Humphrey.
Denver not only discovered a young and explosive weapon for their arsenal, it proved that it could still win tight games.
Everybody listen up just a second now. Of course, when you win a game like that, man, you got to be credited for hanging in there, but you never know when good things are going to happen. And that's what we did. We just hung in there, and you got to give them credit, man. They did a hell of a job. We made the play when we had to make it.
The following Sunday, Ring of Fame inductee Randy Gradishar saw the Bronco defense make the play when it had to make it.
We got to make a big stand. Come on, baby. Don't let him in here. You don't want to score? Come on, go, man. Let's go.
4th and goal at the Denver 1-yard line. Dickerson drives left. No, he's dropped for a loss. And the Broncos...
A goal line stand preserved a 14-3 win over the Colts. And the following Sunday in Seattle, the Seahawks ran up a 14-point lead before the Broncos defense said, enough. Paced by strong safety Dennis Smith, number 49, Denver forced 2 Seahawk fumbles and stole 2 interceptions. John Elway did his best Houdini impersonation, escaping Seahawk pressure to throw for 344 yards to a variety of targets. That included Orson Mobley, Michael Young, Mark Jackson, and Clarence Kay. Trailing 21-14 with less than 3 minutes to play, Elway mystified the Seahawks one more time.
Left, gets some time. Now the time is going away. Flips the tackle and throws it deep. There's a flag. The ball is caught inside the 25. Johnson will go to the end zone. A 54-yard touchdown.
Vance Johnson's elusive touchdown propelled the game into overtime, where the defense set up the Broncos' 6th win.
Craig to throw it up the middle on 1st down. Intercepted Dennis Smith. And there is the 4th turnover by the Seahawks. Now the Broncos will waste no time and send out the field goal unit to try to win it here. 27-yarder. Kubiak the holder. Snap. Ball down. Treadwell's kick on the way. Let's go home. The Broncos have won it.
With a record of 6-1, the Broncos seemed to have the elements they needed to become mile-high champions. When Wade Phillips became the Broncos' new defensive coordinator, his goals were to simplify the system so that younger players could step right in and attack.
You've got to have great pursuit, great hustle, and great aggressiveness, and that's the first thing you teach.
Sam rush 1-6. Here we go.
From a teaching standpoint, if you go in and say, hey, this is complicated and you're not going to be able to learn it and we got to adjust, and you throw everything at them at once, it's going to be complicated.
Right there. Okay. Tight end across, Dennis.
You just find out the talents of your players and try to utilize that.
Will Bullets 5. Will Bullets 5.
We got Will Bullets 5. Will Bullets.
Hey.
Watch the screen. Watch the screen.
While recognizing tendencies, this defense never let the offense dictate the attack.
Yeah. Saw that one. Smell that one.
Only 4 regulars from the previous year lined up in the same positions. And together with 6 new starters, these men raised bumps and punched out turnovers.
Back up. Let me see. Back up. Let me in here. All right. Denver ball.
Frank Reagan has the ball.
It's a
combination of the system and the right mix of players. Everyone's playing really aggressive and really smart, and it's really exciting.
Way to put the wood to him.
The formula used to create this highly combustible defensive mixture had several sources. Much of the talent was homegrown, while defensive end Ron Holmes arrived in a trade with the Bucks. From Plan B, cornerback Wyman Henderson, number 24, and defensive end Alfonso Carricker, number 92, joined proven veterans Andre Townsend, Rick Dennison, Randy Robbins, and Mark Haynes, while youngsters Michael Brooks and Mark Munford blended right in with the rest of the Broncos' established stars. In 1989, the Bronco defense allowed the fewest points in the entire NFL, gave up the fewest rushing yards in the AFC, and finished second in their conference in sacks and takeaways. For several young players, this new attacking defensive system allowed them to fulfill a dream by earning a starting role.
I was thrilled about it. I got on the phone, I called my mom back at home, and I called my sisters, all my sisters and brothers. I have 13. So I got on the phone and called them all up, and they was excited for me too. And they knew this is what I always wanted to do, is be a starter in the National Football League.
Another exceptional first-year starter was cornerback Tyrone Braxton, number 34, who led the Broncos with 6 interceptions. Braxton played a starring role and solidified the right corner, while Plan B acquisition Wyman Henderson was solid as a rock at the left corner. Denver's first draft choice, Steve Atwater, number 27, started at free safety, and his impact was immediate. Second on the team in tackles, Atwater definitely earned respect in his rookie year and benefited from the leadership of Dennis Smith.
That's right. If they're going to catch him, make him pay. That's right, man. He's out, though. Way to go. Hey, they get down their stance. Get up. You got to be up. Pass.
In his 9th season, Smith, number 49, was once again a hard-hitting All-Pro. After a season filled with dynamic performances, Dennis Smith was voted defensive MVP by his teammates. Smith earned his 3rd Pro Bowl berth, and many felt that outside linebacker Simon Fletcher, number 73, should have, as he led the club in sacks for the 2nd straight season. Carl Mecklenburg, number 77, returned to the Pro Bowl for the 4th time in 5 seasons after another exceptional year. Number 77 was 2nd on the team in sacks and 1st in total tackles, something he credits in large part to the man who plays in front of him.
Well, a guy that stood out for a couple of years in my mind and really makes my job a lot easier is Greg Cragen. When I'm making all the tackles I make, it's because nobody's blocking me and Greg's holding people off.
In his 5th season, nose guard Greg Cragen demonstrated outstanding lateral pursuit. But what he did best was to occupy the middle of the line and wind up at the bottom of the pile. No longer buried in obscurity, Greg Cragen earned a berth in the Pro Bowl because he was both tough and durable.
Oh! You all right? You all right? Go run him on me. Oh, son, if I just go like that, how will you feel like that? It hurts, but do it again. Let him do the power. Let me see. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It doesn't feel that bad, I don't think. We'll give it a try.
Against Philadelphia in Week 8, the Broncos allowed Eagles quarterback Randall Cunningham too much freedom, resulting in a 28-24 defeat. But the next Sunday, they bounced back at home against Pittsburgh.
12-8 sideline option right on 2. On 2, ready?
Guards Jim Juriga, number 66, and Doug Weidelt, who made the all-rookie team, Tackles Gerald Perry, number 60, and dependable Ken Lanier, number 76. Tight end Clarence Kay, number 88, and center Keith Karts, number 72, manhandled the Steelers all day long. Their protection allowed John Elway to throw for over 260 yards and a touchdown to Vance Johnson. But they also cleared the way for Denver's newfound running game.
Guys, we're going to have to run that thing now and mix it up, okay? If he slants this way, Doug, you're just going to nick him and keep coming, and then you drive him by the hole, and then Bobby will cut back.
Bobby Humphrey glided through holes carved by his huge offensive line and fullback Mel Bratton for 105 yards and 2 touchdowns as the Broncos started the second half of the season on the run. After an easy 34-7 pasting of the Steelers at home, the Broncos traveled to Kansas City, where victories have always come hard. The defense stuffed the Chiefs for most of the day and produced Denver's only touchdown.
Allure to throw it on first down, and he is hit and stripped of the ball, picked up on the bounce, and the Broncos will score a touchdown. The touchdown is Greg Cragen.
Cragen's heads-up recovery off of a sack and strip by Alfonso Carricker gave Denver the lead until late in the fourth quarter, when the Chiefs rallied to tie it at 13. With only minutes remaining, the Broncos began an 80-yard drive, thanks to a quarterback who believed that the most direct route to the end zone isn't always a straight line. Working against the clock, number 7 converted critical third down completions to Mark Jackson and proved once more that when a game is on the line, John Elway has few equals.
Is this the play of the game? Sewell in the backfield. Elway, shovel pass, Sewell. 35, 30, cutting back, 25, 20, 15, 10, inside the 10-yard line. The shovel pass to Sewell. And what a run at the end of it. 13-13 tie. This will be the last play of the fourth quarter. Kubiak will hold it just outside the left hash mark. Fritz down. Treadwell's kick on the way. And good!
This exhilarating triumph gave Denver the AFC's best record. And at 8-2, the Broncos had put to rest another ghost that had haunted them in the past.
They win in Kansas City! We can't win in Kansas City!
Great job, Chris.
Persevere, man.
On a Monday night in Washington, D.C., the Broncos lost John Elway to a stomach virus just hours before the kickoff, putting the pressure on veteran backup quarterback Gary Kubiak. Kubiak's fumble on the third play of the game set up Washington's only touchdown. But it never rattled the veteran quarterback, who rebounded by throwing touchdown passes to fullback Mel Bratton and Ricky Nattiel, number 84. On this windy Monday night, 14 points would be enough because the Broncos' special teams couldn't be fooled. Number 59, Tim Lucas, stuffed a fake punt, and the Redskins never got out of the hole that Mike Horan punted them into. Kick coverage by Keith Bishop, Kip Corrington, Bruce Klosterman, Pat Kelly, Ken Bell, Monty Smith, Brad Hankey, Darren Carrington, and Scott Curtis kept Washington pinned deep in their own territory. Denver's defense held the Redskins to 77 yards on the ground, and Dennis Smith's 2 forced fumbles helped the Broncos overcome adversity and win 14-10. 9-2. The Broncos suddenly found themselves one victory away from the AFC West title. A distinction they could earn with a win in Mile High Stadium against the Seahawks. All of the elements that had carried the Broncos to this lofty position came together on this championship Sunday. The spotlight was shared by veterans like Mecklenburg and rookies like Warren Powers, number 91, as Denver sacked Seahawk quarterbacks 8 times, intercepted them twice, and recovered 2 fumbles. The offensive line never allowed Elway to be sacked. And number 7 threw 4 first-half touchdown passes, 2 to the irrepressible Vance Johnson, number 82. Scoring strikes to Steve Sewell and Michael Young rounded out a 41-14 victory that clinched Denver's 4th AFC West championship in 6 years.
He just lobs the ball for Mike Young, and he makes the catch. Touchdown.
This was the earliest a Broncos team had ever clinched, and with 4 games to go, Denver only needed to win 1 more game to secure home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
There you go, Coach. Great job, John. Proud of you.
Classic.
Since he entered the NFL, John Elway has led his team to more victories than any other quarterback. And in 1989, wide receiver Vance Johnson, number 82, helped to keep Elway's winning percentage at the top. Number 82 pulled in career highs with 76 receptions for 1,095 yards and 7 touchdowns, while enhancing his image as the Broncos' big play, flamboyant wide receiver.
The fire's always there, and it's always going to be lit. I grew the hair long. Hopefully I won't get tackled by it. Dan doesn't want me to get tackled by it. I'll be in trouble if I do. But maybe it's like David and Goliath. When my hair grows long, I get stronger in there.
Vance told me he told you the story of David and Goliath, how long Goliath's hair was. It's Samson, not Vance.
Johnson's performance frequently exceeded expectations. Something that was also true of Denver's first pick in the supplemental draft, running back Bobby Humphrey, number 26. Stress fractures in his foot had cut short his final year at Alabama, and doubts still lingered about the 2-time All-American.
Was Bobby Humphrey's foot really healed? But I felt that, hey, if I can come in and, really buckle down and learn what to do and get me on the playing field, I was going to prove that, I can be Bobby Humphrey again.
Red 28! Red 28 hot!
Humphrey proved he could take a hit. And his powerful legs gave the Broncos another lethal weapon to go along with Elway's strong arm. By season's end, he had rushed for 1,151 yards, the 3rd best total in team history.
Having watched and coached running backs, I think the greatest asset that Bobby has, he has a unique ability to anticipate where the defense's reaction is going to be. I mean, he'll start making a cut before the hole ever opens up. He has that vision that you see in great runners where he anticipates the right move an awful lot of the time. He's got great power, and he gets stronger as the game goes along. But if I had to say one thing, I'd say he's got tremendous anticipation of where the hole is going to open up.
Number 26 was chosen by his teammates as the offensive MVP.
Bobby Humphrey. The kid's incredible. He's breaking tackles, making a lot of cuts, and when I'm out there blocking sometimes, you see you're blocking the defensive back, and he's like, oh, hell, here comes that kid again.
Bobby Humphrey's impact was immediate and amazing, especially considering that football wasn't the profession that his mother had in mind for her son.
If I find out you playing football anyway up to that school, you tell those coaches that I am coming up there and they're going to have some trouble out of me because I do not want you on that football team.
I was playing the trumpet, and she wanted me to be in the band, and that's what she wanted me to do because she was so, afraid that I would get injured.
I wish somebody had tossed him a trumpet instead of football. He'd been better off,
See, Ma, I told you, I made the right choice.
The Cardinals would have preferred seeing a trumpet in his hands instead of a football, especially after Humphrey posted his best day as a pro on a Week 15 Saturday afternoon in Phoenix. Humphrey gained 128 yards on 23 carries to put him over the 1,000-yard barrier, and even threw a touchdown pass to his talented rookie teammate, Mel Bratton.
And it's Humphrey, and he wants to throw the pass, and he does, and it's a touchdown.
It was the farthest the Broncos ever traveled to play a home game, as more than 35,000 Denver fans gave the Broncos the home field advantage. There were 6 quarterback sacks, 2 by number 73 Simon Fletcher, and a fumble was run back for a touchdown by Carl Mecklenburg, number 77.
Change is picked up by Mecklenburg. He's back up on his feet. He's at the 10th. He's at the 5. He scored.
It was a devastating performance. Touchdown passes to Clarence Kay and Steve Sewell finalized a 37-0 win.
Will go to the goal line, and a leaping touchdown. Steve Sewell, the big play man, does it again.
For the second time in 3 seasons, Denver earned the home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Now, it was time to defend their mile-high kingdom against the wild card Pittsburgh Steelers.
Gotta bring it today. Gotta bring it today, baby.
The battle cry back in Pittsburgh is, deck those Broncos, they're just yonkos.
In the divisional playoffs, Denver hoped to explode on offense like they had done in their Week 9 meeting with the Steelers. However, in the first half, the only Broncos scoring came on a short touchdown burst by Mel Bratton. And a long field goal by special teams MVP David Treadwell.
Rainbow! Rainbow! Rainbow!
Denver had trouble containing Pittsburgh's Merrill Hodge, number 33, who became the first runner to rush for over 100 yards against the Broncos defense all season.
Hey, Hodge is kicking our ass, y'all. Let's bust this man.
Denver's might couldn't rattle the young Steelers.
Hey, this side. Me and you.
And no strategy could prevent Pittsburgh from taking a 17-10 third quarter lead.
Hands up, man, let's go.
We gotta get the ball.
Eagle Monster rips this one.
We gotta get the ball.
Worley coming to the right side. He gets out to only the 43. Driven back by Cragen. Do we have the first turnover? Yes. Tyrone Blackson comes up with it.
Hell of a job, baby. Hell of a job, baby. It was Cragen. Cragen knocked it out.
In one powerful blow, the Denver defense altered the course of the contest. And John Elway only needed one throw to tie it up at 17. Still, the Steelers refused to collapse and seemed even more determined to knock these mile-high champions off their throne. Leading 23-17 in the final quarter, the Steelers were riding a fairy tale finish.
We're calling us the Cinderella team. We still got our glass slippers intact. That's right. Still got them on.
With barely 6 minutes remaining, however, John Elway began waltzing Cinderella toward midnight.
Handoff is to Humphrey, back to Elway on the flea flicker. And the throw up the near side for Vance. Makes the catch.
Look. Come on.
From the Steelers' 26-yard line, Bobby Humphrey ran the ball 4 straight times, literally dragging Pittsburgh to its own 2-yard line.
Let's go 36 half.
On third down, Dan Reeves crossed up the Steelers by calling on his other talented rookie runner, Mel Bratton.
Set it! Come on! Get it in! Handoff. Bratton dives. Scores! Broncos lead for the first time. Denver 24.
Still, with more than 2 minutes remaining, it was up to the defense to pull together and win the game.
Listen out! Listen out! Come in here! Get gas in here! Get in here! Get in here! Nickel 5, ready? Third down and 8. Steelers at their 20. Snap to Brister. It hits his feet. The ball is loose. Picked up by Hodge, and a big pile up. The Broncos recover the fumble.
The clock finally struck 12 for the Steelers, as Randy Robbins' clutch recovery sealed Denver's come-from-behind win and ushered the Broncos back to the AFC Championship game.
We had 3 guys run in. I mean, everything happened.
Hey, the touchdown, you know,
yeah, 3 guys.
the guy knocks each other down.
Yeah, they all knew what the play was, too. That's what was bad. But,
hey, a W is a W is a W. We get to play Cleveland.
We advance.
Good morning from Mile High Stadium, an early start for 2 teams who have been here before. The Denver Broncos and the Cleveland Browns for the 3rd time in 4 years as the road to the Super Bowl comes through Denver.
Every play, if you don't feel like you got to make the play yourself, you're thinking wrong now. You got to believe you're going to make the play.
Do it today, baby. No tomorrow, baby. Ain't no tomorrow.
You got to line up top. We got to play the defense. You got to create turnovers. You got to work your life for this. It's at the doorstep. They want it. We want it. Who wants to work? Do it.
Okay, man. We're working all year now. It's right ahead of us. Let's don't let it get away, all right? Let's get active from the start. Let's go.
From the start, the Broncos were determined to prove that they were the AFC's finest, and nothing they did in the first half discouraged that belief.
Ozar drops, throw up the middle, and this one is intercepted at the 35-yard line. Interception, Dennis Smith. Pick up some of the blitz. John flushed out to the right, throws it upfield for a wide open Mike Young. At the 30, at the 20, at the 15, 10, 5, touchdown, 70 yards, Elway to Mike Young.
And you always know that the most dangerous thing to have John Elway doing is on the move.
Denver's defense heard the call and returned to its punishing big play form. The only batteries in Mile High Stadium were the nearly 76,000 diehards who threw a charge into John Elway's electrifying performance.
Still looking, throws it up the near side for a wide open Mike Young. 40, 30, cuts back, down over the 20.
Let's go 11 personnel, all right? 11. Them go 89, 69, 4.
The Broncos with another chance. We've said it before in big playoff games or Orange Bowls or any place else. When you have the chance, you have to score.
You bet.
Elway wants to throw it on 1st and goal. Mobley, touchdown! John Elway just turned to his left, lobbed it over Grayson.
Even without Bobby Humphrey, who was injured in the second quarter, the Broncos were running away with this championship chase.
To Sammy Winder. Sammy starts left, has blocks, dives toward the end zone, scores! 7-yard touchdown run. Sammy Winder running behind Bratton and Wydell.
By the middle of the third quarter, the AFC Championship had turned into another mile-high nightmare for the Cleveland Browns. The sights, sounds, and reminders of past failures were everywhere. However, Browns-Broncos confrontations always seem to swirl in an eerie atmosphere of suspense, and this gripping conflict was no different. Trailing 24-7. Cleveland finally stiffened. Bernie Kosar regained his touch, and the Browns scrambled back to narrow the Bronco lead to 24-21. The dogs could smell revenge. But while there was concern on the Broncos sideline, there was no panic. It was simply time for another Sunday drive. This journey wasn't without dangerous twists and turns. But with the game's best improviser at the wheel, the Browns were left barking in the dust. After salvaging a first down on 3rd and 10, Elway reached back and put the Browns away for good.
Browns show blitz. Here comes the world. Sewell picks up one. Pass is complete to Winder. 30. 20, 15, 10. Sammy will score!
Sammy Winder hasn't had a lot of chance to do the Mississippi Mud Walk this year, but that's the second time today.
Elway found Sammy Winder inside the 30, and the Broncos get another big play. Third touchdown pass by Elway.
80-yard drive for the Broncos.
The Broncos have never lost an AFC championship game. The Browns have never been to the Super Bowl. Those streaks will both continue.
Denver's 31-21 lead proved too much for Cleveland. And in the fourth quarter, they were buried in an avalanche of orange.
Come on, get it, Vic!
Interceptions by Kip Corrington and Dennis Smith ended Cleveland's comeback.
This time the pass is going to be intercepted at the Denver 45. Dennis Smith over the 50, still on his feet, tackled at the Cleveland 47.
These thefts resulted in 2 David Treadwell field goals and a 37-21 final. For the third time in 4 years, the Denver Broncos won the American Football Conference. And they did it with a style, class, and excitement befitting one of pro football's most colorful and successful organizations. They were mile-high champions again.
John Elway has done it again.
Really had a little help.
Oh, yeah, but what a performance.
Yep, I agree.
The Denver defense has come through. The Broncos have won the AFC championship for the 4th time.
Red area now, as you see in the red area.
For more than a decade, the fortunes of the Denver Broncos have been planned with the knowledge that the most extraordinary comeback quarterback in the NFL will be in the huddle.
Hey, let's have a good period, huh? Let's be sharp. Let's have a good period, huh? Let's go. Let's finish strong, huh? We need to pick this up a little bit.
They're going to play him inside, but he plays soft. So if we went 25, okay, 25 backs right, Louis.
Hey, Louis!
On the check with me package.
Let's go check with me. Check with me on one, right?
Out of Ace.
Ace!
He'll probably be taken up over here with a bracket.
Here, then, is the story of John Elway, a magical quarterback who makes us believe in miracles even when we can't believe our eyes. Set a mile above the world is a tale so epic, so grand, it should really be produced in
Hollywood!
76,000 extras, a 100-yard soundstage, and, of course, our leading man. international superstar. Scream his loyal fans. But from his enemies, late in the battle when the game is tight, he's just begun to fight.
It ain't over yet. We've been to get this, baby. What's the deal, man?
We're going to win it anyhow.
Without special effects, stuntmen, or retakes, he throws away the script in the final minutes and comes to the rescue. There's always a way with John Elway.
Who's going to win?
Broncos!
Are you sure?
Yeah!
What makes you so sure?
John Elway is the quarterback!
They blitz. Elway runs up in the pocket, gets away. He's at the 30, the 25, the 20, 15, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown, John Elway! Wow!
You can say that again.
Wow!
Something as we were growing up has taught us to have a never say die attitude. And he's got that somehow. He just believes in some way he's going to make it happen.
If it's ever a situation when we're backed up on the 20-yard line and with a minute to go, I want John. I want John at the control.
It's almost like you say, well, we get a chance to prove ourselves again, that we can go in tough spots. We can make the plays and get the job done when no one else expects us to do it, and really be a hero. And, you know, it's exciting to have a chance to be a hero.
The day was one of those very dark and gray days that you can have in Cleveland in January. It was unbelievable. It was almost surreal to be there because the crowd was just wild. I mean, it was all part of the mystique.
On a field strewn with the debris of ill will, the Broncos were fighting for more than their playoff lives. They were fighting to prove something.
So much was on the line. It had been 9 years since the Broncos had been to the Super Bowl. This was Elway's first chance. It was Pat Bullen's first chance. And all seemed lost, not when Cleveland scored, but after the kickoff was fumbled and it was down on the 2-yard lines, 98 yards away, you're heading toward the dog pound. I mean, all of those things, the bad weather, it just all came together in that one segment of the game.
I always think, boy, what a bad break. You know, I think that the ball bounced around and the fans were really into it and it was really loud. And you know, for us to get it there on the 2-yard line, I was like, oh, boy.
And the Broncos are 98 yards away from where they need to go. Still 5 minutes to go, but they need something out of this drive.
What they needed was a leader and a little faith. Faith that each man would not merely do what he could, but do what he must. It was a situation which called for a hero, and in a sublime moment which would ultimately define him, John Elway not only accepted the heavy burden of that fateful drive, but history's judgment as well.
In that situation, about 5 minutes left, when we know we have to make a drive and we have to put some points on the board, it's total concentration. I can remember the only thing that has kind of gone down in the history books was Keith Bishop saying, you know, we got him right where we want him.
28!
You know, after that, it kind of loosened everybody up and we were able to get going.
Elway in the end zone and throwing it. It's complete. Winder dives out to the 7-yard line.
All right, Sammy, baby! All right!
Elway's dropped the play fake, runs up in the pocket, running left, John's across the 20 and out to the 26-yard line, has the first down.
The rush came high, and I just stepped up inside it. Studdard pushed him outside of me, and I stepped up and threw it. And when I looked downfield, they were awful soft, and I just turned the football up and knew I could get the first down. There was plenty of room, so I got as far as I could and then went down. The time was a factor. It wasn't a huge factor at that point in time.
3 minutes to go.
Come on, guys! Come on!
on, stick it to him, baby.
But we could still run the ball, and we wanted to try to keep them off balance. And so, therefore, we came back with a play-action fake, and they were in a 2-deep coverage, and we released Sewell out of the backside.
The pass for Sewell, got it and keeps it at the 48-yard line, and was he hammered?
He went up high and made a great catch because the safety was right there. With each successful play, and each time we moved the markers, we became more confident.
Everything waggle right.
Elway running up in the pocket and sacked at the 48-yard line. That's it, that's it! The Broncos may have to spend a timeout here. They will.
You know, you look at those situations, and the last thing we want to do is take a sack, and they did a good job defensively. You got to give them some credit that they made the play in that situation that really made it tough on us on 3rd and 18.
Time was becoming a factor now.
We have one timeout left. They are at the Cleveland 48-yard line. Snap to Elway, and Elway's pass is coming and caught. Mark Jackson, first down at the Cleveland 27-yard line.
In 2-minute situations where you got to get lucky, and there's no question we were lucky on this situation because the crowd was so loud that we were in a silent cadence, and I had motion with it, and I was trying to time the motion with the silent count, and we were just a little bit early with the snap, and it hit Steve Watson on the hip and barely got back to me. I was fortunate enough to get it back, and then I had Mark Jackson on a deep in cut past the first down marker, and I got great time. That's what you got to have in those situations, and I was able to get Mark the ball and get the first down.
As they moved down the field, Denver suddenly took command not only of the football game, but of the stadium. The closer they got, I thought the quieter the crowd got. Where it should have been getting wilder, I don't think it did. I really think that the crowd was quieted somewhat during that drive just by the fact that Denver kept moving the ball down close.
Close wasn't good enough, but Elway wasn't finished. Using 2nd and 3rd options, the Broncos continued to play, beat the clock. And if the pressure was all but unbearable, Elway never let it show. On 2nd and long, it was again up to Elway to find a way.
Come on, Johnny!
Elway's gutty scramble set up a 3rd and 1 at the 5, and a fitting climax to the greatest drive in NFL history.
42 seconds to go. Broncos at the Cleveland 5. 3rd down and a yard. The snap to Elway. The look, the throw. Touchdown to Mark Jackson. 98.5-yard drive.
We called it option left 62 route, but we have a guy in the flat, and we have Mark coming in on a slant route, and the corner came off Mark, and I was able to get a seam in there. It was a low heater, too, because if Mark didn't get it, nobody was going to get it. I can remember seeing Mark Jackson wide open and saying to myself, get this ball to him as fast as you can get it to him. And I don't remember throwing a ball as hard as I threw that ball.
Elway's rocket to Mark Jackson may be the most dramatic 5-yard pass in history. It was certainly the hardest throw. But while the hard work was done, the game wasn't won. It was tied at 20. But the momentum was Denver's. And as overtime began, there was little doubt about the outcome.
And we really had the momentum. We had taken the crowd out of it.
Defense!
They had the ball first, and the defense stops them in 3 plays. And then we come in, and we had the momentum. The crowd was real quiet, and I remember a couple guys making some great catches.
Blitz and throwing it up the right side. Mobley across the 50. 3rd and 12 at the 50. Steps up in the pocket, and here comes the pressure. John's on the run. He's at the 50. Throws the ball upfield. Fingertip catch at the Cleveland 22-yard line.
Elway moved the Broncos 60 yards on their first possession, setting up Rich Carlos for a dramatic field goal attempt.
This will be a 32-yard try to win it in overtime. Ball is down. Carlos's kick is on the way. And it is gone! The Denver Broncos have come from behind to win it in overtime. And this time, folks, it is no miracle. The Broncos are going to the Super Bowl because they earned the trip. Final score, Denver 23, Cleveland 20.
It was hard for me to believe. You know, I remember saying to myself, oh, my God, you know, it's kind of, we're going to the Super Bowl, and the way we're going is we beat Cleveland in Cleveland on a 98-yard drive.
Super Bowl! Super Bowl! We got a Super Bowl!
When you think of John Elway, that's where you start to think about John as a great football player. That particular day in Cleveland. So the things that he's done since have just added to the way that people perceive him. But that was his coming out party.
Few players have ever entered the NFL with a higher level of expectations or more fanfare than John Elway. But then, why not? As a consensus All-American, Elway left Stanford with 5 NCAA passing records. But it wasn't the records he set which set him apart. It was his rare combination of unabashed athleticism, foot speed, and arm strength, coupled with a champion's charisma that made Elway the NFL's #1 draft pick in 1983. And Elway immediately proved to be anything but typical. Instead, he demanded a trade from Baltimore, and neither the Broncos nor the game has ever been the same.
First play of the second half for Denver, and you hear the cheers for Elway.
In the preseason, all eyes were on the headstrong rookie with the $1 million arm.
Let's go red right, one short divide. Call a 47-year-old pinch on two. Ready?
It's interesting when a young man with the publicity that an Elway has had, even the football teams, you can tell that it's got their attention. Everybody's craning their neck to see what he's going to do.
It didn't take long to see that Elway was the real thing. For the first time in years, the magic was back at Mile High Stadium.
I saw that guy. He was squatting right there, like that, and I saw it.
Elway's stirring preseason performance earned him the starting quarterback job and a few predictions.
He's very, very impressive. He avoided our rush. He threw the ball through our coverages.
So right now, I think he's worth every bit of what they're paying him. He's the truth. He really is. He'll have a great future here in the NFL.
But before he could become great, he had to endure a rookie season which saw his baptism by fire against the Colts in a hostile Memorial Stadium.
I had a bad experience playing in Baltimore. The second game of that year, we went out there, and not only was I playing bad, but I got benched the second half.
The crowd was in rapture. The man who had spurned them was getting his comeuppance. And it got worse before it got better. But it's a tribute to Elway's toughness that his rugged initiation into the NFL was something he learned from, not shrank from.
The whole year was tough for me. Just because there's a lot of things going on and I was making a lot of mistakes, and being a rookie, it was tough.
Elway knew he was making mistakes, but he knew something more, that greatness takes opportunity. And in week 15 of his rookie season, Elway finally got his chance. Trailing the Baltimore Colts 19-0, Elway was about to embark on the first of his fourth quarter miracle finishes, though no one could have guessed it at the time.
Watson in motion from the left side of the formation. And Elway with some protection, throwing it to the end zone for Sampson. He's got the ball, touchdown!
You look at all these two-minute drives as I talk about, and all the comebacks, and the fact that you got to get lucky in them. And Clint Sampson was a great example because he only had 1 foot down, and they ended up giving us a touchdown. He had a corner route, and he only got 1 foot down, so we got lucky there. And then in the defense, Louis Wright makes a big interception for us and runs it back and gets us the ball back. So the whole team picked up. When you have comebacks and you're down 19-0, it's 45 guys that pull together and get the job done.
Indeed, no game is won by a single player, but no game is won without a single great leader.
I remember the next pass was to Jesse Miles. we called it dart right, and it was like a one-man screen to the fullback and out of shotgun, and he caught the ball and made a great run, and now got us back in the football game at 19-14. Now we're really back into it.
Suddenly, Elway had taken the Broncos from sitting ducks to sitting pretty. Of course, the game wasn't in hand just yet. The Broncos still needed another touchdown. But John Elway had come too far to let anything stop him, and he was about to go further, from raw rookie to full-fledged pro. Elway Elway's nifty footwork did more than gain yardage. It bought Denver time by stopping the clock.
Receivers left, 4th down and 2 Broncos. Elway is back. Here comes the safety blitz.
On 4th and 2, a rookie came of age with the game on the line.
Will Hite at the 10, Will Hite at the 5, Will Hite to the goal line. Touchdown! 4th and 2, and the Broncos get the touchdown to go ahead, 20-19. There's the backflip from Gerald Will Hite, who could not have been more open as he caught the ball at the 10 and ran it in.
They brought the house, they were blitzing, and me being a rookie was logical. And I remember on that play, Gerald was responsible for the safety, and when the safety came, I saw Gerald not block him, and so, I mean, once he got out, I just said, here, you take the ball, and he took it and got it in the end zone.
Well, an unbelievable finish. I think that's what the Broncos paid $5 million for, I would say.
Of course, it was only a harbinger of things to come.
You know, that was his first showing of what he had in store for us in his career.
And in that remarkable career, no team has ever been victimized quite like the Kansas City Chiefs. Take Week 10 in 1989. Chiefs fans were in full voice, but Elway was in top form.
Red 28!
With the score tied at 13, a tie on the road might have looked good, but Elway was looking for more. In a frantic 10-play drive, Elway managed the clock, the crowd, and to somehow convert 3 third-down passes, including this bullet to Mark Jackson, which set up the play of the game.
Is this the play of the game? Sewell in the backfield. Elway, shovel pass, Sewell. 35, 30, cutting back, 25, 20, 15, 10 inside the 10-yard line. The shovel pass to Sewell. And what a run at the end of it. 13-13 tie. This will be the last play of the 4th quarter. Kubiak will hold it just outside the left hash mark. It's down. Treadwell's kick on the way. And good!
The Broncos' 16-13 win was a key step on their way to a division title that year. But as incredible as that win was, it paled compared to their next meeting with the Chiefs. Trailing by 2 points on a Monday night, the Broncos were 83 yards from a score. With under 2 minutes to play and facing a 4th and 10, some might have considered the situation bleak. But at least one veteran Bronco knew better. Elway shines brightest when it matters most.
Just before that 4th down play, one of the young guys turned to me and he said, you know, I haven't been 0-2 since high school. I said, you're not going to be this year either.
Well, it is 4th down, and it is 10 yards to go, and we have 1 minute and 11 seconds to go in it.
I know the guys who've been on the team a number of years have seen John do some things that some people classify as miracles. I guess I'm getting used to it. I call it par for the course for John Elway.
Elway steps up in the pocket, lets it go long to Johnson. He's got it at the 40 on a 4th and 10. John Elway puts it on the foot to Vance Johnson. Holy cow! What a throw!
You ain't lying for those money, boy. I just closed my eyes when they played, and I heard the crowd go crazy, and I said,
I don't believe it, man. I was sad, now I'm happy. 5 seconds, I'm going to be sad and happy.
At 4th and 10, I'm just looking to get the first down, and Vance had come up to me and said, hey, check me on the post pattern. The free safety just played shallow, and Vance ran a great route backside on a post route, and I put it out to right field, and he ran and got it.
When he caught it, I jumped in the air and started screaming. I ran to that young guy, and I said, see what I told you?
Confidence like that doesn't come easy. But then quarterbacks like John Elway don't come around very often either. And 4 plays later, the Broncos were in position to win it.
The 22-yard effort, Treadwell's kick is up. It's good! Broncos win it!
David Treadwell's kick was good as time expired. But the next year, Elway proved that his license to thrill never expires. Once again, the Broncos were tied with the Chiefs, locked in a brutal battle.
Rise to my face, man! Hold the son of a...
With the score tied at 16, Kansas City pinned the Broncos back on their own 13-yard line, where suddenly Elway faced a crucial 3rd and long.
Let's go, guys. 3rd and 20. This is for the game.
Let's see what Elway has in his bag of tricks here.
Spin 8 left trip, wide, just sit it. Scramble right, 16 wide, squirrel, wing 7, on 2, 1, 2. Me.
Marty Schottenheimer had seen this before, but he would never see a play quite like this again. Facing a 3rd and 18, Elway simply let his arm do the talking.
He's trying to buy some time. He's going to let it go long, and Mark Jackson is there. 50, 45, 40, 35.
I do not believe John Elway. Time after time after time, he does it, and he has just bitten the Chiefs again. Nice shot, Wood. Nice shot.
There was only one way to describe that pass.
Vintage Elway. He's made some great plays just in the 3 years that I've been here.
It was a planned scramble, and the first thing I did on the scramble was to check, make sure we're getting everybody picked up, because I knew that for me to throw this ball, I'm going to have to set up and give it a pretty good heave.
The only thing was I couldn't see John. I just saw a ball go out into that Denver sky, and it was a perfect spiral, and I just tried to get underneath it, and luckily I did.
It was taking off like a long drive or something, and it's just amazing. I sit there and I just said, wow.
Holy! How far was that scramble throw to Action Jackson?
61 yards on the fly, 71 altogether. And while a field goal officially won the game, it was really the strongest arm in football which had beaten the Chiefs once again. On October 18th, 1992, everyone, from the top row to the men fighting toe-to-toe on the field below, knew there was magic in the air. So when the Oilers scored with fewer than 2 minutes remaining to take a 21-20 lead, they didn't take comfort.
When they scored, you looked over there and they knew that something could happen. It doesn't always happen, but it seems to most of the time happen with John Elway.
We beat them in the playoff game the year before, and we were in a 2-minute situation again. I remember a rookie linebacker running by me going, "Not this time, Elway."
King right trip. We're on 13 BFX zoom on 1. On.
And so then we ended up scoring in 3 plays, and so that was a situation that made it a little more special, and maybe that guy will think twice about saying it next time he comes out the field.
Again, Elway being rushed. Quick pass, caught by Vance Johnson. Breaks to the 30, Vance to the 25, and out of bounds at the 20-yard line.
We're on about the 20, 25-yard line, and here they come with the blitz again, and we had the draw called, and I remember Reggie Rivers standing right next to me, and usually he's supposed to delay on a draw and then take off, but I knew the outside guys were coming, and if he beat the outside guys, I knew there'd be no one there to touch him, and so as soon as I got the ball, I'm yelling at him, "Go, go, 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 go." And he took off and ran, and no one even touched him, and that was another great win for us.
You might say that's an understatement, but that's one of Elway's greatest assets, his poise under pressure. You see, John Elway understands his job is to remain in control until the final gun sounds.
Until that clock says 0-0, no matter what, or the field goal's kicked, or we score the touchdown, it's not over. So all you see is really white lines and boundaries. Once you get starting in motion and you're in a 2-minute drill, things are going so fast that you don't even think about it.
Come on, Bobby, set a huddle, let's go! Come on, be a leader.
It's my job to get people back in the huddle or back on the line of scrimmage and get things going.
Toss 39, first sound.
John has that way of gaining momentum. He can just look horrible through a portion of the game.
Take a 1985 game against the Steelers in Week 13. It appeared that Elway's luck had run out, but despite surrendering the lead late in the fourth quarter, he never surrendered his will to win.
And he suddenly gets that fire in his eye, and he's going to put the ball right there on the money, and somehow he's going to get the job done.
Truth be told, whether the Broncos will win usually isn't the question. It's just a matter of how Elway will do it. In this case, A 7-play, 58-yard drive with under 3 minutes to play gave the Broncos the win. But a play-by-play analysis can't fully explain the Elway mystique.
John Elway, at the end of games, seems to put fear into the defenders.
Here we go. We need to take it down and get us one here. Let's get her going right now. Relax, have some fun, and do what we can do.
I've seen some of those games where he has pulled them out in the final 2 minutes, and you're thinking, well, you know, what's wrong with the defense now? And it looks as though they're absolutely terrified of what he's going to do to them, and subsequently he does do that.
Hurry up, hurry up!
Remember a 1992 game against the arch-rival Raiders? Elway had played poorly for much of the game, but with under 2 minutes to play, number 7 poured it on.
Blitz, blitz, blitz. Here it comes, and Elway gets away from it. And there's the pass. Marshall's got it. Breaks the tackle at the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, down to the 8-yard line.
Trailing 13-10, Elway passed the Broncos down the field, and just when everyone expected the coup de grace from Elway's right arm, he passed on the pass, but got the win.
85 yards in the drive. Took them 1 minute and 56 seconds. They did it with no timeouts.
Way to fight!
With 55 seconds to go.
Hey, that's a way to fight! Big dog, you got me. Way to fight!
Put him in a situation where he's against all odds. Somehow, some way, he's going to make it happen.
Elway takes the snap and drops inside.
No matter what we've done up to this point, just get the ball back and give him a shot.
Pressure, they throw the pass upfield. Jackson at the 25, breaks a tackle, gets out over the 30, the 35, gets a block from Soule, and here he comes down the sideline.
And next thing you know, average players make great plays, or great players make even greater plays, and he's the one that initiates it.
Isn't this the essence of leadership? I mean, John's doing his thing.
Throws the pass for Soule. It is tipped back. Johnson gets it out of the flex.
But he also gets the other guys to do their thing, to rise above. They're tired. This is the end of the game, and everybody makes that great effort.
Steve Soule just decided to go over the top, and the Broncos are back in the lead.
That is the essence of leadership. Making men believe they can do things they've never done before. Taking one last stand when the body begs for rest. Against the Cardinals in 1991, Elway was brutalized.
Ace left up. Luke 19 double slanted special. Wing 9. A one-on-one.
Hurry up, hurry up!
But a bruised body belied an unfettered spirit. That the Broncos should have been winning easily instead of trailing with under 4 minutes to play only strengthened Elway's pugnacious resolve.
His foot went out right here. Look at it. That's what it is right there. You're so full of bullshit.
That's when the fear of losing in a situation where you should have been winning and you're not. The fear of losing in that situation is one that motivates you. That's what adds a little bit of urgency to make a drive like that.
Ball is at the 4-yard line. It's 3rd down. Elway gets the play going, sprints to the right side. He's going to run. Touchdown!
Well, I used to always think that the last one I've just seen was my favorite one. Then he comes up with another one that just tops anything that's previously been done.
Of course, everyone seems to have a favorite comeback. Well, almost everybody. You can't really include the Chiefs. They've just been victimized too many times to appreciate mile-high magic. But in Week 5, 1992, everyone had to acknowledge that something extraordinary occurred, even by John Elway standards.
We were down by 2 scores. We were down 18-6, and we needed 2 scores, and I think there was only 5 minutes to go.
585,
And we really hadn't done much all day offensively, so it looked awful bleak.
What the Broncos needed was a big play, but the Chiefs were determined not to let Elway go deep. So he dissected them with precision and patience.
So Elway taking what the Chiefs are giving him. We still have 1 minute and 55 seconds. Denver has all of their timeouts. Do you believe in miracles?
We need 7 here, and we got to stop it. Period.
A lot of this crowd has already left. It's an uphill climb, but you think they'd learn.
It's never over till that final gun goes off with this guy.
With number 7 out there, you're right. Elway lets it go to Jackson. Touchdown! Jackson makes the catch just inside the goal line and inside the sideline.
Boy, great throw, too.
It was the first time they went to man coverage, and I got Mark singled up on the backside, and as soon as I saw that, I knew I was going to take a shot at the end zone, and Mark made a great catch, and that was the big play that we needed the first time they went to man coverage.
Let's go! Turn it up! Let's turn up the heat! Turn it up!
I can see that parking lot out on the southwest side, which is a fairly big one, and there was as many people pouring back in after the first touchdown as there were pouring out just before it. And actually, Dave Logan and I had said, for those of you on portable radios, you're making a mistake. This game is never over.
Never say never! Never say never!
Ain't over yet. It ain't over yet, baby.
Good kick. We like it.
Oh, this was the stuff of magic. The entire team was riding a wave of invincibility. Thus inspired, the defense rallied and stuffed the Chiefs on 3 straight plays. And despite trailing by 6 points with under 2 minutes to play, there was a palpable sense of desperation. But it came from the Chiefs bench.
Man, I'll tell you what. This is our opportunity to get it done right now with the defense, the best in the league.
And nothing to say about that. Do it.
Nope. Here's Barker punting. Marshall waits, backs. Oh, it fumbles the ball. Picks it up at the 45-yard line. Breaks a tackle. Comes across to the 40. 45-40. Pulled down by the kicker, Brian Barker. He was the last man there to get him.
Oh, man! Are you kidding me or what?
Looking over the sideline, looking at Kansas City, even though we were losing the game, you couldn't tell we were losing the game because we were excited and they were like, oh, God, here goes John Elway again.
The irony was incredible. For 55 minutes, the Broncos had been the prey. Now, in the span of 3 minutes, the hunted had become the hunter.
I thought I'd seen it all in last-minute comebacks, you know. I mean, I thought if we have another one, it's going to be similar to something else. But this wasn't similar to anything else because I had resigned myself to the fact that we were going to lose the football game with 3 or 4 minutes to go. And to see him come back under those circumstances was unbelievable.
Elway's got the ball to the end zone. Touchdown!
Well, I tell you, unbelievable.
The Denver Broncos with another fantastic comeback.
It was cover 5, which would have told me to go somewhere else besides Vance, but the safety stayed inside. Therefore, I knew that I could get the fade outside to Vance, and I was fortunately got good time to throw it, and was able to put the ball in the money, and Vance made a great catch.
John Elway has done it again.
Elway's greatest comeback? Let history judge. After all, if the past tells us anything about John Elway, it's that anything is possible.
Thanks, man. Thanks for doing it, man. Way to go. Way to do it. Outside blazing and buck wrestling, man. We got. Was that digging? I was digging.
A year after beating the Browns with the drive, the Broncos were once again playing Cleveland for the AFC Championship, this time at Mile High, where expectations were high.
We're ready, baby. We're ready. It's a hell of a ball game today.
Pat Boland's prediction proved to be prophetic as Cleveland fought back and tied the game late in the 4th quarter.
We stop them one time, we'll go ahead. Let's go now. Hold on that football, guys.
By now, John Elway was more than just another superstar. He was building his reputation as a miracle
Fire
worker.
pass, 94, 8 cutout read on one. On one, ready?
And while a lesser player might have faltered, he flourished.
There was still 5 minutes left in the game, so time really wasn't a factor at this point yet.
Red 98! Red 98!
But we knew that we had to get it down in field goal range and keep the defense off the field and you know, take some time off the clock and hopefully get a field goal to win it. Now that we're we're in field goal range, we want to get it closer. We want to make it as easy a field goal as we possibly can. And I think that's why you see us come back on the next play with the screen pass, because it's a safe play.
20, 4:12 to go. The snap, and Elway drops to the 30 and throws. It is caught, and Winders at the 15, trying to run right to the 10, keeps it balanced at the 10, at the 5, touch, scores! Sammy Winder! 20-yard touchdown pass, Elway to Winder. Broncos regain the lead with 4:01 to go.
Sammy Winder makes a great run, breaks a couple tackles, and to see him go in the end zone, you feel so much better about a touchdown than you do a field goal. That was a huge play.
And it's Denver 38, Cleveland 31 with 4:01 to go in the fourth quarter, and I have a feeling it isn't over.
It wasn't. Indeed, while the Elway-led drive had given the Broncos the lead, it also gave the Browns the ball and the chance to rewrite Denver's storybook ending. So as the crimson sky faded behind the Rocky Mountains, John Elway was left to watch his defense take a page from his own dramatic playbook.
Well, it's a championship finish. 38-31 Denver, 2nd and 5 at the 8 for the Browns with 1:12 to go. Kozar to Biner. Biner trying to slip left at the 5. He's at the goal line. Biner loses the ball. Denver recovers the fumble. Biner appeared to be getting close enough to the goal line when the ball was punched away.
Ernest Biner's fumble may be the lingering image from that championship game, but it really shouldn't be. Because the fact remains that it was a John Elway-led drive which had given the Broncos a lead they would never surrender. And for the second year in a row, number 7 had made the championship game his own showcase for the spectacle. 2 years later, in an AFC divisional playoff game, the Broncos were trailing again.
We're calling us the Cinderella team. We still got our glass slippers intact. Right. Still got them on.
But they wouldn't for much longer. Trailing 23-17 with 7 minutes to play, Elway proved the proof is in the finish. And in a vintage drive, Elway once again led by example.
Off is to Humphrey, back to Elway on the flea flicker. And the throw up the near side for Van, makes the catch. Look, come on.
In this bone-jarring game, yards were hard to come by. And scores were even rarer. But as strong as the hits was the belief that Elway would find a way to win. And on 3rd and 1 from the 1, Elway quieted a crowd anticipating the go-ahead score.
Come on, get it up. Handoff, Brett, dive, scores! Broncos lead for the first time. Denver 24, Pittsburgh 23.
Once again, Elway had done his part. And yet again, the defense would finish what number 7 had started. It was a matter of pride.
Listen out! Listen out! Come in here! Get gas in here! Get in here! Get in here! Nickel 5, ready? 3rd down and 8. Steelers at their 20. Snap to Brister. It hits his feet. The ball is loose. Picked up by Hodge and a big pile-up. Broncos recover the fumble.
In a total team effort, the Broncos prevailed 24-23. And even John Elway couldn't have guessed that a greater comeback lay ahead.
TN Classic.
Ironically, the score was an identical 24-23. But this time, the Broncos were on the wrong end. And, as if that weren't coincidence enough, the Broncos would have to start on their own 2-yard line thanks to a great kick. It was not an altogether unfamiliar situation.
That's one of the main things I remember about this drive was I remember going, wow, what a great punt.
Man, they got the ball. We got the ball on the 2.
For them to say it was on the 2-yard, I can remember running on the field, 2-yard line and running on the field going, well, we're going to see if that first one was a fluke or not. And this one was a different situation in that we only needed a field goal, but it was still on that the lucky 2-yard line. You know, deja vu.
Denver at the 2-yard line. They're 98 yards away from 6, but they don't need 6. They only need 3.
That brought up memories, and we mentioned it on the air. You know, Keith Bishop isn't here to say it, but John Boy, we have him where we want him.
I mean, you couldn't ask for more. John Elway has a chance here. It's a long way to go. This game is far from over. I've seen this club move too many times to think it's over.
Hey, D, it ain't over yet, though, baby. It ain't over yet. It's all right, baby. It ain't over. It ain't over, baby. It ain't over yet. 85, hut.
24-23 the score. Elway in the shotgun and in the end zone. Here's his pass. It's caught. Young makes it out at the 24-yard line.
The first play got him room to work and move around back there because he needs that space. That's when we realized, hey, look out, Houston.
However, confidence seemed to fade as 3 plays netted a mere 4 yards.
Damn. It's the game right here. 4th and 6. It's the game. We need this.
Down to 1:28. Elway, he's got some time. Flushed out. Rolls out. Being chased. Here's Elway. First down at the 35-yard line.
Yeah! Needed that. We needed that, boy.
4th and 6, and I remember feeling the pressure from the backside, and I stepped up through it. And so when I came out, the first thing that I saw was a first down marker, and it was a defensive lineman chasing me from inside. And I didn't have time to even look downfield. I just saw him real soft and knew that I could get the first down and stop the clock.
You can say what you want to. I don't think I want anybody back there except number 7.
3 plays later, another 4th down.
And this time 10.
16 on 1. On 1.
By now, however, Elway was running in the footsteps of Lane, Unitas, Staubach, and Montana. And the question wasn't if he could do it, merely how.
Come on.
Here's the 4th down and 10 play. Elway's got the ball. John is back, runs up out of the pocket, lets the pass go. It's caught. Johnson to the 40, 35, 30, 25, and out of bounds at the 21-yard line of the Islanders.
Well, 4th and 10, and this one's a little bit tougher. They got a good pass rush from the backside, and I was able to, again, step up through that and get outside. And it was the same defense that they played last time, only this time the cornerback came up to stop me from running, and I saw Vance Johnson over the top. And that may be one of the worst passes that I've ever thrown, but I've never had a guy that open in that situation where I just wanted to hand him the ball, and so it wobbled a lot, but fortunately it got there.
Unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I don't think I'd believe it. Oh, my gosh. That's unbelievable.
11 breathtaking plays without a timeout in less than 2 minutes reconfirmed the legend of John Elway.
It's all you, baby. It's all you. Yeah, it's all you, baby. Yeah. I tell you, you ought to knight the guy.
You know, everyone's yelling, everybody's hooping and hollering, and my thinking is, hey, let's not celebrate now. It's not over. Let's make this field goal before we celebrate.
Kubiak will hold. Here's the snap. The kick is good! Broncos lead!
Few have ever understood more clearly that the point of any game is to win.
This place is a madhouse. 76,000 plus have lost their minds at Mile High Stadium.
As the Broncos, with one of their greatest, come from behind.
And no one ever directed his skills to this task in a more dramatic comeback fashion than John Elway.
This guy will go down as the greatest come-from-behind player in National Football League history.
You know, I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that, you know, we've had these comebacks, but also I know it's not just me. It's the 22 guys that I've played with. It's a trait that I'm happy that I have, that I'm never going to give up no matter what I have. And I've been fortunate to play with a bunch of guys that think the same way.
It's a great feeling, though. You got to remember this feeling. You don't get these feelings very often. You know, man. You got to get into another win. We can do it here because of John. Yeah.
Making some big plays and making the impossible in that situation where everything's against you and no one's expecting you to do it and you get it done. And that's exactly what you play for. that's the ultimate for a player, and that the fans are excited and you're excited. That is the point in time in everybody's career that I think they would like to be able to freeze and be able to draw that feeling whenever they wanted to, because most times that feeling of accomplishment is unbelievable.
Game day in Mile High Stadium.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the starting lineup for the Denver Broncos.
In the world of pro football, there's no experience quite like it.
Come on, O. Let's go, Big O. Come on, Big O. All right, Butch, here's a chance. We got the ball first. Now, let's get a block. Going to kick off. Let's bring it out. Let's have some fun. Let's
Three wide receivers, a couple of running backs, and Elway, who can be a little bit of everything. And hand the ball to Sewell, and Sewell wants to throw the pass to John Elway. He does at the 15, at the 10, at the 5. Touchdown! Get Drop to the 25. The pressure. Roland Jones will get the sack at the 27. Out the way. Get him, baby!
Inside assignment as a pulling guard on the OT.
No, I run a pass.
You run a pass. If you make an adjustment, you make it inside out.
Let's just run away. Run away.
Wright's in motion from the wing at the left side. Pitches to Sammy Winder. Reverses. Back to Elway. Here it comes on the flea flicker for Watson. 5-yard line. Touchdown!
Called Bronco Mania, and its telltale orange fever has reached epidemic proportions in the Rocky Mountains. Sellout since 1969 and over 62,000 fans on the waiting list for season tickets confirm that Bronco Mania is more than just an autumn romance. It's a year-round love affair.
Bronco Mania is coming to Bronco football games 4 hours before the game in any kind of weather with good friends and family.
Good food.
And good food.
We're going to cook some Seahawks today. That's what we're up to.
Bronco Mania is coming down to a Bronco game with snow on the ground and coming down to shovel outside of your door in order to go into the game.
Bronco Mania is when you wake up in the morning and you look in the mirror and this is what you look like. That just happened.
Me, this van, all these fans, this is our pride and joy. We are Bronco Mania.
Bronco Mania is a feeling. It's the city, it's the state. Pulls us all together.
And it really doesn't matter whether the Broncos win or lose. Bronco Mania is for everybody and it's for all seasons.
your name on the waiting list, and it's 15 years long to get season tickets. That's Bronco Mania. Have you ever seen so much orange? You won't.
I think all Bronco fans go to heaven if they've been real good Bronco fans, and it's orange up there, I've been told.
Heaven on earth for a Bronco maniac is Mile High Stadium, an orange-clad cathedral where believers spill out their love for the Broncos and vent their wrath upon sinners who choose not to attend.
In attendance today, 76,082 people, meaning there are 46 tickets unused.
Hey, listen now. 4 quarters, 60 minutes, and we're the champions. Yeah! Let's go, baby!
With the World Championship at stake, Dallas was shaken early. However, Denver was unable to grasp good fortune when it presented itself, and they watched their dream become the Cowboys' reality. Many felt that this defeat would kill Bronco Mania as swiftly as it was born. However, those cynics were dead wrong.
Go, Broncos! Go, Broncos! Go, Broncos!
A decade later, Bronco Mania is still shaking the foundation of the stadium opponents have nicknamed the Mile High Zone. Denver wins here 73% of the time, and its sights and sounds are enough to unnerve even the toughest opposition.
Our crowd's very much involved in the ball game, and that does help. But I think also playing in the altitude that we play in is a tremendous home field advantage for us, and we think that helps us. And we use it, I think, to our advantage a great deal because teams coming in, they have a tough time breathing, and we want them to have a tough time breathing.
You can't breathe. You can't hear. You can't think. Then there's that great Bronco maniac, Mother Nature. In 1979, the New England Patriots watched the temperature drop 40 degrees in an hour. By game's end, they were buried beneath a classic Rocky Mountain blizzard, and the Broncos. Some seem only to find a way to lose in such conditions. The Broncos seem to find a way to win, especially in Mile High Stadium.
There's an electricity in that stadium when you play there, like none I've ever felt anywhere else. When you've had that kind of support, you can't help but feel like you can't be beat.
10:36 left in sudden death overtime. If Thomas makes it, the Chargers win. Tied in overtime at 24. Ball is down. Thomas's kick is blocked. Picked up on the run. Here comes Louis Wright. They won't catch him. He's at the 20. He's at the 15.
Bronco defenders have always believed that the football is the property of the man carrying it at the end of the play, not the beginning.
And Louis Wright is mobbed as he goes.
Start off right on this guy. Right now. This guy's not looking for pressure. Run deal, Steeler, double zone. Ready? Don't jump! Tango! No!
On the first play of a Monday night in 1984, the Broncos' Steve Foley scored a touchdown.
And now the Packers will get to run their second play.
Then on the very next play, Louis Wright did it again.
He drives to the right side across the 25, out near the 28, another fumble. This one's picked up on the far side and returned by Louis Wright. Another touchdown for the Broncos.
37 seconds in his 14
was a game the defense had to win, and led by veteran Tom Jackson, number 57, they did just that. Since 1984, the Broncos' future has grown even brighter under the firm leadership of owner Pat Bowlen. Bowlen created a positive environment in the office and on the playing field. And general manager John Beek has helped the Broncos acquire headline-making talent. On the field, head coach Dan Reeves has kept Denver at or near the top since he arrived from Dallas in 1981. He is the winningest coach in Bronco history, and a man who has earned the respect and admiration of his players.
We had a successful coach before in Red Miller. Dan came in, instituted his own system.
Let's go the same thing. Let's go do it off a full lace rifle fly and go double edge 3702.
The way I looked at the system when it first came in, I said, well, coach, it's like a big plate of spaghetti and you can't get all the noodles on the fork at once. He was the only one that knew the system, and he took the burden of responsibility.
I don't think there's another person I'd like to play for besides Dan Reeves in it, but there might be one guy, and that might be my dad.
While Reeves took charge of the offense, he wisely retained the innovative defensive coordinator who helped to guide the Broncos to Super Bowl 12, Joe Collier.
Multiple defense, that's what our game has been. We're not a type of team that just lines up and says, here we are, come and get us. We're just not that big, we're not that strong.
See if 81 is over there in the huddle over there. They do. I want to go 42 rounds, 3 yards, Bronco 5.
And so we've always felt that we've had to move people around, shifting the fronts, using quite a few coverages, doing a lot of variety. And of course now Carl Mecklenburg, being able to move him around, that adds to our multiple defensive system.
Carl Mecklenburg, number 77, was merely an undersized pass rush specialist for much of his first 2 seasons with the Broncos. He always showed promise, but in 1984, number 77 single-handedly set the tone for the rest of the Broncos season with one mighty blow against the Raiders. This impact fueled a 16-13 victory and led to a 13-3 season. And though a star wasn't exactly born that day, a year later, Mecklenburg was an All-Pro and an NFL phenomenon. He's no one-dimensional refrigerator. He's as versatile as a Ginsu knife, slicing, dicing, and carving up an offense from as many as 7 different positions.
When Carl first came into our training camp, we realized that he had some unusual skills. He was a guy that kind of was in between the speed of a linebacker you'd like and not quite big enough for a down lineman, yet he could rush the passer like a lineman. He could make tackles like a linebacker, and he could cover the field like a linebacker. So Joe and all the defensive coaches came up with some different schemes to put Carl in to really cause some problems.
Well, basically, I'm an inside linebacker, but I have a lot of rover responsibilities where I play some defensive end, some nose guard, some outside linebackers. Generally, the way the defense works out, Joe Collier tries to put me where he thinks the ball's going to go.
It's not uncommon for Mecklenburg and the ball to arrive at the same time.
Get it!
I'm all right. Hey, Carl, what happened out there? You all right?
Yeah, he just scrambled my eggs a little there. He'll be all right.
188, go!
A pre-med major at Minnesota, Mecklenburg is as smart as he is physically gifted. Because of this, he is no longer the NFL's best-kept secret.
Got to watch out. These guys are coming low in there. I got punched in the palm, so be careful in there. They're not fooling around.
Mecklenburg has gone from a 12th round long shot to a prototype. Even when triple teamed, it creates opportunities for other Broncos like Rulon Jones, number 75, an all-pro in his own right. Jones terrorizes an offense with his quickness and aggressiveness. And along with veterans like Louis Wright, Steve Foley, Reuben Carter, and Tom Jackson, the defense carries on a Bronco tradition.
Denver's always had tough defenses, and before I got there, that was really their forte, and won a lot of ball games for them. But it's exciting now that we have some offense to go with it.
John Elway, number 7, is the focal point of Dan Reeves' offense, and a quarterback whose talent leaves opponents in disbelieving awe.
He has the strongest arm I've ever seen in my life. I have never seen a guy move that kind of arm in my life. He threw it like it was a 5-yard out at him in the bands, and the ball moved so fast. I turned my head, and it was there. It was there. He's the franchise, man. He's the franchise, man. You know, Elway is the franchise.
Come on now, Johnny, baby, let's do it! Come on, John, let's make him go down there now, baby. Let's make him go!
Elway has arrived at the pinnacle of his profession with a streak of light, a cloud of dust, and a mighty heave-ho.
Long throw for Vance Johnson at the goal line. Leaping catch. Touchdown. What a play.
On the 22, third down, 10 Denver. And Elway looking, throwing it long up the near side. Yes! Touchdown again!
Number 7 is now fulfilling the great expectations that followed his record-setting collegiate days. At Stanford, Elway, number 7, finished second to the 1982 Heisman Trophy balloting, though his team was 5-6 and was beaten by its own band in his final game against Cal. He threw 77 touchdown passes in college and was selected first to the most talent-laden NFL draft ever for quarterbacks. And he was the only one who started the 1983 season.
Wing short divide, power 47 Nero pinch on two. Ready?
If I had it to do over again, certainly knowing what I know now, I would not have started John. He wasn't ready to handle our entire offense, but I felt like we could be more basic, and he would still carry. We weren't strong enough for that.
Elway was dazed by his own multiple offense, battered by constant blitzing, then benched. Unable to lift a team that was coming off a 2-7 season, he shouldered too much of the blame for a situation that no single player could remedy.
You know, I definitely think there's too much emphasis put on that, because the quarterback's always the one that wins it, but always the one that loses it, and, I don't think that's the case.
Let's run the ball.
As expected, Elway began to master Denver's complex offense.
Trying to draw lead from my spread.
As his understanding of the offense grew, John began performing like everyone always said he would.
You can just see that confidence. He's staying in there so much longer. The offensive line is protecting him so much better. And he is just starting to play now like everybody knew he was going to play when he came out of college.
You have to realize that no matter how good your coverage is, he may have an opportunity to scramble around and give that guy a little bit more time. And I think, his scrambling ability really helps their passing game.
You have to stay in your rush lanes and try to contain this guy, because if you go underneath or anything, he can scramble outside and kill you.
John is so fast, and you can see it in any of the game films, when he starts scrambling, it's just like he just pulls away from everyone else, and he can zig and zag back across the field. He makes things happen. I mean, he's at his best when he's rolling out, all hope's lost, and all of a sudden you see a touchdown pass.
He's always had those tools. I think the thing about John is he's matured in leadership and in confidence, and I think this year going to be, if not the best quarterback in the NFL, one of the best.
John Elway is just one member of a mighty franchise that's racing into its second decade of victory.
We've got to get some luck and stay healthy, especially with the schedule we've got. But I think that as a team, we feel confident that we can compete with anybody in the league and get to the Super Bowl. That's definitely our goal after being 11-5 last year and not making the playoffs. But like you said, it's a tough schedule, and we're going to...
Come on, D, get him!
Denver's #1!
People, get ready. It's time to show what you got. Players, take your places. There's only one way to the top. Feel that victory, release that energy, and ride like the wind. With fire in your eyes, take those butterflies and do the best that you can.
Intercepted Harden at the 31. He's at the 20. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown!
Victory, let's do it again. You are the best. Seem to stand out from the rest. Ooh, your attention be more than an honorable mention. You feel that victory, and ride like the wind. Fire in your eyes, shake those butterflies. Go ahead and go for the win now. Victory, victory, let the party begin. Victory, victory, everybody can win. 'Cause it's the same way in life.
Same way in life.
It's like the sun on the sea of life. Perfect balance and you must find the same way in life.
Come on, big down right here. Let's go. Come on, D.
Come on, Jeff. Let's get him, baby. One more down. Look at him holding. Get him, Jesus.
Wilson at the 15-yard line. The pass is intercepted by Harden, and Harden's at the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. Mike Harden returns the touchdown. Mike Harden's second interception of the game, and he may be up there lighting the Olympic flame.
Way to go, gang.
All right, Coach, man. All right.
After ending the 1991 season in the AFC Championship, the Denver Broncos opened 1992 in mystical Mile High Stadium against a bitter rival. The Raiders were in town, and the air crackled with a call that is synonymous with Broncos football.
Here's the count. Prater going back. He's stripped of the ball. It's on the ground. Picked up by Brooks. 40, 30, 25, 20, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown!
Michael Brooks scored Denver's first touchdown of 1992. But on offense, miscues and a nasty Raiders defense was making life dangerous for John Elway. Trailing late in the game, Elway began planning for another of his patented comebacks.
Hey, Arthur, did you have the cross? You have it?
He was playing man-to-man about 3-4 yards off. I ran at him and went across, and he was like 2 steps behind me.
It was white-knuckle time once again. Yet for the Broncos, there was a confidence born of demonstrated ability standing squarely in their huddle.
Here we go. We need to take it down and get us one here. Let's get her going right now. Relax, have some fun, and do what we can do.
John Elway stamped his indelible brand on this nationally televised Sunday night game, and he alone would determine how it would be won.
Hold up. Ace left up. Luton 18 double slamming special, wing 9 on 1-on-1.
Hurry up!
He left.
Ray, set! Ray, 585! 585, hot!
Blitz. Here it comes, and Elway gets away from it. And there's the pass. Marshall's got it. Breaks the tackle at the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, down to the 8-yard line. Lionel Washington pulls him down.
What a huge play.
Oh,
and
man.
again, great time. Elway senses the blitz by Terry McDaniel, spins out of the way, fires across field, and Arthur Marshall is making quite a name for himself. Ran out of the tackle of Ronnie Lott. This place is about as loud as it was the last time we were here in a game that counted against the Houston Oilers in the AFC playoff game. It is nuts.
Let's go, baby, let's go! 585!
Elway under center.
Gap. 585, hot!
Keeps the ball. Gives it out to the right side. Touchdown, Reggie Rivers.
85 yards in the drive. Took them 1 minute 56 seconds. They did it with no timeout.
That's a way to fight!
With 55 seconds to go.
That's a way to fight! Big dog, you got me, way to fight!
They say we're in the entertainment business. They mean it. And this one's history.
This grand beginning suggested a championship season was on the horizon.
It's over. Denver, 17. The Los Angeles Raiders, 13.
17 weeks later, however, it proved to be the end of an era.
And hello, everybody. Welcome to Arrowhead Stadium. This is Larry Zimmer along with Dave Logan. The Kansas City Chiefs and Denver Broncos playing for a spot in the playoffs. The loser stays home. The winner advances to the wild card round next week.
One victory short of the playoffs, Denver's season ended. Looking back at an 8-8 season, it's obvious that this franchise learned how just one play could determine a team's direction on the road to the Super Bowl. One pass was often the difference between an easy win or a perplexing loss. One hit cost the Broncos their quarterback for 5 games, a blow that no imaginative play calling could overcome. Against the eventual world champion Cowboys, the Broncos held a late fourth-quarter lead and could have ended Dallas's final bid for victory if they could have recovered one fumble. It was a season in which the line between winning and losing was ever so thin. A season that tested the toughness and character of the Denver Broncos.
Come on. Okay, you got to do that now?
This team never backs down from a challenge. And in 1993, the Broncos are looking to their future. The departure of head coach Dan Reeves, the leader and architect of 12 years of outstanding Denver Broncos football, signals the end of an era and the start of a shiny new one. The opening kickoff of 1993 will signal a new beginning. And the Broncos can't wait to get started under the direction of former defensive coordinator and new head coach Wade Phillips, who has waited a lifetime for this opportunity.
Everybody was thinking, or asking me what I was thinking, and this is what I was thinking. Yes!
The trials will be many, the hopes high, as in 1993, the Denver Broncos and their fans witness the dawn of a new era.
Almost feels in good shape this time of year.
Yeah, it'll be pretty good.
As the son of legendary NFL coach Bum Phillips, there's never been any doubt about Wade Phillips' coaching credentials. It was just a matter of getting the opportunity to show what he has learned.
Atlanta's turned over a bunch.
Oh, yeah.
Can't do that. Turnovers will kill you.
In 4 seasons as the Broncos defensive coordinator, Wade Phillips created one of the NFL's top-ranked defensive units. His calm demeanor was translated into an aggressive, clear-thinking attack.
Let's go nickel 5. Big run again. Got 3-man rush on this thing, so if it's not there, he's going to run around a little. Okay, Ron?
And his ability to anticipate what an opponent might do resulted in takeaways and victories.
That's it. The guy across. There you go. See him right there, Steve? All right. Okay, that's the way to look.
I'm going to try to do the things that I feel like I do well.
You got it all right? You all right?
I think I relate with players well. I think I can motivate people, and that's what I'm going to try to do.
Ask Steve if you got it. You got it, Steve? I got it, Coach. We both have a ball. Hey, we'll have it together in practice. We'll have it in practice. Yeah. Well, how about now? I got it more. How about now? We got it together now. We got it now?
I'm going to coach the coaches. I'm not going to coach for the coaches.
The jet call, say you got a wheel jet, the weak side end can line up.
But I will coach the coaches in the, direction that I want.
Yeah. As long as they know, that you can call Sam Jet or Will Jet.
Jet zone!
Thinking pass. Penetrating for the pass.
Yeah, anytime they got a jet call, then they need to set up their rush. It needs to be more active than just taking off up the field.
In search of subtle techniques to maintain and improve the Broncos' defensive pressure.
This is a 21.
In the spring of 1993, Phillips, his defensive coordinator Charlie Waters, and the rest of his defensive staff spent many hours studying game tapes.
That's 27 bend, 27 Z bend. Is that a wide receiver? No, that's number 30. That's kind of like a tight end. We treated him as a wide receiver as far as keeping our normal personnel in the game.
What they witnessed was a defense that was talented, tough, and well-schooled in the rugged art of hitting. Players like Tyrone Braxton, Wyman Henderson, Kenny Walker, Shane Dronette, Brian Sochet, Charles Dimry, Lilo Lang, Alton Montgomery, Keith Traylor, and Tim Lucas all made solid contributions. Together with impact players like Greg Cragen, Simon Fletcher, Michael Brooks, Carl Mecklenburg, Mike Kroll, Dennis Smith, and Steve Atwater, the Broncos' defense was fueled by an attitude.
Put that pressure on Nate. Don't give him a cheap one, Tyrone.
This tough, unyielding demeanor transformed turnovers into touchdowns and touchdowns into victories.
It's intercepted. Henderson at the 40, 35, 30, to the 20, to the 15, cuts back to the middle of the field. He's at the 5, he scores!
Wyman Henderson's interception keyed a 27-16 win over the Jets. And against the Seattle Seahawks, it was a winner-take-all attitude that turned a slim last-minute lead into a Broncos victory.
We got to pick it up. We got to pick it up another notch. Get the ball off.
4:25 left to go in the game. However, Seattle at the Denver 22-yard line. Gelbaugh gives it off to Warren. Big hole in the middle. Fumbles the ball. And Denver's got it at the 60-yard line.
With one bold move, Keith Traylor, number 54, stripped Seattle's Chris Warren of the ball. Jeff Mills recovered the fumble to end a hard-fought 10-6 win. Victory had been preserved by a defense that knows it's often not what you give up, it's what you take away. And under the new Broncos head coach, Wade Phillips, this will continue. There were other changes underway at the Paul Boland Memorial Broncos Center in the spring of 1993. Behind closed doors, an offensive revolution was being planned by new offensive coordinator Jim Fossil, his offensive coaching staff, and Broncos head coach Wade Phillips.
The tight end's hard to find down there, boy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard for defense. Yeah. It's hard for the defense to find him.
It's virtually impossible for him to go there to there off the short corner.
Mm-hmm.
So now just slide it.
Yeah.
And put the back on 1 to 2.
Yeah. He gets lost in there, and then all of a sudden he's wide open. Yeah, that's good.
That's where 82 comes in here.
Basically, we'll be more of a passing team, I think. We'll be pass to set up the run rather than run to set up the pass.
Quarterback 7-step drop, progression.
I think that'll be noticeable. Hopefully it'll be a positive effect.
Cross. Z, run the angle across, don't flatten. Speed's important. This is a speed route. So we talked about before is we're not going to take the time to gather, knot him, and flatten everything. Just
touchdown.
We'll take it.
Our biggest asset is John Elway. He's our great player that stands above everybody, and we want to utilize his talent. Certainly, you can find a lot of guys that can hand off, but his talent is to throw the ball.
Elway, throw that ball.
Jet show blitz.
Elway, throw that ball.
Lets it go long. He's got a man open. It's caught. John Elway connecting for 80 yards.
Elway, throw that ball.
The snap to Elway. John looks to the right. Lets it go to the end zone. It's a touchdown. Put it right in there.
Elway, throw that ball.
His arm strength and escapability have always made him one of pro football's hardest quarterbacks to defense.
What a great throw.
Yet the most important pillar that the Elway legend is built upon may be his leadership.
Elway, throw that ball.
Put him in a situation where he's against all odds somehow. He just believes that some way he's going to make it happen.
Comes Elway at the 5. He walks into the end zone.
No matter what we've done up to this point, just get the ball back and give him a shot at it. And he makes everybody believe that they can get it done and brings the best out of everybody. And next thing you know, average players make great plays, or great players make even greater plays. And he's the one that initiates it.
In 1992, the Broncos learned about life without John Elway. A bruised biceps tendon in his throwing shoulder in Week 10 forced number 7 out of the lineup during the next 4 weeks. The Broncos didn't win again until he returned. His on-the-field heroics combined with his off-the-field efforts to help children and Colorado residents through his Elway Foundation earned John Elway the NFL's Man of the Year award.
Who's going to win?
Broncos!
Are you sure?
Yeah!
What makes you so sure?
John Elway's the quarterback. John Elway's the quarterback!
John Elway is always finding new ways to have fun on a football field.
Oh, man, you're getting it all dirty. I can't throw it.
Yet what makes him so unique is his fiery obsession to compete.
His foot went out right here. Look at it. That's what it is right there. You're so full of bull. Huddle up, huddle up. Come on, Bobby, set a huddle. Let's go. Come on, be a leader. Set a huddle. Let's go. We got to get up and get set. King left, king left.
For 10 years, Elway's competitive and resourceful skills have produced some of the NFL's most memorable moments. Week 7 against the Houston Oilers would be still another.
40. He's to the 50-yard line. Gaston to the 40. 35-30. He gets a block. He's clear.
Gaston Green's 67-yard
touchdown
was Denver's longest run from scrimmage in 20 years. Another mile-high stadium sellout watched the Broncos keep pace with the high-flying Oilers, as nearly airtight protection resulted in 2 Elway to Mark Jackson touchdown passes.
Elway with time again. He's going for it all. Touchdown to Mark Jackson.
However, in the game's final 2 minutes, Houston slipped back into the lead 21-20.
When they scored, you looked over there and they knew that something could happen. It doesn't always happen, but it seems to most of the time happen with John Elway. It looked like, gee, it's fixing to be over here, and it was over.
King right trip.
It was over quickly in 3 plays.
They're 80 yards away with 1:56. Elway is in the shotgun. They come after him. He escapes. Lets the ball go upfield. Jackson's got it at the 45.
In 2 plays, Elway had the Broncos knocking at the Oilers' end zone door.
Rush, quick pass, caught by Vance Johnson.
On the 3rd play, Denver's offensive line tore this door off its hinges for running back Reggie Rivers.
Broncos go from the 20 to the 20 in 2 plays.
Here comes the blitz.
Elway hands the ball off to Rivers. Rivers at the 10, at the 5, touchdown!
30 times during his career,
Look at Elway.
John Elway has led the Denver Broncos to dramatic fourth-quarter come-from-behind victories.
How about that drive, folks?
And armed with a new offense in 1993, there should be even more surprises on the horizon. For the fortunate 76,000-plus who have the opportunity to attend Bronco home games, a day in Denver's Mile High Stadium is like no other. Surrounded by orange and blue, there is no question where loyalties lie.
I didn't hear you. Who's that?
Denver fans come in all ages, all shapes and sizes, and from all parts of the world. Since 1987, the Broncos have traveled the globe, spreading the excitement and fun of NFL football to distant continents and other cultures. The result of preseason games in London, Tokyo, and last season in Berlin have given Broncomania a decidedly international flavor.
She's a French Bronco fan. She speaks French. She's from France.
Why don't you say go Broncos in French?
Say go Broncos in French. Allez les Broncos! All right.
What did she say?
She said go Broncos!
There is an ambience to Mile High Stadium like no other. Here, all seems possible when the Broncos play, no matter what the odds seem to be. Last season, a bitter divisional rival found this out once again, even though for close to 55 minutes of play, the visiting Kansas City Chiefs literally dominated the home team. The Chiefs hadn't won a game in Mile High Stadium for nearly a decade, but late in the game, they appeared poised for the knockout punch. Kansas City had cast the first stone. But unlike David, the Chiefs had failed to slay Goliath. They had just made him mad.
Kansas City now leads it 19-6 with 5 minutes to go in the game.
585! 585!
Elway patiently moved the Broncos. Nothing spectacular, but every yard fought for as if the game depended on it. And it did.
So Elway taking what the Chiefs are giving him. We still have 1 minute and 55 seconds. Denver has all of their timeouts. Do you believe in miracles?
We need 7 here, and we got to stop them. Period.
A lot of this crowd is already left. It's an uphill climb, but you think they'd learn.
It's never over till that final gun goes off with this guy.
With number 7 out there, you're right. Elway lets it go to Jackson. Touchdown! Jackson makes the catch just inside the goal line and inside the sideline. Boy, great throw, too.
Let's go! Let's go! Turn it up! Let's turn up the heat on! Turn it up!
I can see the parking lot out on the southwest side, which is a fairly big one. And there was as many people pouring back in after the first touchdown as there were pouring out just before it. And actually, Dave Logan and I had said, for those of you on portable radios, you're making a mistake. This game is never over.
Never say never! Never say never! Ain't over yet!
On the ensuing kickoff,
Good kick. We like it.
the special teams pinned the Chiefs deep. Denver's spunk, persistence, and tenacity was unmistakable as this team of hustlers began running the table on the Chiefs.
And it's up to the defense with 1:50.
3 plays failed to net a first down, and suddenly the Chiefs were staring at the frustrating fact that now, with the game on the line, they would have to stop John Elway.
Man, I'll tell you what, this is our opportunity to get it done right now with the defense, the best in the league.
And nothing to say about that. You do it.
Nope. Here's Barker punting. Marshall waits, backs, following, fumbles the ball, picks it up at the 45-yard line, breaks a tackle, comes across to the 40. fumbled the ball, picked it up, ran through the first wave, and runs it down to the Kansas City 27-yard line.
Oh, man! What, are you kidding me or what?
The story of this game could now be told just by looking at each bench.
Looking over the sideline, looking at Kansas City, even though we were losing the game, you couldn't tell we were losing the game because we were excited and they were like, oh, God, here goes John Elway again.
This guy will go down as the greatest come-from-behind player in National Football League history.
Elway's got the ball to the end zone. Vince Johnson, touchdown!
Well, I tell you, unbelievable.
And another fantastic finish. The Denver Broncos are going to win this thing.
I thought I'd seen it all in last-minute comebacks, you know. I mean, I thought we have another one that's going to be similar to something else, but this wasn't similar to anything else because I had resigned myself to the fact that we were going to lose the football game with 3 or 4 minutes to go. And to see him come back under those circumstances and score not just 1 but 2 touchdowns was unbelievable.
And the Denver Broncos with another fantastic comeback.
Denver's miraculous victory was a perfect demonstration of the Broncos' multiple talents. There was the magic of John Elway, solid special teams, and a proven defense. Now add to that a popular new head coach and fresh new ideas designed to improve all phases of the team, and you have a franchise that is eager to face the dawn of a new era. Amid a fresh air of optimism, there was a different look to the Denver Broncos as they embarked upon the 1993 season. Along with a cast of emerging stars and established veterans, 27 brand new players helped to make Denver the NFL's youngest team.
What's the holdup here?
The architect of this renovation was Wade Phillips, Denver's highly respected new head coach. And under his leadership, the Denver Broncos would return to the playoff picture.
1, 2, and 3, and hold it.
The Broncos opened this exciting new era against the Jets in the Meadowlands. The head coaching debut of Wade Phillips was a smashing success, as 2 rookies had an immediate impact. Number 1, Jason Elam, kicked 4 field goals, and Glenn Milburn, number 22, accounted for 148 all-purpose yards. Denver took the lead early, and the defense never gave it up as Dave Wyman, Dan Williams, Jeff Robinson, and Simon Fletcher, number 73, created turnovers that the offense turned into a 26-20 victory.
Three receivers out. Here's Elway going back to blitz. Quick pass. Milburn's got it. Across the 20. He puts another move on at the 15. 10, 5. Touchdown, Glenn Milburn.
Oh, man.
In September, the Broncos had taken their first steps back to the playoffs. However, in January, the season would come to a crashing conclusion in the always friendly confines of the Los Angeles Coliseum.
They love me. The mutants from LA.
Yeah, they love us. They really do. They're all, I think they're waving to me. I don't know.
It's like a field trip to San Quentin.
Back-to-back games against the arch-rival Raiders were reminiscent of the glory days of the AFL, as both teams traded big play for big play and point for point.
Go it, John. Don't take a snack. Go it.
In 9 quarters that spanned 2 weekends, these teams would total a combined 1,683 yards and 129 total points.
All right, here we go. 10, 73 XD 10.
When the smoke cleared, the Broncos would come up on the short end of both electrifying battles. A stunning season came to an abrupt ending. However, the accomplishments of this young team left no doubt that the Broncos are armed for the future. In the NFL, there are only 6 days to Sunday. And for the Denver Broncos, these days begin early as coaches and players arrive much like any other normal place of business. Well, almost normal. Preparation for the San Diego Chargers is set to begin. And a behind-the-scenes look at these long, hard hours reveals a hidden side of pro football that is both mentally and physically challenging and sometimes fun.
Josh, did you go fishing last night? Yeah. Did you catch any? I caught a lot of those little bass about this big, man. Those little suckers.
Yeah, I caught a huge, like, big old goldfish.
Ed Loch-Ness monster, though. I mean, they've been hunting for that guy. I mean, yeah, there's only one little deal he could be in, and there's
one little
so
serpent. Knock his orange glasses off. Knock them down, Wood.
How much you give me if I knock the orange glasses off?
With the battle drawing near, the passion of each workout intensified.
I want you to start thinking about the ball game. It's time to get ready now.
Bro, come on.
They're getting ready for us. We better be ready for them.
Come on. Out of way. Good.
We need to get it down. We need to give your coaches some confidence that we know what we're doing and we can execute.
Goal line audible. They're on the 5-yard line. I don't know how they got here. Must have recovered a fumble or something. Sure as heck didn't drive on us.
Some of it's going to be your mental preparation going into practice today by meetings and so forth.
We got a 4-3 under sink.
And so we send Shannon, we just send him where?
He goes motion weak.
And runs the seam from there.
No, he goes out and runs a run route. X has a go. The halfback has the scat seam read from here. The halfback's the guy coming out. And then Z's got a shake.
Let's have a good period, huh? Let's go. Let's finish strong, huh? We need to pick this up a little bit. Let's be sharp.
After 6 days of preparation, Denver's talented coaching staff had the Broncos ready to square off against San Diego. And in the second quarter, Wade Phillips shifted the offense into its hurry-up gear.
Hey, let's go. Rocket, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
24 crazy. Louie. 24 crazy. 24 crazy. Louie. Is that hot?
There you go.
On the ball. Ace. 72. White 72.
Go deep.
Elway in the gun. He's got some time. There's the pass going long. Marshall, touchdown!
Touchdown! Yes!
And the Broncos strike in a hurry.
Way to work. Good job, way to work. Good time. Who said the wide receivers can't score, huh? All right. Let's go. Let's keep after him now. We'll stay with it. If they give her one, we can still go ace and run him some. Right. You know, if we get the ball down here, if we get a turnover or something here. Hold on.
He's got the ball again. Next time.
Get the ball.
This was Broncos football at its finest. The defense takes it away, while the offense makes the opponent pay.
22 on red. Go. Oh, plenty of time. Good job. Way to work. On the ball. Yeah, go ahead. Go flood. 22, flood. 22 on red. Go.
There it is. Shannon. Go. Hey, let's go.
On the ball.
38, John. 38.
Elway under center. He fakes. He rolls out to the right. Passes. Rivers. Terry.
John Elway passed for nearly 300 yards and 2 touchdowns, while Rod Bernstein and Robert Del Pino each added a score. And when the defense held off a late Charger rally, the Broncos had turned an intense week of practice into a 34-17 victory.
Here's the pass coming over the middle, this time intercepted. Steve Atwater at the 30. Come on, go all the way! Touchdown! Atwater to the 40. Hey, Steve, go all the way! Touchdown! To the 35. He cuts to the 20. He's down to the 15, to the 10, and he's written down from behind. Yes!
There was but one way to describe this win.
Oh, yeah, a hell of a game.
And thanks to the Broncos' entire organization, there would be other victories that would fit this description.
Great job. Hey, great job, fellas. That's what it's going to take right there. That's what it's going to take. That's what it takes to be a championship team. You got to beat the teams that won it last year. We did that. We got to keep going from here. Well deserved. Great job. You worked for it. You got it. Great job.
There was a look of renovation to the 1993 Broncos as changes were made to enhance the appearance and performance of this highly successful organization. On the field, protecting franchise quarterback John Elway became a top priority with the acquisition of Pro Bowl left tackle Gary Zimmerman, number 65. Free agent Brian Habib, number 75, became a fixture at guard. And together with Keith Kartz, Russell Freeman, Dave Wydell, John Melander, Bob Meeks, and Kirk Stratford, this offensive line enabled the Broncos offense to do it all. Another free agent, Rod Bernstein, number 33, gained over 1,000 all-purpose yards. And together with another free agent, Robert Del Pino, combined to score 12 rushing touchdowns. This wide-open new offense also benefited from the talents of young receivers such as Arthur Marshall, Cedric Tillman, Derek Russell, and Reggie Johnson, number 89. But while the offense was mostly new, the defense danced to virtually the same punishing beat.
Aussie strong, long cha-cha strong. Aussie strong, long cha-cha strong. Over here, he's away, he's away, he's away.
In this swirling, physical glide around the dance floor, a core of proven veterans set the tempo. Free agent Dave Wyman, number 57, proved to be a seasoned impact player, similar to other Bronco regulars like Greg Cragen, Tyrone Braxton, Charles Dimry, and Dennis Smith, number 49. Inside linebacker Carl Mecklenburg was still an impressive run stopper and second on the team in sacks. While on the outside, linebacker Mike Kroll, number 51, demonstrated similar versatility. Other youngsters like Dan Williams, Shane Dronette, and Jeff Robinson helped Simon Fletcher, number 73, lead the Broncos in sacks while becoming Denver's all-time sack leader. Tom Ruin's punts often led opponents down the road of ruin.
Wow, what a punt. What a great punt.
Place kicker Jason Elam kicked 4 field goals of 50 or more yards as the special teams that included holder Tommy Maddox, Darrell Hall, Rondell Jones, Reggie Rivers, and Dave Wyman, number 57, performed valuable contributions throughout the season. Number 27, strong safety Steve Atwater's physical and enthusiastic contributions to the Broncos defense earned him a starting spot in his 4th straight Pro Bowl.
Way to rock, baby, way to rock. Get out of here! Woo! Take it to the house, chicken! Well, you tried to take 21 head off, didn't you? Oh, man. Which one? On that one you wide now, and he tried to catch it in here. That's been doing like this the rest of the year. Huh? Let's go. Okay. Don't get mad at me, Tito. Cheaters never win.
Number 27 led the Broncos in tackles and proved once again that he is one of the game's most intense competitors.
Come on, baby. Come on now. Come on, baby. This is the game too big to call that kind of BS, man. Oh, it's about time. Shut up, man. I don't want to hear that.
Atwater's love and infectious enthusiasm for the game kept the Broncos defense pumped up all season. On offense, that task fell to Shannon Sharp.
Where did they get a load of me?
The beat that will not be denied.
Number 84 was third in the AFC with 81 receptions. Numbers that also helped him earn his second straight trip to the Pro Bowl.
Hey, keep it going. We got to catch everything, baby.
Sharp always seemed to get open, and he always wanted the ball, especially near the goal line.
Three receivers to the right. Here comes the blitz. Elway lets it go in a hurry. Touchdown to Shannon Sharp.
He scored 9 touchdowns. And for the second year in a row, Shannon and his brother Sterling of Green Bay were the only brothers in NFL history to lead different teams in receiving during the same year.
Woo! Look at Shan flexing. Shan flexing on him.
The beat.
Back goes Elway. Pass to Sharp. He's got it at the 30, 25-20, 15-10-5. It's a Broncos touchdown. Shannon Sharp.
While there were many witnesses to Shannon Sharp's exploits, none enjoyed them more than Wade Phillips, who guided the Broncos back to the playoffs. In Wade's world, success began with a simple yet proven homespun coaching philosophy.
I got to give him some coaching advice.
Sad hot.
You need a patient wife, a loyal dog, and a great quarterback. Not necessarily in that order. Right.
In John Elway, Phillips already had his great quarterback. And when he hired Jim Fossil as the Broncos' new offensive coordinator, number 7 was finally given an attack equal to his skills and confidence.
A lot of zero coverage, a lot of one cover, a lot of singled up stuff, a lot of man.
Really?
Yeah.
Just about 5 this week then.
Elway responded by throwing for over 4,000 yards and 25 touchdown passes. With a little help from his friends, he also completed over 60% of his passes for the first time in his brilliant 11-year career. Still a master of improvisation, this new offense showcased Elway's limitless skills as an athlete, as well as those of a pure passer.
He's going to throw it to the end zone. Touchdown.
Yet what makes John Elway great is his leadership abilities.
One play at a time, all right? One play at a time and make that the hardest play of the game.
When you're facing John Elway, every play is the hardest play of the game.
Elway, here comes the blitz. He steps away from it and lets the pass go long. He's going for a touchdown.
You're kidding me.
Shannon Sharp makes the catch. Elway was submerged, jumps up, and throws a strike to Shannon Sharp at the 4-yard line.
Boy, you gotta be kidding me. This is a great throw. This is about as good a throw as I've ever seen him make.
Elway's Houdini-like escape and Rod Bernstein's fourth-quarter touchdown beat Seattle 17-9. During a 29-14 win in Cleveland, airtight protection helped Elway to throw for 3 touchdowns, including this one to Derek Russell. Given a new offensive attitude, John Elway was even more daring and resourceful in 1993. He directed the AFC's highest-scoring offense, and it is his presence that spawns the belief throughout the NFL that the Broncos literally are armed for the future. In Week 15, the Broncos were challenged on their home turf by an old, familiar rival.
Whoa! Here we go! Oh! They're playing our song. Hey! Yeah, they're playing our song. We're not gonna let them crash our party. It's our party, Mile High, world's largest party. We're not gonna let them crash it. Not if me and Seven have something to say about it.
Kansas City bolted to a 14-0 first-quarter lead. However, this party was far from over. A Ronnie Bradford interception of Joe Montana finally stopped the Chiefs, and from there, the Bronco offense took over.
22-wide turn.
Here is Elway back with some time. Steps up, fires toward the end of the end zone. Touchdown!
Shark show today.
Well, I tell you what made the play, excellent pass protection. John Elway had time to step up. He patted the ball 3 times while he stood in the pocket waiting for somebody to open up.
The inside guy. Hey, we're all right. Got the other guy. They're going to give you some crazy stuff this half. They got to, okay? But we're protecting great. Keep it up. Let's throw it.
Elway would like to get 6 here. Here's the pass to the end zone. It's a touchdown. Shannon Sharp. Well, what a throw.
Unfortunately for the Broncos, neither was Joe Montana, who staked the Chiefs to a 21-17 fourth-quarter lead.
Great throw, Joe. Nice throw, Joe.
We're going to pull it out. We're going to pull this baby out.
Be alert. Tell them about the trick play. You know they got one coming over. Tell them to stick with their man, because if not, they're going to come up. He's going to come up with a play. Some crazy they always do it, man.
Denver moves around a little bit on offense. They have Rivers coming up the middle, and Rivers blocks it.
It's blocked by Reggie Rivers. Barker chases it, still rolling. Inside the 15, inside the 10. Picked up back there. The tackle is at the...
Reggie Rivers' stunning punt block put John Elway in point-blank range for the 32nd fourth-quarter comeback of his spectacular career.
Elway gets the snap. He looks to the end zone. Caught! Shannon Sharp! His 3rd touchdown! Back for the ball!
Nice job, baby. Do you believe? Do you believe? We believe. We believe.
Look up the word believe in the dictionary, and you'll see a team picture of the Denver Broncos. However, with barely 2 minutes to play and the Broncos leading 27-21, Kansas City was set to counter with a comeback legend of their own.
And one of the great comeback quarterbacks, along with John Elway, is Joe Montana, and he's under center. The Mile High Stadium fans are on their feet and yelling.
Montana never crossed midfield.
This game is going to be over. The Denver Broncos have made it 11 straight over the Kansas City Chiefs at Mile High Stadium as they beat the Kansas City Chiefs in a gutty performance.
Great job, man. Great job. We made the big plays. We made them happen. We made the play.
Times are 2 minutes.
Yeah, about 5 minutes, I think.
The investments that the Denver Broncos made last year and this offseason are expected to pay huge dividends in 1994.
Everybody up. Introduce the offense. Listen up for a second. Go. We go out there and play with enthusiasm and emotion, and we can get where we want to be. Let's jump on them early. They're waiting for us to beat them. Let's go. Let's go.
As the season approaches, the excitement is growing. Several young new players are eager to step forward. There are also proven veterans and a brand new core of impact players who arrive in Denver as free agents. John Elway's bombs are set to explode in the arms of former San Diego Charger Anthony Miller, number 83, a deep threat, the likes of which Elway has never experienced. Elway's arsenal will also include another speedster, as Atlanta Falcon receiver Mike Pritchard, number 35, was obtained in a draft day trade. Denver's defense has also added some punch. The off-season acquisitions of Ted Washington, Ben Smith, and Ray Crockett, number 39, promise to give the Broncos more quickness, power, and some added flair.
Barr lobs it out, intercepted, and there goes Mike Kroll all the way down for a touchdown.
With each and every step, the Denver Broncos are seeking to enhance a tradition of winning that spans 2 decades. And as 1994 approaches, there's a strong belief all across the Rockies that the best is yet to come. 1994 Denver Broncos began the season in Barcelona, Spain, where they competed in their 4th American Bowl in 8 years. However, when they returned to the States and began the regular season, an anticipated ride to the playoffs turned into a wild and out-of-control excursion that would result in only their 4th losing season in 22 years.
Elway loses the ball.
Looking back to the left, he throws it away, and the Bills will win the game.
Each week brought only new trials and tribulations for an organization that is accustomed to winning. And when expectations failed to be met, changes ensued. Wade Phillips' tenure as head coach came to an end when this disappointing season ended in January. To compete for the AFC West Championship as well as the Super Bowl, the Broncos launched a new beginning by hiring Mike Shanahan as the 11th head coach in franchise history. During his 20-year career, Mike has coached in the postseason 15 times, including 7 conference championship games and 4 Super Bowls, and most recently directed the world champion 49ers as offensive coordinator.
You know, Mike had the opportunity to stay where he was, which was in San Francisco, which was obviously a very, very good job. He had the opportunity to take other head coaching jobs, and he chose Denver. That makes me very proud. Makes me very proud of this city, makes me very proud of my team. To know that Shanahan's coming here to coach it. Mike Shanahan will have full control of football operations. That's what I want him to do. So it's my great, great pleasure to introduce the new head coach of the Denver Broncos, Mike Shanahan. Mike brings a stability to this organization and organizational ability that I think we've lacked here for some time. And put that together with his coaching ability, and I think we've got the makings of a very good.
Let the Thoroughbreds loose! Let them loose!
Repairing the Broncos' defense will be Mike Shanahan's first mission.
Well, from a priority perspective, I think you always start with defense. And defensively, we finished 28th in the NFL last year. And in order to win championships and get in the playoffs and have any success or have a chance for any success, you've got to have a strong defensive football team. So that's where our needs have, at least we tried to address our needs in this free agency on the defensive side of the football.
The arrival of free agent defensive tackles Michael Dean Perry, number 92, and James Jones, number 96, both formerly of the Cleveland Browns, should beef up the middle of the Broncos' defense immediately. Perry, a 5-time Pro Bowl standout, is one of pro football's best. And together with James Jones, number 96, brings 11 years of proven ability and credibility that should translate into pressure on the quarterbacks. Their arrival, along with that of Mike Lodish, should bolster a defensive line that includes Harold Hasselback, number 96, Jeff Robinson, Willie Oshedin, and Dan Williams, number 90. With 63 tackles and 6 sacks last season, Shane Dronette, number 99, is a defensive end who's just coming into his own. Simon Fletcher, on the other hand, has been one of the game's surest tacklers for 10 seasons. And for the last 7, number 73 has led the Broncos in quarterback sacks.
Simon Fletcher has been an outside linebacker, the defensive end off the weak side. He's got great work ethic, great speed. He's a player that's had a lot of success at his position, and I expect a great year out of him.
Other linebackers will include Dave Wyman, number 92, Alan Aldridge, Keith Burns, and number 58, Elijah Alexander. In the free agent market, the Broncos signed former Eagle middle linebacker Britt Hager, number 54, a solid run stopper. There will be new additions in the secondary as well, as former Jet cornerback Eric Thomas and former Raiders corner Lionel Washington bring their big play abilities to the Broncos. These new additions, along with holdovers Ray Crockett, Randy Hilliard, Darrell Hall, Rondell Jones, and Ronnie Bradford, should make for a Broncos defensive turnaround. At safety, the Broncos feature one of the best.
Well, Steve Atwater, has been, our strong safety. He's got the ability to play the strong safety and the free safety position. He's got the chance to dominate his position. I expect some great things out of Steve.
After his 5th straight trip to the Pro Bowl, Steve Atwater, number 27, will be an intimidating force for the Denver defense for years to come. Defense. It's long been a Broncos tradition. And in 1995, the goal will be to put the crush back in the orange.
Get left, 23C and 01.
Last year's free agent investment at wideout will pay big dividends again this season with the return of a healthy Mike Pritchard, number 81.
Good shot, John. Keep throwing that, baby.
Get left, 23 wide, 2.0.
Just keep throwing it like that, baby. We gonna catch it. You keep throwing it, baby. We gonna catch it. Just keep throwing that thing. Good shot, John.
Just when Pritchard was getting his groove last season, a kidney injury limited his performance to 19 catches in just 3 games. Still, there was enough to prove that in combination with Anthony Miller,
ready to roll?
Together, they formed a deadly combination.
Elway's in the gun, has the ball, backs up. Here comes pressure from the left side. John steps away with it, lets it go long toward Miller. It is caught for a touchdown.
Good job, all the way down. Hey. Congratulations, first touchdown. Was it longer than mine?
After a slow start, Miller gained his stride and rolled up over 1,000 receiving yards on 60 catches.
Anthony Miller is a wide receiver that always has the ability to make the big play. If it's catching a go route or a crossing route, if you do put him in a man-to-man coverage situation, a defensive back has got to believe that he better give him a little bit of a cushion, because if he doesn't, the big play will come.
Near side, Elway's got the ball, and he's got some time, throwing to the end zone. Miller! Touchdown!
Miller wasn't the only Broncos 1,000-yard receiver. Number 84, Shannon Sharpe, also hit the century mark receiving and proved to be a tight end with superhero abilities.
Where did they get a load of me?
Sharpe led the team with 87 receptions. Playing on ankles and knees that would require surgery at season's end. This gutty performance earned him the Broncos' most inspirational Player of the Year award. Receiving wasn't the only thing that earned Sharpe a 3rd straight berth in the Pro Bowl.
I flapped that Gert. Thank you. Hey, I caught Gert napping.
You came back.
I caught Gert napping. I peeled back on it. Flapjack.
Shannon is a type of tight end who's probably a little bit on the undersized area in that 230, 235 range. But he's got the upper body strength to block those defensive end and outside linebackers. And it's very hard for a linebacker to cover one-on-one because he is so strong, he is so quick. So he has the ability to beat the 2 deep. He's got the talent to beat a strong safety one-on-one. So he's really a big threat for us in our offensive scheme.
Shannon Sharpe is a character with character. And one of the NFL's most entertaining and exciting players.
John Elway has been the heart and soul of this football team ever since I've been here. And with that in mind, I think the better we do, the longer John's going to play. And so, you know, I hope he plays forever, but I have to be realistic. All I want is another 10 more years.
After leading the AFC to victory in his 4th Pro Bowl, John Elway enters his 13th NFL season with a list of accomplishments so spectacular that Hall of Fame status is quite frankly a foregone conclusion. For more than a decade,
Elway
has been a miracle maker and record breaker.
Campbell, he's got it for a touchdown.
And his inspirational play has earned the respect of some of the greatest who have played the game.
I've seen Elway because I watch him and I like him. I think he's a great quarterback. He's the best quarterback I've ever seen throwing 40 yards down the field between people. And he can throw it so hard in there that it's hard for a safety or a man to move in on it.
Touchdowns with his arm, he wins games with his heart.
Well, John, to me, is one of the most fierce competitors I've ever been around. He doesn't know how to lose. There's only one thing that matters to John Elway, and that's winning championships. And he's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday, and he understands the reasons why.
You got to watch the backside guy off the slot.
Trailing Atlanta by 11 points in the 4th quarter.
Boy, he's jumping so far inside.
That's all right, just take it, man.
Okay.
Number 7 performed yet another miraculous comeback.
And there goes the pass long, and it will be caught. Touchdown, Miller.
Anthony Miller's touchdown and subsequent 2-point conversion brought Denver to within 3 points of the Falcons. Suddenly, the Broncos were within striking distance, and with barely 2 minutes remaining, Elway drove Denver the final 57 yards.
He's right, motion 70, double seam on. Hurry up, hurry up!
34th time, John Elway brought the Broncos from behind to win in the 4th quarter.
First down, here's Elway, quarterback draw. John Elway to the end zone for a touchdown.
Number 7 had once again orchestrated magic in Mile High, a stadium that has produced more high drama than any other arena in sport. Such was the case last season when 2 legendary comeback quarterbacks met for perhaps the last time, with more than 50 million fans watching on Monday Night Football.
Red 85, set up!
Elway and Montana combined for over 650 yards passing.
Touchdown!
And 5 touchdowns.
Montana takes the snap, back in the pocket, 5-step drop, looking for the end zone. J.J. Bird, touchdown!
In the 3rd quarter, Elway threw a touchdown pass to tight end Jerry Evans. But as the game wound into the 4th quarter, it looked as though the team that owned the ball last would win. With 4:08 remaining, the Chiefs had the lead, but the Broncos had the ball.
24-21, and it sets the stage for an Elway 4th quarter comeback if he can do it.
Hey, it means something to us, baby. It means something to us in our backyard. Come on, T. Hey, let's go, Lynn. Let's go now. This is it. We answer the call, baby. We got to answer the call now.
A completion to Shannon Sharp jump-started the drive. And later on 3rd and 10,
hey, baby!
Elway would keep it going.
Out by Elway. He's got the ball. He has to run up in the pocket. Throws on the move to Milford over the 40, 45, 50-yard line. John Elway making it happen.
On the next play, however, disaster struck Denver.
Looks downfield, fires a curl route to Shannon Sharp, makes the catch.
No!
Are they going to rule him down?
No, they're chasing the football! Kansas City picks up the turnover with 2:45 left in the ball game.
Now, all the Chiefs needed was to run off the clock. But if time has proven one thing, it's that you can't take anything for granted in Mile High Stadium.
Give into the middle to Allen, who's stopped in acing that Denver has the ball.
Oh, man. We got the ball. We got the ball.
It is a fumble, and Denver ends up with it. Carl Mecklenburg is on it.
This legendary Broncos defender rescued his team's fortunes. And after back-to-back fumbles, Denver's drive resumed. But 5 plays later,
Half right, quarterback 42-4-1.
the Broncos lined up a man short on 3rd and goal.
We need another receiver, John! John, we need another receiver!
Shannon Sharp atoned for his earlier fumble with some quick thinking that turned a potentially demoralizing play into the go-ahead touchdown.
They got 10 men on the field. Elway's going to run it up the middle. Flag is down. Elway scores.
If you had 7 on the line of scrimmage, the play should stand. And I thought Shannon moved up on the line of scrimmage.
I'm on the line. Right. Touchdown. I'm on the line. I'm on the line. I'll play with 10. I'm on the line.
Elway scores a touchdown. But Dave explained it to you exactly what happened. Only 10 men, but they had the required 7 on the line of scrimmage.
It was one of the most exhilarating comebacks Mile High Stadium had ever witnessed. But unfortunately for Denver, it didn't end here. Joe Montana still had 82 seconds.
The Chiefs need a touchdown and need to go 75 yards.
Come on. Come on. Come on, D. Come on, D. Come on, D.
Even Mile High thunder could not distract Montana, who somehow managed to eclipse the heroics of John Elway.
Black 59, laser! 39 seconds.
36 seconds left in the game.
Get in!
Anders puts on a juke move. Out of bounds at the 36-yard line.
Make a play for us, Kenya. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Make a play.
2 legendary quarterbacks had waged the most dramatic duel of the year. Only Montana would fire the final shot.
Touchdown, Kansas City! Kansas City takes the lead with 8 seconds left.
Oh, my goodness.
For the first time in more than a decade, the Broncos lost to the Chiefs at home. But when these 2 rivals would meet later in the year in Kansas City, Denver would extract their own dramatic revenge.
3rd and 14. Snap to Elway. Fades to the end zone. Steps up. Lets it go long. It's coming to Miller. He makes the catch.
And John Elway threw that ball a long way.
Boy, he did. He just cocked the arm and let it go.
Shannon Sharp caught 10 passes and kept the Broncos in the lead most of the game.
Okay, Elway is going to pass it, and Sharp's going to catch it at the 20, at the 15, at the 10, at the 5, and into the end zone. Sharp broke a tackle around the 8-yard line and went in for a touchdown.
But when Elway was injured in the 4th quarter, the Chiefs rallied to tie, then were poised to win it on the last play.
Here's the snap. Broncos rush it. It was blocked. Blocked, and the Broncos scramble for it. We do now go to overtime.
Shane Jornett's blocked field goal seemed to save the day. But in overtime, disaster struck once more. Denver now needed something great from its defense. And that's just what they got from 2 all-time greats, Carl Mecklenburg and Dennis Smith.
And here's the give again to Allen, and it's fumbled. Broncos ball. Dennis Smith is on it at the 25-yard line.
This final twist of fate was all Denver needed.
So now 3rd and 16.
As backup quarterback Hugh Millen led the Broncos to victory.
The 50-yard line. He's got a first down and out of bounds at the Kansas City 45. Campbell will hold 35 yards. The snap, the kick is on the way. He nailed it. The Broncos win. Denver 20 and the Kansas City Chiefs 17. An unbelievable game that had its peaks and valleys all over the place, and Denver walks off.
Let this be a notice to the rest of the NFL. There is still a lot of talent in the Broncos locker room. This is a team whose time is coming. A franchise with a great tradition and the resources and talent to further that reputation. Bolstered by new head coach Mike Shanahan, the Broncos now advance toward the future with the confidence of an organization that knows what it takes to win it all for the team whose best years lay ahead.
We got a lot of football to go. A lot of football to go. Hey, let's go out and play like we can play. Go out, hustle around, have some fun. Eliminate those mistakes last year, and we'll go home a winner. Have some fun. Ready?
Denver Broncos has been the team for, years and years. And players coming in, or different teams coming in, have a hard time with the crowd noise. And the expectation level for Denver is very strong. And once they get in that stadium, they're going to find a way to win.
Come on, get it up. Come on. Let's go.
Here's the toss to Green. Green running left. It's bounced back and hit back around the 25-yard line. Loses the ball. Picked up by Denver.
I think that's one of the strong points about Denver is they do believe that it's just not good enough to get in the playoffs, but you want to get in that championship game, and we'd like to win the Super Bowl, just not get there. And I think maybe that's the most frustrating part right now is Denver's been there a number of times and they haven't been able to come away with the ring. But there's a lot of steps to get there. We're not there right now. We're not in that Super Bowl, or at least winning the Super Bowl, but I think we've got a chance to get there in due time.
The fans in Denver, of course, are the greatest fans in the National Football League, and we've got to put a competitive team on the field for these fans. I mean, we've got 76,000 people out there every Sunday when we play, and they expect us to be at the top of our game and be top performers in the league. And I think they, quite frankly, are due that kind of performance from the Broncos. I mean, the kind of support they give us, we ought to be able to give it back.
In 1995, the Denver Broncos will embark on a new beginning with a commitment that is designed to take them and their loyal fans all the way to the top of the NFL, then keep them there for years to come.
Yeah, move the crowd, baby. Get it up, get it up. Here we go, here we go.
In his first game as head coach in Denver, Mike Shanahan brought with him the experience of a Super Bowl champion. And armed with a mix of proven veterans and up-and-coming young stars, in 1995, Shanahan's Broncos would shake down some thunder in the West. On opening night against Buffalo, the Broncos made it look easy.
You want me to look at the crosser and then throw the green, or?
Always look at the cross around in case it's man. Okay.
Right.
And if it's not there, throw the strip.
Easy.
Armed with an explosive new offense, John Elway let the thunder roll.
Red 25. Red 25. Set hut.
Elway's first pass was a 49-yard completion to Shannon Sharp that helped to ignite the Mike Shanahan era.
Anytime you go into your first game, I think you're looking for, first of all, a team playing extremely hard. And you would always like a win, especially when you're playing at home. And I saw both of that. So our defense played very aggressive.
Denver's defense limited Buffalo to barely 200 yards of offense and produced a valiant third-quarter goal line stand.
The ball is actually at the 1-yard line. Here we go to the line of scrimmage. Here's Kelly. Here's the give to Gardner. He goes to the middle. No signal yet. Now we get it. Broncos help. No touchdown.
Great defensive stand by the Broncos.
There were thunderbolts on both sides of the ball.
And offensively, we had a number of big plays, but we settled for a number of field goals.
Ruin to hold. It's down. The kick is on the way. It's good. Elam has kicked 5 field goals.
We got the ball in the end zone right at the end.
Davis is the lone setback. He's going to get it. He's coming up the middle. He's going to the goal line. Touchdown! Terrell Davis, the rookie, gets it in the end zone and about puts this one away for Denver.
It wasn't exactly a performance that you brag about, but we won the football game, and as I said in the beginning, it was some great team effort.
Over the course of the next 4 weeks, however, sometimes it seemed as though something was missing.
Man, I forgot my helmet. I'm about to pull a Thurman Thomas. Trying to make me pull a Thurman Thomas.
There were times when it looked as though the Broncos forgot how to win. Losses to Dallas, Seattle, and San Diego tested the team's character. And the only encouraging ray of light the Broncos would see during this tough stretch came against the Washington Redskins, when rookie Terrell Davis scored 3 touchdowns. Yet despite a 24-point second quarter outburst by the Broncos, the Redskins rallied late to tie the game at 31. With 1:07 remaining, it was time to demonstrate why no other quarterback is more respected by his peers than John Elway.
When you step into the huddle, those other 10 guys have to look at you and say, this guy is going to bring us down to win. And that's why John Elway's so good at it.
Good job, guys. Way to hold your water. Come on now. Ready to go, BT.
And I always thought, you know, this is my chance to be a hero. We're behind. No one expects us to win. You get a chance to be a hero here. So I've always enjoyed it.
Hey, if we get 2, Shannon, I want a good whole route. And Mike, I want you down there, too. Far west right, zoom. Far west right, zoom. X right, 200 jet Z slant. I want it. Hurry up!
1:07 on the clock.
He's been known to be able to be the guy that if they're down in the 4th quarter and he's got the football, I mean, you know, you're in a lot of trouble.
From the shotgun, Elway is back, fires over the middle. It's caught by Davis, gets out of bounds, 60 seconds to go.
For me in the 2-minute drill,
Tiger.
I don't ever worry about making a mistake.
Come on, boys. Solo left, 35. On it.
I don't worry about throwing an interception. I don't worry about, you know, if I do this, this could happen. So, I mean, it's really kind of the freest part for me in a football game. And a lot of times wish I could play the whole game like I do in the 2-minute drill just because there's no fear.
He's looking deep. It comes to McCaffrey. Great catch at the 45-yard line.
And you really can't even hear the crowd either. You just get going, and it's like playing in the street. Get open. We need to get something done.
To the 50-yard line at 35 seconds.
He has that attitude that, you know, he don't care if he misses 20 throws in a row. But, you know, he can hit the next throw for a touchdown and can beat you. And, you know, when you're playing against a guy like that, that his focus is just trying to win the game.
From the gun is going to go for it.
You don't want to face him.
Again, Milburn, he's got the first down as he gets to the 43-yard line.
With only 6 seconds remaining, Elway had one last chance to win the game.
Hey, we need it in there. We need to get in the end zone, all right? Keep your hands in, no mistakes. Hard double wing left, 8 right, 371, X stick, wide looking. On it. Be ready, Rod. Rod Smith.
Well, they're going to throw the Hail Mary here with 6 seconds to go, feeling it is outside of Elam's range. Elway's in the shotgun, steps up in the pocket, looking long. Here goes the pass. Rod Smith up. He got it! Broncos win! Time is run out. Unbelievable.
John took a look at both sides of the field. He saw corner rotation on one side. He saw the corner off on the other, and he came back and threw a ball that most quarterbacks can't make. With that type of velocity, John made a big throw, and obviously Ron made a great catch.
Rod Smith's first NFL catch concluded the 35th game-saving drive by Denver's remarkable quarterback.
You never give up on John in those kind of situations. Those are sort of tailor-made for him. But am I surprised? A lot of times I'm a little surprised. But, you know, we've grown to expect that out of John. And we all know that John's probably the greatest comeback quarterback ever, and that's just another example.
Here he comes. Ready,
Week 6 against New England.
Here they come again.
The Broncos destroyed the Patriots.
25, set hut.
Here's Elway firing to the end zone. Sharp touchdown.
Additional scores by Aaron Craver, Anthony Miller, and number 30, Terrell Davis, blew the game wide open as the Broncos ran away with their first road win of the season.
Back goes John Elway from the shotgun. He fires upfield, and it's going to be caught. Miller at the 40, at the 30, at the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Anthony Miller.
The Patriots offense went 0 for 5 on 4th down attempts against a Broncos defense that also produced 2 turnovers. This convincing 37-3 win was Denver's most dominating performance to date. 1 week later, they staged a repeat performance. Monday Night Football. The entire nation, along with another mile-high sellout, watched the Oakland Raiders go down, and go down hard.
We're going for it. Yeah, we understand. I'm bringing the heat. We need great breaks on the wideout, and let's be smart on the weak side. We got to get it done.
Denver's defense got it done with 2 interceptions and 3 forced fumbles.
Here comes Fletcher. Ball let loose. Scramble for it. He got it. Denver's ball.
Oakland never gained a first down rushing. Better yet, they never scored a point. Denver's offense rolled up 475 yards. And twice, Elway connected with Anthony Miller for touchdowns.
Steps up, fires it long to the end zone. Touchdown, Anthony Miller!
Ed McCaffrey's outstanding catch on a 2-point conversion added to this convincing victory.
Pass to the end zone. McCaffrey's got it. McCaffrey with a great one.
At the halfway point in the season, the first shutout in Mile High Stadium since 1987 suggested that the 4-3 Broncos were ready to make a serious run at the playoffs.
Beautiful day here in Mile High. Beautiful day. Who said it snows in Denver? It doesn't even snow in Denver.
In Week 8, Ralph Tamm's usually reliable weather prediction was buried in a blinding snowstorm against Kansas City.
Near right. Fake 15. Quarterback keep pass right. On one, right?
On this day, the Chiefs and Mother Nature proved to be too tough for the home team.
25, shut up.
Dang it.
Kansas City won 21-7, and they would win a rematch 8 weeks later, even though the Broncos nearly stole the game at the end. Denver's late-season frustrations included a loss in Philadelphia that left its quarterback seeing stars.
Well, I'll tell you, that's how you lose your quarterback right there.
Ooh, you got the bell wrong.
Get it working.
You all right, buddy?
I'm working on trying to get it for that.
What you got dinged in the head?
Denver's dazed playoff dreams all but vanished Week 15.
Probably one of the most disappointing games of the season was against Seattle. And we had the game won 21 points up in the 4th quarter. And if we would have won that, and there's a lot of ifs in the season, we're in the playoffs, and once you get to the playoffs, you got a chance to make something happen. But we didn't, and hopefully we'll get it done this year.
In 1996, maintaining offensive production will once again be a top priority.
I'd like to get something where if I can run Shannon down the gut, and then I can throw it out outside. But I can't do anything on Omaha with those safeties.
We're trying to move the chains and giving John, being as sharp as he is, the opportunity to make decisions, give him a lot of outlets, and at the same time still be able to take advantage of the big play.
Yeah, let's go red, right, A, right. 200 jet, X sluggo, okay? And if it's not there, we'll just take a field goal. All right, one way, okay?
In his 13th season as the franchise quarterback, John Elway's performance confirmed that reports of his physical demise had been greatly exaggerated. Armed Armed with Mike Shanahan's new attack, number 7 discovered new ways to showcase his exceptional arm and uncanny mobility.
Now he's flushed out, but he buys some time. Dances over the middle, lets it go long toward the end zone to Pritchard. Oh!
At the age of 35, Elway's skills seem to be better than ever, thanks to a little help from his friends.
Great job up front. Great job up front.
The most explosive offense in franchise history began up front with center Tom Nalen and guards Mark Schlereth and Brian Habib. Left tackle Gary Zimmerman had another Pro Bowl season. And along with right tackle Broderick Thompson, the offensive line cut Denver's sack total in half from the previous year.
They're blitzing. They're coming from everywhere, and he's got all day and tomorrow to throw the ball.
The Broncos scored 30 points or more 7 times and discovered the benefits of Mike Shanahan's new offense.
This offense is pretty cool because you're never in third and long, you know what I mean? And just in case you had a couple bad plays. Such a different mindset.
3rd and 2, dude.
Yeah, let's go to double cross Z quick. We'll do it on a zebra this time. We get double cross Z quick.
Fire, fire.
Despite missing 3 games with injury,
Fire, fire.
tight end Shannon Sharp smoked opponents with a team-high 63 receptions. While Sharp earned a spot in the Pro Bowl, Anthony Miller did the same in a season that included a Broncos record 14 touchdown receptions.
John fading back on 2nd down, looking upfield, fires it over the middle. It's caught again by Miller. Miller trying to get outside. He's gone. 50. He's at the 40, 30, 20, accelerates to the 10, to the 5. It's a touchdown. Anthony
Miller recorded a 1,000-yard season for the 4th straight year. And he averaged over 18 yards a catch by being the pot of gold beneath Elway's legendary rainbows.
That thing was another blue darter, and this was a hummer in the middle of the field. He let this thing go, and that was a Rich Gossage fastball right down the heart of the plate.
Elway led the AFC in passing and fired a career-best 26 touchdown passes. In a win over the Arizona Cardinals, number 7 passed another milestone on his way to the Hall of Fame.
He's going to find a man open. It's Miller. He's got it at the 5. Touchdown.
Late in the game, Elway became only the 7th player in NFL history to pass for over 40,000 yards.
Red 25, side.
Here is Elway. He's going to bootleg out to the right side. He passes it to Kramer. 35, 40. He's got it. 45, 50, and down to the 49-yard line. John Elway's just gone over 40,000 yards. The Broncos said they weren't going to stop the game. Well, the players took the matters into their own hands because the whole bench is out on the field.
In a career made famous by stunning fourth-quarter comebacks, John Elway also has stats that rank him with the greatest quarterbacks who have ever played pro football. And he's not done yet.
Welcome to Mile High Stadium on a sunny November afternoon. Hi, everybody. This is Larry Zimmer along with Dave Logan. The Denver Broncos and San Diego Chargers.
Glenn Milburn's opening kickoff return of 86 yards set up a Terrell Davis score as the Broncos ran off 3 touchdowns before San Diego knew what hit them.
Hit it. Elway looks at Pritchard. Now he's going to fire to the left side, and it'll be caught again by Miller. He races to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown! Anthony Miller just outran everybody all the way for the score.
Oh, he gave him a great move.
Michigan, make sure you give yourself some room to work because that guy Chief Shannon. Shannon, he play outside leverage. We go quick with Shannon. Now, when you're pushing, you got to come flat.
Elway completed his first 8 passes for 143 yards and 2 touchdowns.
John Elway with a football. Fades back, looking, steps away, fires to the end of the end zone. Sharp touchdown.
Oh, what a nice catch.
But instead of a rout,
Hey, Jerry, give me some.
the Chargers slowed the Broncos down, then caught up. Suddenly, with 3:43 to play, it was Elway time.
There's certain guys that just rise to that level at that particular time.
Red 25.
John Elway is one of them.
Red 25. Set hut.
The ironic thing about it all was that they did not throw a pass in that situation. Actually, what they did was run the ball.
On 6 straight bruising carries, rookie Terrell Davis hauled the Broncos 53 yards closer to victory.
There we go.
Davis has the handoff. He's coming to the middle, and he works his way out to the 48-yard line of the Chargers. What a fine run once again by Davis.
Red 25. Set hut.
Always going to give it off to Davis again. And here comes Terrell. Bumped up his way ahead across the 40-yard line.
Hey, Joe, let's get them, baby.
And here he comes. He's got the first down. He's still going.
It was now up to one of the NFL's best clutch kickers, Pro Bowler Jason Elway.
All right, here we go. Snap, the spot, the kick. It is good. Broncos 30. Chargers 27.
That's a great team win. That's what happens when you stick together. Had things going right, we had things going bad. Made a big drive at the end. Defense stopped them on that last drive, gave the offense an opportunity. And that's the first one. We know what our goals are. We've got to get it done. Before we do that, anybody that has 176 yards and about 30 carries,
Sixth-round draft choices don't normally have a dramatic impact the first year. But number 30, Terrell Davis, not only proved to be the exception, but an exceptional runner who became the lowest drafted player in NFL history to ever rush for 1,000 yards his rookie season.
After the second game, I saw a player that it was really important for him to make plays. And so anytime you got a person with that type of attitude, that type of desire, it catches a coach's eye, and that's what Terrell did. And then when he did get the opportunity to play in a full-time role, he was a guy that we considered a complete football player, and all he needed the opportunity to prove himself, and he did.
Doubt ourselves as far as running the ball on anybody. They can put 9 or 8 in the box, and I think we execute well. You know, our linemen do an excellent job. So.
Despite missing 2 games to injury, Terrell Davis amassed 1,484 total yards, placed second in the Rookie of the Year voting, and was chosen by teammates as the Broncos' offensive MVP. The Oakland Raiders needed a win to make the playoffs in the season finale, while the Denver Broncos were looking to sweep their arch rivals for the first time since 1987. Touchdowns by Anthony Miller and Aaron Craig, who also rushed for 108 yards, gave Denver a 17-14 halftime lead. But in the third quarter, Raiders' big plays tested the resolve of this young team.
We've been in some shootouts, we've been up, and people have caught us, and at the same time, I think we looked at it the same way, that they had gotten ahead by 14 points in that area, and how are we going to react as a football team? Were we going to just kind of roll over, or are we going to make plays? And our team responded.
The Broncos thundered back, thanks to the brilliant catch by Ed McCaffrey.
Play Elway passing. McCaffrey make catch.
What a great catch.
Oh, man. McCaffrey
bounced it up and then snagged it with one hand.
That is John Elway's 26th touchdown pass, and that is a new career high for him. This is the two-point conversion.
Quarterback draw.
Here goes Elway. John Elway goes into the quarterback draw. Broncos have tied it up 28-28.
Denver's offense needed another possession, and its defense responded as Dave Wyman stripped the ball and Glenn Cadrez recovered the fumble. With 3:52 remaining, John Elway began his 37th fourth-quarter comeback.
The blitz is coming. Elway steps away from it. He's running and throws on a run. Pritchard at the 35.
10 plays later, the game and an 8-8 season rested on the shoulders of Jason Ewing. Though the Broncos weren't going to the playoffs, neither were the Raiders.
Yard line from 37 yards out. The kick is in the air, and it's good.
But in the future, the Denver Broncos believe that the thunder that they started in 1995 will roll them back into the playoffs in 1996.
I think we ended the season with a very excellent offensive football team. We were one in the AFC, and so I think there's a lot of promise there.
Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier!
We made some strides on the defensive side of the football. We've got a couple more acquisitions. We've got a full draft. We got the attitude and the team playing extremely hard, and I've got some high expectations out of this football team.
Watching around the world, and 76,000 here at 5,280 feet above sea level, Mile High Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
The season had such great high hopes, and a Bronco team that for the most part of the year led the NFL in record will come to a close here on this divisional playoff game. This one is history.
You take those setbacks in stride, and you look at the reasons why, and you try to make sure that they don't happen again.
The Broncos opened the 1996 season against the New York Jets, where several new defensive starters helped to fuel a new attitude.
All I want to do is have some fun! Let's go, Romanowski! You make me sick with that old tough guy image. All right, Romanowski! Romanowski! Oh, I gotta be a little crazy to play this game.
Alfred Williams led the charge as 8 different Broncos dropped Jets quarterbacks 9 times. Ma'a Tanuvasa, Dan Williams, Ray Crockett, Jumpy Gathers, Michael Dean Parry, Bill Romanowski, and Harold Hasselbeck each produced a sack. The defense also collected 5 turnovers, including an interception by cornerback Lionel Washington. Denver's defense played like a beast, while its offense was a picture of beauty.
Here's Elway on the count, takes the quick drop to Sharp. He's got it, and he scores! Touchdown!
Touchdowns by Shannon Sharp, Terrell Davis, and Ed McCaffrey blew the game open in the first half during a 31-6 laugher.
Quarterback!
It's Julie right there.
Hey, let's go!
The reverse again, it's going the other way from Davis to Miller. At the 20, at the 15, at the 10, at the 5, touchdown Anthony Miller!
A week week later, Denver posted its second straight convincing win.
Flips it out left side. Here's Graver. 40, 35, 30. Room to run. 25, 20. Stiffs aren't flat.
The Broncos beat Seattle 30-20, then got off to a blazing start against the Buccaneers.
Dilfer looks that way. It's picked up.
Tyrone Braxton's 69-yard interception gave the Broncos an early lead, and head coach Mike Shanahan did his best to make sure his team stayed there.
Hey, John! John! Hey, John! John! Set your feet! Set your feet!
Always going back. He's going to throw to the end zone. Miller's got it for a touchdown!
However, late in the fourth quarter, Denver found itself trailing.
Whenever we get in that situation, there's no panic, there's no fear. It's just like, let's go, let's go put some points on the board and let's go get it done.
Terrell Davis, who carried for 137 yards despite a migraine headache that had sidelined him for much of the first half, carried the Broncos down the field.
Yeah! First up!
John Elway threw just 2 passes on this 14-play march as the NFL's best running game simply took charge.
We would have thrown the ball the way we were running the football on that last drive. The lineman probably would have kicked my tail after the game. So we were downhill getting after their butt. It's nice to know that to win a game and have a big drive, that John doesn't have to do it all. We don't have to put it all on 7 shoulders.
I'll tell you what, Brown right slot, 34 strong, and try to get the snap count. Whatever you want with the snap.
Red 25! Red 25! Set hot, hot, hot!
Here's Elway to Davis. Terrell straight ahead. And to the end zone! Touchdown! Denver's ahead!
With barely a minute to play, Denver's defense secured its 3rd straight win.
Hey, keep the pressure on now. Keep the pressure on. Don't let up. Pressure, pressure.
Ball at the 45-yard line. Dilfer back. Ball is on the ground. Yeah! The Broncos have it.
Man, it wasn't pretty. But what you did is you found a way to win in the fourth quarter. That's the most important thing you got. There's going to be games like this. We don't like them, but we got to work through them, and you got to find a way to win. And that's what you did. Hell of a job.
In Kansas City, Week 4, Terrell Davis burned the Chiefs for 141 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Elway hands off Davis right side. Big hole. Davis over the 35-40. He might be gone. Davis 40, 35-30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Davis touchdown. Terrell Davis. They said he had no speed. Ask the Chiefs about it.
But in spite of Davis's effort, Denver tumbled from the ranks of the unbeaten. Still, there were some encouraging signs.
When we went into Kansas City, even though we lost the game 17-14, we won that battle. We lost the war. But we went in there and we competed, and we really dominated the line of scrimmage on both sides of the football. I knew then that we go into somebody's backyard, even after a loss, and compete the way we did, that good things were going to happen.
1 week later, the Broncos would confirm Coach Shanahan's beliefs.
Make sure we keep what we're supposed to be deep. Make sure we got to react when we need to react. On 3. Yeah, team. 1, 2, 3, team.
Against the Bengals, Jumpy Gathers forklifted his way to a sack and set the tone for a defense that held Cincinnati to 10 points. Tyrone Braxton's interception ended one Bengal drive, while John Elway threw for 335 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Elway drops straight back again. Pump fake. Wants it all. In the end zone. Can he get Miller? Yeah! Touchdown, Denver! And the Broncos are back in front.
And they stayed that way, thanks to number 39, Ray Crockett, who knocked down the Bengals' last chance to reclaim the lead. With a 14-10 road win, the Broncos returned home to face the high-flying San Diego Chargers.
Oh, my God! Oh, my God! We got the balloon man! We got the balloon man! Oh, my God, look at the last guy. He has a foot cam. When last time you seen a foot cam?
Never.
Lodo, you see the foot cam?
Yeah.
Announcer man, look at the foot cam.
Against San Diego, Denver was in for a shock.
Wow.
They're 25. Set high.
By the second quarter, the Broncos were trailing by 17 and in desperate need of a wake-up call.
Come on, Elway. Come on.
John Elway delivered by demonstrating why he is the best comeback quarterback in football.
Come on, baby. Come on. Go. There you go.
Elway back again. Pumps once, lets it go. Sharp is there. He's got it for a touchdown.
All-Pro tight end Shannon Sharp was virtually unstoppable, catching 13 passes and 3 touchdowns.
Come on. Hit it. Come on, hit it, John. Hit it. Tight end.
Here's Elway going back, throwing to the end zone. Sharp, touchdown.
Denver took the lead 21-17, then watched its defense rise to another level.
And more pressure.
We got to get Jedi.
Oh.
Jedi.
Oh.
Huh?
All right, George.
Jedi.
All right, George. Jedi.
Let's go, baby.
Jedi.
Let's go,
I got to feel the force.
Actually, it was the Chargers who felt the force, Denver's force. By the fourth quarter, the Broncos were looking to wrap up the season's 5th win.
Elway's got it. Here comes the blitz. A quick pass. It's caught. And McCaffrey at the 5. McCaffrey into the end zone. Touchdown.
Denver's next challenge came against the Baltimore Ravens and proved to be a showcase for the exceptional running skills of second-year running back Terrell Davis.
29-yard line. Here's the toss to Davis. He comes to the strong side. Cuts back to the middle. Bounces off. In the clear. He's at the 50. He's at the 40. He's at the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! 71 yards for Terrell Davis.
Davis scored 2 touchdowns in the first half, and twice Elway hit Ed McCaffrey for scores.
Why you always come over here and y'all score?
Oh, you keep the heat on.
Best quarterback in the league. Right.
In the second half, a game that had been a laugher turned into a dogfight.
Elway on the count. 6-yard line. Broncos behind by 3. John wants to throw it. He fades it toward McCaffrey.
Denver finally pulled away in the fourth quarter to win an uncharacteristic shootout.
Davis. Elway's going to bootleg by himself. 10-yard line, 5-yard line. Touchdown! Elway still standing as he carries the ball out of the end zone.
Way to go, quarterback.
Week 8 brought a familiar rival back to Mile High Stadium and the chance to avenge the Broncos' only loss of the season. Denver's offensive line of Broderick Thompson, Ryan Habib, Tom Nalen, Mark Schlereth, Jamie Brown, David Diaz-Infante, Reggie McElroy, and all-pro tackle Gary Zimmerman, number 65, enabled Elway to fill the Rocky Mountain air with tight spirals. Shannon Sharp caught 6, and 2 went for touchdowns.
Elway is back. Here it comes to Sharp. He's got it this time.
Kansas City gained only 24 yards rushing as Greg Robinson's defense scratched and clawed the Chiefs apart. Kansas City's only points came on a kickoff return, and a 34-7 win was further highlighted by Mike Sherrod's stunning catch.
Let it go up the left side again. It's caught, and that is a touchdown.
That was a hell of a job. Defensively, no points. That's a shutout. Outstanding. Great job. Offensively, against a great defensive team, anytime you put up 34 points, around 500 yards, everybody gets a game ball for that touchdown. Amen. We've got a goal, don't we? That's just one step. What's the name of that team we play next week? The Raiders.
On a Monday night in Oakland, a national TV audience got to witness John Elway's unique skills.
Elway will step up, look for a play now, twirls around, still has the ball, throws into the end zone. It's going to be caught. Touchdown, Denver.
Jason Elam kicked 3 field goals. But trailing late in the fourth quarter, it was a limping John Elway who rallied the Broncos for another improbable game-winning drive.
Well, first thing I asked him about his hamstring, because I could see he felt the back of his hamstring and it was a little tight. And I said, how you doing? He said, I'm fine. And I knew he wasn't fine, but I just wanted to hear him say it. And, you know, it's just like John. He goes out there and competes, makes a couple big-time throws. You know, it's 3rd and 10 where I think they were expecting a slant route. And John did a great job of buying a little time, gave a great pump fake, and all of a sudden Rod Smith is wide open.
Fake again. He wants it all. Smith wide open. Rod Smith hit. 5. Touchdown.
And it was so wide open that I said, uh-oh. Is he going to pull the string or is Rod going to drop it? You know, you're never sure if it's going to work, but it's a great execution.
Rod Smith's second career touchdown finalized Elway's 40th game-saving drive. At one sense that the force truly was with the 8-1 Broncos.
Best quarterback in the league.
They're going to get Chicago the ball on the 1-yard line. Oh, man.
1 week later, Denver called upon a force of another kind.
As far as noise being an intimidating factor, there's no place like late in the game at Mile High Stadium.
Motion by Neely, the give to Harris. He dives into the line, but didn't get back to the line.
The crowd was so into the game and slamming their feet down on the bleachers so hard, the ground is shaking. That's a tremendously intimidating force against the team.
At the 5, big play, Romanowski leading the way. Tense moments for the crowd here at Mile High Stadium. Here it is, 3rd down. 10 seconds to go in the game. And here comes Craig. The pass is incomplete.
Now it's 4th and goal from the 4. There's 4 seconds to go.
They've got to go to the end zone. Here is Craig, and he's going to launch it.
Come on, put some pressure.
There you go. 4 receivers out. Here is the quick pass going to the end zone. It's knocked away. Incomplete. Denver wins. Making the play down there in the corner, knocking it away, and Denver is the winner.
Bill, way to get him going. Way to hang in there. Glenn, good job.
Found the Broncos taking on the Patriots and their friendly fans in Foxborough.
Say hello to my friends over there, will you? That's what makes the NFL fun, boys. When they heckle you. They think that's going to affect us.
Denver's defense held New England to 8 points, and Steve Atwater's interception showed why number 27 was again voted to the Pro Bowl. This pick led to one of 3 touchdowns that Terrell Davis would score against the eventual AFC champions.
Has a wide open Terrell Davis. 1st down inside the 10. Breaks the tackle. 5. Touchdown.
Against the Patriots, number 30 clearly demonstrated why Sports Illustrated and the Associated Press picked him as the NFL's Player of the Year.
Hey, what's up, boy? Hey, want to make it interesting or something? Good job, man.
1st and 10, we'll call it. As the toss to Davis once again, cuts back in the middle, 10. Davis inside at 5. Davis is going to score.
Denver ran away with an impressive 10th victory.
Big time right there, bud.
34-8.
Big time right there, dude. Good job. Don't come back! Don't leave! Come back! Come back! Come back!
One of the most remarkable seasons in Denver Broncos history still had some unusual twists and turns ahead. A Against the Vikings, the Broncos were trailing with only 5:21 remaining in the fourth quarter.
We always have a chance to come back. Number 7, has this magic about him, and he's done some amazing things for us in the fourth quarter.
Viking fans are trying to create a ruckus, and they better make it real loud. This guy is a seasoned veteran and doesn't rattle easily. A critical part of the ball game from the 38. Back goes Elway, a 5-step drop, pump fake, now throws it long downfield to Miller, catches the ball.
Anthony Miller's effort lifted Denver's hopes, but 3 plays later at the Viking 14-yard line, the game was on the line.
Offensively, Mike had to make a decision on 4th down, whether to go for it or kick a field goal and go for a tie. Well, no, his mentality was, forget overtime. I want to win it now.
Like Mark Twain, reports of the Broncos' demise were greatly exaggerated because the measurement revealed a different story. A first down.
Our coach has got some brass, you-know-what, and, he's not afraid to do, whatever it takes to win a ball game.
In number 7, Denver had whatever it took to win this game.
Well, he gets in a situation, it's a bitch, need a tip or something. All right, let's go, be alert for the tip. Need a tip ball, is what we need.
Clock at 29 and counting. Elway drops straight back, fires into the end zone, ball's tipped in the air, and caught! McCaffrey, touchdown! Eddie McCaffrey has got a touchdown! Ball is tipped in the air, McCaffrey comes down with it, and how do you like those Broncos?
He just has to be in the right place at the right time. We've drawn it up a whole bunch of times in practice, but tried to save it for a situation.
Well, we worked on that quite a bit. You thought that was by accident? Yeah. I see what happens. You work on the little things. Well, it was a 50 halfback curl, and the linebacker tipped in. The next thing I hear is a tip and another tip, and we catch it. I felt pretty fortunate the way things turned out.
John Elway's 41st career game-saving drive was undeniably one of the most miraculous endings in Broncos history.
We talked about one thing we couldn't do is what? Turn the football over. We turned the football over. We talked about not losing our applause. What do? We lost our applause. Boys, you guys are doing everything out of the book.
You're still getting the ball, right?
Hey, we're what? 11-1.
In only the season's 13th week, the Denver Broncos had a chance to win the championship of the AFC West and sew up home field advantage in the playoffs.
Yeah, baby, get it up.
Now, only the Seattle Seahawks stood between them and their lofty goal.
The kickoff to Hebron by Peterson at the 6-yard line on the sideline, comes to the 10, cuts up the sideline to the 30. He's got a man to beat at the 50, 40, for a 35-yard line. He's caught. Elway is going to bootleg out to the right side. Pass to the back of the end zone. Shannon Sharp, touchdown!
Good catch, Mike!
Elway fires toward the end zone to McCaffrey. He's got a touchdown!
By winning its 8th division title, the Denver Broncos clearly dominated the AFC during the 1996 regular season. This was a team that could take pride in how far it had come, while taking solace in the confident realization that the Broncos still have the potential for future greatness.
The positive things, when you look back and you see what kind of a season you had, 13-3, that's very positive and a really good, solid season. And so, I'm very proud of that.
The Broncos have clinched the AFC West title. With 3 games to go, the Broncos are champs.
Well, our players really believe in themselves. They know that we've got a fine football team, a great organization. They know that if we do the things that we're capable of doing, good things are going to happen. Players know that we can get the job done. And when you have that, your expectations are usually very high. So we've got to do our job in the off season to get us ready for the next opportunity, and hopefully we'll take advantage of it.
Take it to the
disappointing having a 12-4 record being a wild card team. But the thing is to get in the playoffs. You have a chance if you're in the playoffs. You don't even have a chance to win the Super Bowl if you're not in the playoffs.
The Denver Broncos were the greatest team ever to enter the playoffs as a wild card. Now, it was time to prove it and salute the world champions. Denver's playoff run would feature a recurring theme: revenge. Jacksonville was back in town. A year after one of the most shocking playoff upsets in NFL history, the Broncos had a chance to repay the Jaguars in kind.
It was pretty ironic to play the same team at home the same time in the playoffs 2 years in a row, and obviously it was a big disappointment last year, and we did everything we could to get ready to play because, you know, it would have been real ugly if it happened again, and we knew that, and we played a good team, came out and had one of our best games of the year.
Like last year's game, the Broncos dominated early and raced to a big lead.
Jacksonville looks like they'll rush 4. Nope, they bring 6. Elway dumps it, and here goes Rod Smith. 30, 20. You can forget it. Touchdown, Denver.
Bam, bam, bam.
Handoff, Davis running right side. Davis is at 5. Touchdown. Standing up goes Terrell Davis for the Broncos' 3rd touchdown in the first half.
But in the second half, a 21-7 lead began to evaporate as this contest took a strangely familiar twist.
We're back in it now. Back in the game. Back in the game. Red 25. Set it.
Elway, short drop, pressure on from behind. Elway sacked. Ball pops free. I think Jacksonville has it. Elway still down to the field. Sharp.
Jacksonville was threatening to repeat history. It would take a special effort by the Broncos defense to stem the Jaguars' rally. But fueled by the deafening roar of over 75,000 screaming fans, one of those unexplainable mile-high miracles occurred.
Jaguars at a 1st and 10 of the Broncos 16. Brunell changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Ball is fumbled in the snap. I think now ball is free. Broncos have it. Oh, big play by the Bronco defense.
Jacksonville never recovered and was shut out the rest of the way.
Jacksonville has been making all the big plays, and now John Elway, the good news for Bronco fans, out on the field.
I can't believe he's still in there. He's out cold.
Red 25. Set it.
Elway's return inspired the Broncos. But it was the running of Terrell Davis that finally buried the Jaguars. Number 30 ran for 184 yards, and together with Derek Lavell's 103 yards, Denver became just the 3rd team in NFL history to have 2 100-yard rushers in the same postseason game.
Lavelle inside the 10, 5, touchdown!
Behind an offensive line that earned NFL Player of the Week honors, the Broncos ran for over 300 yards. Von Hebron finished off a 42-17 wild card win that brought closure to last season's shocking postseason defeat.
I love this, baby. I love this.
Denver's revenge tour continued in Kansas City, where their division title hopes had been trampled in mid-November. Another hard-fought, closely contested battle between bitter division rivals.
Handoff, Davis, left side, Davis into the end zone, touchdown, Denver.
The Broncos led for 3 quarters. But in the 4th, Kansas City fought back to take a 10-7 lead.
Hey, let's go now. Now the pressure's on. Okay, give me zebra. Give me point Z big old cross with the acute.
Chiefs will blitz. Elway's in the gun. Good protection. Fires wide open. McCaffrey.
Yeah! All right.
35-30. 25, 20. Eddie Mack inside the 10, inside the 5, to the pylon. Is he in? No, he's waved out of bounds inside the 2-yard line.
Huddle up. Good right, that's short. 18 Bob on it.
It's third and about 6 inches for a touchdown.
Here's the play of the game.
And the lead for the Denver Broncos.
Where are you going? Right up the middle? Yeah, to the right side, right side.
Handoff, Davis, right side. Terrell squares his shoulders into the end zone. Touchdown, Denver.
I said, this is the season right here.
With Denver leading 14-10, a field goal couldn't save the Chiefs.
Got to score a touchdown.
And in the final seconds, the outcome would be decided by Denver's determined defense.
Make the play. Here it is. They just got to watch it over there. Look on. Come on, come on. Come on, let's go. Yeah. Go. Come on, man, come on. Come on.
And the clock continues to run. 43, 42. It can't move quickly enough for the Broncos.
Now they got to go for the end zone. Here they got to go for the end zone.
Gerback has him up at the line of scrimmage. Clock is running. 27, 26, 25. Gerback, this is 4th and 2.5. This is the game.
Slant! Come on!
Gerback, plenty of time. Into the end zone. Pass is going to be knocked away. Incomplete. Incomplete. The Bronco defense. Yeah! The Denver defense has done it. And they are stunned here at Arrowhead Stadium.
All right, baby.
Denver players are all over the field. The coaches are going crazy.
All right, bud. We did it. We need to win. We did it, boy. We did it. All right,
and this baby is over. Denver returns to the AFC Championship game.
All right, Pat. All right. All right. We needed that.
They'll be in Pittsburgh next Sunday. The winner will go to the Super Bowl.
60 minutes. Let's go, Steve. 60 minutes, but great day to be alive. Let's go kick their ass. Let's go, Bill. Let's go kick their ass, bud. Come on, hit it. There you go.
Denver's third offensive play set the tone for the first half when Terrell Davis bolted 43 yards to set up the first score of this AFC Championship.
Go, 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 go! 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 Yeah!
Toss, right side, Davis. Cuts up. Terrell Davis is the 5. Terrell Davis into the end zone. Touchdown! The Broncos score first.
Pittsburgh rebounded to take a 10-7 lead in a game that had been billed as a shootout between the young and talented Cordell Stewart and ageless wonder John Elway. In the second quarter, number 7 showed that at 37, he is still one of the NFL's most dangerous field generals by guiding the Broncos to consecutive touchdowns in the final minutes of the first half.
Elway will turn, play fake. He's in the pocket. Throws in the flat. One-handed catch by Howard Griffin inside the 10. Inside the 5 to the pylon. Touchdown. Oh, what a catch by Howard Griffith out of the backfield. The Steelers on a blitz. It got picked up, and Griffith had the ball thrown behind him, wheeled around, snatched it with his left hand, and 15 yards later, the Broncos are back in front.
Armed with a team whose talent and desire was equal to his own, Elway's skills helped to turn Mike Shanahan's resourceful play calls into a 24-14 halftime lead.
Let's go sprint right out. Right over.
Come on, offense, let's go. Come on. Elway, roll right, same play. Fires the end zone, touchdown. Eddie McCaffrey, same play. Touchdown, Denver.
Great job, John.
Eagle G, 2 till.
Throughout the day, Denver's defense was on a punishing collision course with the bus. The swarming Broncos prevented Jerome Bettis from taking control of the game. With Bettis in check, Denver turned its attention on the Steelers' young quarterback.
We don't get any pressure on these guys, we don't win. You know that. I've been bringing it, Mike.
mixing coverages and bringing heat. Denver pressured Cordell Stewart into several costly throws.
And lets it go into the end zone. Pass is going to be fought for and intercepted in the end zone by Ray Crockett.
None was more critical than a third quarter pick by Alan Aldridge.
Will throw, short drop into the end zone. Pass can be intercepted! Yeah! Intercepted in the end zone. A terrible throw, and Alan Aldridge with a diving pick.
By frustrating Pittsburgh's young signal caller, the Broncos forced 4 costly Steeler turnovers.
Stewart still on the run. Hit from behind. Ball is free. Ball is free. Lodish has it. The Bronco defense has done it again.
But in the second half, Denver was unable to put the game away. And in the final minutes, they needed to run out the clock to protect a 24-21 lead.
John, 2 different thoughts. We could go for the H2 or the double go. Or do you think we should run it?
Strong safety's coming every team. I like the H2. I guess.
Yeah, me too.
Pinned deep in its own territory and desperate to kill the clock, the pressure was squarely on the Broncos' offense.
Steelers have all 3 timeouts left, and this place is going nuts. 2 minutes left, 3rd and 6 for Denver at the Bronco 15-yard line. They lead 24-21. Snap is good. 5-man rush. John throws. Pass caught. First down on the 30-yard line. Shannon Sharp. Biggest first down of the year. Elway to Sharp for 18 yards. Oh, baby. I say go 14. Go 14.
Near left. 14 on one, right?
2nd and 8 from the 45. 52 seconds to go. Elway turns, hands off Davis, bounces back left side. Davis breaks the tackle midfield. Terrell Davis first down, and he stayed in bounds. All right. There you go, buddy. What a play. 60 minutes. The Bronco bench is bouncing up and down. 4, 3, 2, 1. Denver goes to the Super Bowl. They are the AFC champions. They have beaten the Pittsburgh Steelers at Three River Stadium 24-21.
Good luck. Thank you very much. I wanted you to go all the way. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Davis, 26 carries, 139 yards. The Broncos are going to Super Bowl 32.
You deserve it.
Only great teams win Super Bowls. And though the Broncos entered their 5th as underdogs against the defending champion Green Bay Packers, this was clearly a confident team, one determined to prove a lot of people.
Broncos' ultimate performance of the 1997 season was its stunning upset of the Green Bay Packers in Super Bowl 32. This thrilling 31-24 victory produced Denver's first world champion.
Amici di TV+, benvenuti al BRONCOS Stadium di San Diego, California. È il Super Bowl numero 32, il momento della verità.
На спортивном канале НТВ+ вновь американский футбол.
Denver Broncos und den Green Bay Packers. Also auf der anderen Seite die letzte Chance.
What a game we're in for today. John Elway against Brett Favre. It's all there for the making of an absolute classic here at Super Bowl 32 in San Diego.
After spotting Green Bay the game's first touchdown, Denver turned to its all-pro running back to even the score. The Broncos had no tricks up their sleeves. They came to smash some mouths, and they did it.
Handoff, Davis into the end zone, touchdown! Yeah! A pretty good way for the Broncos to answer the Packers' opening drive.
And I'm telling you, hey guys, you're gonna come down with one now.
Short drop, here comes Gordon. Favre unloads. Pass is gonna be intercepted. Braxton down on one knee. The Broncos turn him over.
But in the second quarter, Terrell Davis suffered a migraine headache that turned Denver's feature back into a decoy.
What's that? Can't see. Okay, just do this. You don't worry about seeing on this place because we're going to fake it to you, the 15 lead. But if you're not in there, they won't believe we're going to throw the ball, okay?
Pocket. Set hot.
With Green Bay keying on Davis, Elway's play fake resulted in a wide-open route to the end zone.
Vintage John Elway there, and the 37-year-old making it happen with his legs. John salutes Howard Griffith in the end zone with the left hand. The Broncos are in front of the Packers.
Great move.
No, great.
I tell you what, some stunned people on that Green Bay sideline. This team is not better enough. They're not even good. We're letting them do that thing off. We never seen it grow. Look, when you get back in the game, man, we gotta make a statement, man. We gotta make a statement. We gotta bust these dudes in the mouth. Bust them in the mouth.
Throughout the first half, it was the Broncos who landed the heaviest blows.
Broncos dance up, blitz is on its way. Atwater's got ball free. Yes, sir. Denver has it.
Denver's assault produced 2 Green Bay turnovers in a matter of 5 plays. Neil Smith's fumble recovery led to Jason Elam's 51-yard field goal, the second longest in Super Bowl history. In the final seconds of the first half, Green Bay demonstrated a champion's heart by withstanding Denver's pressure and closing the game to 17-14. The second half would prove to be the most explosive in Super Bowl history.
All right, let's go. Let's crank it up. World Championship. 30 minutes.
Tied at 17 in the third quarter, Denver's offense picked up the pace.
Okay, H2 all go, near left slot.
Ed McCaffrey's 36-yard reception and Terrell Davis, who returned after missing the second quarter, fueled Denver's march. However, it was the Broncos quarterback who delivered the defining moment of this 92-yard drive.
Packers jumping around. They rush 4. Plenty of time for John. Now squeezes, steps up in the pocket. Elway can run. Come on, John. Come on. Come on. Inside the 10. Head first. He flies outside the 5-yard line.
My goodness. You want to tell me the 37-year-old man doesn't want to win this game?
Oh, man.
That sacrifice. Oh, man. Greatest 8-yard run in Super Bowl history by John Elway on third down.
The Broncos were moving with power, not finesse, more smash mouth than West Coast.
Goal line. Oxley run.
Fittingly, Terrell would crash the final yard.
Second and goal from the 1. Davis to the end zone. Touchdown, Denver! Davis with the salute to anybody that'll salute back. And if you're a Bronco fan, feel free to salute him.
Special teams nearly provided the knockout punch. However, in order to be a champion, the Broncos would have to beat the champion. And in the fourth quarter, the Packers fought back to tie the game at 24. The greatest Super Bowl ever played would be decided in the final minutes.
I'm thinking of 2-jet double arrow X cross and also some of our far west slot stuff out of Tiger, okay?
The Broncos were out-hustling and out-muscling Green Bay with a power running game eerily reminiscent of Lombardi's Packers. With the NFL's best offensive line opening some very large holes, Terrell Davis ran for 157 yards and the MVP award of Super Bowl 32.
You like the scat heck Wizoro again? I think that covers everything. A safe throw.
Play fake. Elway rolls left. Fires wide open. Griffith inside the 25. Gets the block inside the 15. Inside the 10-yard line.
Okay, we got what we want. Perfect. We got exactly what we're outside.
Go. There you go.
Hand off Davis, left side, behind Howard Griffith. Nice hold. Davis, 15, 10, 5. Davis. TD to the 1.
We got to score the touchdown.
Fox Fox 3 run, John.
John, you want to move, Coach?
What's that? Strong right tight, zoom F left. If not, we stay in I right, go Fox 3, I right tight. They're in base, I right tight, Fox 3 run.
Come on, Chief. Red left, red left. Fox 3 run, on one, right?
And the hearts are pounding in Denver. Nobody but Terrell here. Elway. Long count. Davis. It is a rocking standing up. Can you say Denver is in the lead? Third rushing touchdown. That's a Super Bowl record for TD. And the Broncos are a minute and 45 away from a world championship.
John Elway's 45th fourth-quarter game-saving drive was a team effort that the defense would have to preserve with 1 minute 45 seconds remaining.
Play like you always do.
Well, a lot of blitz.
Yeah, whatever you would do, normal.
Led by the NFL's three-time MVP, the Packers quickly crossed midfield.
Come on! Come on! Let's go! Do it again! Let's go!
They don't score, they don't win.
Advancing further, however, would prove hazardous. Leaving it all on the field. The Broncos braced for the game's final challenge.
We got 3 of our guys out. Atwater, Hilliard, and Crockett. Super Bowl. Come on. This is it. Come on.
One play to the championship. 4th and 6 for the 31. Blitz is on. Farm. Hit as he throws. Pass is going to be incomplete.
We did it. Fantastic. What a great game for people to watch, wasn't it? Well, we got that monkey off our back with the AFC, too.
John Elway has won more NFL games and engineered more fourth-quarter comebacks than any quarterback in history. But on a day when his teammates carried him instead of the other way around, number 7 achieved his greatest distinction.
World champ. I'm so proud of you. You know how good that nice ring's going to look on your finger.
Broncos owner Pat Bowlen summed up the sentiments of a nation.
One thing I want to say here tonight is only 4 words. This one's for John.
It had taken 38 years for the Denver Broncos to fulfill their dream of a world title. But the emotion and pride this team shared following this 31-24 victory confirmed it had been worth the wait. The 1997 Denver Broncos, the first AFC team to win a Super Bowl in 14 years, and only the second wild card team to ever win an NFL title. Salute the world champions. John Elway and his twin sister Leanne were born in Port Angeles, Washington in 1960 to parents Jack and Jan. John always blended in with the children on the block. All that separated him from the other kids on Joanne Lane was his accurate right arm.
You know, little boys, they'll pick up anything and throw. And all the little boys in the block would throw things. The only difference is John was more accurate. John would aim at something and hit it.
What few mailboxes we had along the street here, well, I bet you John hit those 9 out of 10 times when he'd throw at them. He didn't miss very often. And the same thing with the telephone poles. They took a beating.
I saw Dick a few years ago, and I said, you know, Dick, if John had listened to us, we both could have ruined his career. Because he did. He really did like to throw things.
Jack Elway's coaching odyssey took his family to Montana, back to Washington, and then to California's San Fernando Valley, where Coach Elway had just one criteria for picking a new house.
He was going around and interviewing all the different football coaches in the San Fernando Valley about the offense that they ran. He just happened to buy a house in that area so that John could go to Granada Hills High School and have Jack Newmeyer for a coach. That's how we happened to live where we did.
Their head coach, Jack Newmeyer, threw the ball in the high school 35, 40 times, which was very unusual. And so I was excited about playing quarterback, getting to throw the football.
He's going to throw. Going long. The pass is complete.
Talk about coaching and teaching, and that's what I think coaching is teaching. He realized that it was a lot more fun winning than it was losing.
Elway back to throw. Got a man open. Going in the end zone. It is touchdown, Granada Hills. And the people just cannot believe it.
And he did a lot of the same last-minute, wins like he does when he's with the pros. So I've just been watching him forever.
Let me tell you what happened. There are 13 seconds left to go in the ball game. 39-35, and can you believe it? And he has 432 yards, and he has 4 touchdowns.
You're a coach, and you're a father. As a father, you can get pretty irrational or not objective about maybe how good your son is. And I looked at her when we were leaving the stadium, and I said, I wonder if he's as good as I think he is. And she looked at me and said, well, you don't know, nobody does.
After completing 60% of his high school passes for over 5,700 yards and 49 touchdowns, John Elway was the nation's most highly recruited prep athlete. He chose Stanford, and it didn't take long for this gifted QB to showcase his extraordinary talents in front of the entire nation. Could Elway rifle the ball anywhere, his mobility and ability to improvise made defenders look like the Keystone Cops. But of his many great collegiate escapes, one went down in Stanford lore as simply the play.
That one, I was in big trouble. I mean, I was 40 yards from the line of scrimmage, and I'm going, oh, my God, I am in deep, deep, deep trouble. Margin just kept running. Kenny Margin, thank God, kept running. We got behind Ronnie Lott. We went over the top of Ronnie's head, because it's funny, because every time I talk to Ronnie, I say, hey, make sure you stay back. So that was kind of fun.
Completing 62% of his passes for over 9,300 yards and 77 touchdowns, Elway set 5 NCAA Division I-A passing records before graduating with a degree in economics. However, his arrival into the NFL stirred controversy when Elway rejected the team that made him the first pick in the 1983 draft.
We had been in discussions with him 2 and 3 months before the draft that I was not going to play in Baltimore, that if that came to it, I was going to play baseball for the Yankees, and I was fortunate to have an option. We didn't want to come out and offend the Colts right off, that I didn't want to play for Frank Kush or Rob Irsay. We didn't want to come out in the paper and say that. We were going to exercise that option if it came down to it, and we did.
The Colts traded Elway's rights to the Denver Broncos.